Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV portion of the tournament. I am Mazel, joined again for yet another wonderful week here in League of Legends world. Coca the Dragon, how you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. A little exhausted from watching Worlds for such a long time, but we were able to get our power naps in, and we're ready now to warm ourselves up again to some collegiate League of Legends action
Very
to
true.
prepare for more League of Legends action.
Very, very true. But before we get to that League of Legends action, we got to talk a
Yep.
little bit about some of the sponsors we got going on today. Gonna have some wonderful things to point out to you as the day goes on, but our first starts with Gunner Optics. And we're gonna have some wonderful things with Gunner Optics. They have been supporting us as well for this season, but Gunner Optics itself is the pioneer of blue light glasses and the number one in blue light glasses in gaming as well. They've been helping gamers perform better while protecting their eyes for over 15 years. Coco, that's a long time. The Gunner difference, in addition to blocking blue light, their unique patented lenses technology also combats symptoms of digital eye strain, which helps improve your visual performance. Most competitors just block blue light. So, hey, you get the Gunner difference there. And that is that difference. Coco, what do you think?
I think it's a pretty big diff. I've actually had a couple Gunner Optics pairs myself, and they work wonders. So honestly, this is a personal buffer to them too. I think they make really good glasses, and I love their products.
Love to hear it. Well, now we got to talk a little bit about the NACE Star League here in totality, the format of the league itself, and being able to kind of see what we're going to be getting into tonight, as well as we have two back-to-back best of threes of League of Legends action, Coco.
Oh yeah, nonstop. And I think this is one of the best days that we've had yet with the competitions. Even kicking off with Ohio State University versus Minnesota State University at Mankato, and in itself, that already be appetizing. Very high level players, very high level competition, and then we following that up with the University of Illinois at Chicago and the Bethany Lutheran College JV team, which we have had some history watching and cheering on for ourselves in previous competitions. I know Hollywood, one of their players from their varsity team or their coach from the varsity team, was a good friend of mine for quite a while, and he's now going to be coming back into that series. So I'm excited to see him play through that. We've got to get to the Ohio State versus Minnesota at Mankato first.
For sure. And I will get to the storylines and stuff later on with that matchup, but that it is going to be huge. Now, going into this first one, there is a tiny bit of skill discrepancy going on here, but it's not going to be that big. We said leniency was the theme word for our first few weeks, and we're going to continue that going on here. But I think when we're looking at this first matchup, especially, both of these teams having made win full records so far in this Swiss bracket, both teams riding some confidence here. It's going to be a very, very interesting tale to take.
Oh, for sure. And I think also hitting here into the week 3, a lot of the teams have started to get the oil back into the engines of themselves, get into that competitive drive, start to think a little bit more about how they want to apply their own individual performances into that team cohesion and what is the best way to execute that. And this is where I think I'm going to be more critical on drafting and composition makeups for a lot of these teams. Sure, some of them may not have coaches to like help them out the entire time and through the way, but it's something where you have a lot of one tricks. You have a lot of people who have very versatile skill sets even within those small champion pools, and that's where that draft is going to be very important coming into this series.
Yeah, and the thing I'm loving is that when you're looking at a lot of recent history for both these teams, you're seeing the names come up on your graphic now, but you have the likes of BioGamer, who's whipping out the Hecarim over and over again, has a wonderful win percentage, most played champion. See if that comes into the fold today. You're getting a lot of a Mumu Ezreal play, things along those lines from both teams. You're getting a lot of the meta picks that we typically don't see very heavy prevalence too in the collegiate scene, but both these teams do seem to have an eye on what's popular right now in competitive scene.
Yeah, and I love that because you can have that very close mirror comparison to that competitive scene as you mentioned, and saying, all right, this is how we can easily translate those benefits to ourselves and to our team, and then really flourish from there. There is that little bit of a conversation in a sense of, do you need to really replicate that competitive level at this stage in your career at like to the maximum, right? And
Yeah,
it's sort of relying upon those more comfortable picks that people have individually, like the Hecarim,
very
like the
true.
Nunu, as you said, with Biogamer on Ohio State.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to me to get to this point in this third week, right? Technically fourth week of overall
Mhm.
tournaments, but going into this third week and seeing now that Worlds has officially started, see what
Mhm.
influences they do have. It is a little bit of a different patch, at least at this point, but I do find it interesting to see that flexing that we see at least in the competitive scene
Sure.
come down here as we were talking about to the collegiate scene, but especially for both these teams. And probably another key theme that we should keep for the season is that comfort, is what you were talking about, and finding those picks that make you comfortable on the map and make it easy for your team to execute. And I feel like, especially when we're looking at both these teams, and especially when we're looking over to this Midwest matchup, and especially Minnesota State,
Yep.
they've got to find that comfort.
Oh, definitely. And it's something because we are going up against a competition in Ohio State that is superior in a lot of the skill level sets, right? Like
Yeah,
OSU Blue, he is sitting there up in Masters with Shun. And those two themselves, being the ADC and the mid laner, are very influential in their own rights. You don't
they
want
are.
a Masters here ADC against your Ply ADC going 2-0 in the lane and then just dominating. So that's where you have to find that comfort zone, get into that place where you can sort of bring them down to your level or bring yourself up there through either drafts or through that composition makeup like we mentioned, and then also changing that adaptation in the strategy in game, right? Saying, all right, well, we
Yeah,
know that their weak side is top lane, let's see if we can abuse that because we have a little bit of a stronger top end in our team.
yeah.
And if you're able to at least give your tools in the draft for that and then able to execute them properly, that is where I can see a lot of success becoming a possibility here for Minnesota State at Mankato.
Definitely could. Well, we see first game already getting underway here as picks and bans have started. Ohio State on the blue side, Minnesota State on the red. We get the Morgana band away by Ohio State. Thresh going to be the follow-up band by Minnesota.
Another thing I'm going to be looking out for is going to be that Vex. She's been dominating in
Very
this mid
true.
lane for quite a while in solo queue, and she has that interesting tool set of being versatile in range and laning phase, sort of like an Annie, where you can sort of poke and harass with fear procs and the stack ups, but has the reset capabilities of like a Riven. So she can just
Yeah.
get on top of you, blow you up, reset to the next target, and just go one after another. And there has been some Vex history in both of these teams. So I feel like that might be a contested pick later down the line. But at this moment, it's a lot of those comfort picks being taken away, leveling the playing field, seeing how much Minnesota State can bring Ohio State to a place where they can really go blow for blow.
It's just funny when you look at the KDAs of the Vex scores and it's like, oh my god, this is insane.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Vex and Earth and I'm shaking my head. Now we're actually getting into real gameplay of Vex and it gets even scarier. But we do see the Zinzao and the Ezreal banned away by Ohio State as their final two bans in the first phase. The Hecarim rightly banned away from Ohio State by Minnesota will be the second ban for them on the red side. Then we'll have the Galio looking like to join that ban table.
I don't want to have a 445 game Galio on the enemy team, especially into Shun Maxter's hands. Though the next champions that he has or that they have on this list are a little surprising in a sense of, all right, well, you're going from a Galio player to a Yone, Diana, and Yasuo. So it shows that flexibility in your champion pool of being more aggressive and being more volatile in that lane and being able to create leads for yourselves. Though we do have that priority in Mumu pickup
Oh
already.
yeah,
Like you
has to be.
mentioned, Worlds has been influential already, and both of these teams like to reciprocate what is the creme de la creme in the competitive state.
And it's just such a powerful first pick. It can be flex, most likely going to the support role, but it's just so strong in its own right. It has so much engage, has so much possibilities there for Ohio State to draft first. It's an obvious first pick. Now Minnesota comes in and they get the gangplank. So a little bit of interesting top lane play potentially coming out from there. But it is a very strong pick for that top lane.
It's strong. It's a decent counter and sort of like blind pick,
Oh, they're
right?
gonna
Because
steal away the
it's
mid
there
map.
to, yeah, I like the MF steal, and the Gangplank is there to pretty much like deny that whole all-in factor that the Amumu provides, right? Because he's gonna jump in, he's not gonna have a lot of tools to get out of a cannon barrage, and when he gets dropped right on top of one, then you're gonna have a little bit of an issue to disengage and
Yeah.
really properly reset the fight with all those slows going around. And of course, stealing away that misfortune is just going to be the cherry on top of just dropping all of that damage with the bullet time and make it rain to where really no one can get out of a kill zone. So now what Minnesota needs to do is how can we keep people in that kill zone? And Ohio State is sort of throwing the gauntlet down and saying we're going to take you out before you have any thought of trying to set this up, right? Grabbing the Jarvan, grabbing, if this is
Ooh.
locked in, a short ranged ADC, but we'll have to wait on that for a moment. And there it is. Okay, Aphelios, another short-ranged ADC that, though yes, has that caliber room to be a little bit more long-range and do harassing in the laning phase and during objective setup. Once you get that red-white gun game going on, he can tear through so many people so quickly.
It's actually really scary, and especially when you're looking at the wombo combo, right? You'd like they were obviously going for the MF. Like
Yep.
there's no ifs ands buts about that. Like they wanted that wombo combo. They got some kind of wombo combo here for themselves. Maybe a little bit of trickiness because they want to go for that wombo combo, but they'll be setting up for the bullet time from the Minnesota State side. So a little scary in that avenue. The Silas locked in now for Minnesota State is very nice for them as they're going to be able to get a lot of tools available, at least from the Jarvan, at least from the Mumu already.
And it's keep playing into the factor of trying to lock down as many people into that kill zone as possible within that cannon barrage, right? You steal the Amumu or the even Jarvan ulti, and from there, keep people inside that kill zone. Keep that threat
Indeed.
going. So from here on out, in this second ban phase, you're looking at, all right, how do we either take away more tools for them, or how do we keep complementing these win conditions? Because right now, both Ohio and Minnesota are saying we're going to put you in a little box, and that box is going into the ground 6 feet down. And as threatening as that may sound, you've got to get a way to, like, you've got to find a way to also get out. And I'm looking at Ohio State. You don't have many tools to get away from these bad situations. If they go in a little bit
Very
too
true.
far, or if they make a mistake, you can get punished pretty severely. That's why I'm a little bit questioned the Aphelios and Amumu, because I haven't really seen that duo do
Yeah.
well previously. But currently they still have a top and a mid to finish off. So if something that can sort of get past that kill box and into the backline of Minnesota State is in the hands of both the top and mid laners, then maybe we could see some success going on here.
And I think that going into the second phase, I find the Diana ban very interesting by Minnesota State.
Sure.
As the Jarvan already picked up a lot of that wombo combo looking for Ohio State, and the setup through jungle is already going to be acquired unless we're looking at Jarvan going top, something along those lines. I do really like the Ohio State bans though, very focused, very, very typical bans. The Leona Nautilus, a lot of engage coming off the board. The
Yeah.
Oriana takes away a little bit more of that wombo combo. I like it. Then we get the pickup in the second phase by Minnesota State, which is the Vi.
Okay, the Vi. Just continuing to just jump in on this.
It's a
I
Rakan.
want people to just deal. Oh, it's a Rakan that
It's
is
a
being mentioned
Rakan.
by the
Yeah.
producers. Oh, rats.
Sag.
Oh well.
But I mean,
Uh,
they got the wombo combo with the misfortune there, so that's not too bad. But the Lulu
Well,
immediately picked up from Ohio State.
yeah, like the Vi is a little bit more fun to watch, I'd say. You just have someone just running straight into the back line, no way to stop it, and you just power down on top of their ADC or their Zir if that is locked in to just guarantee that setup and begin a fight. But I feel like the Rakan is better because one, it's more versatile against the Amumu Aphelios, can dip in, do some harassment, and disengage fairly well, and it really causes that trough of power that Amumu has from level 2 to level 6 a little bit of a rough time. So
Mm-hmm.
appreciate that pickup a lot more and that versatility into the mid and late game for sure. So with that being said, now we have to look out for that jungler because Silas and Gangplank have already been picked up. They're going up against their own counters that Ohio State was able to grab. We didn't really touch on that Lulu too much just yet, but that is something to just continue to have a powerhouse carry situation, right?
Yep.
Everything is built around this Aphelios. Give him as much space as possible, make him work with that red white, and really create some dominant performances there. And with all of that CC being thrown in, of course you're going to go with an Olaf who can just ignore all of it.
That's the scariest part about it. But that Azir is also staring down Minnesota State very menacingly in that mid lane. We'll see what Ohio State can do to get their big carries, at least in the Aphelios, in the Azir, some resources early on. But really, my eyes are on Minnesota State's side. They got to get proactive. I feel like they do have a lot of scaling. They have a lot of team fight potential there as well. But the biggest thing for me is finding early aggressive paths for Olafs.
Okay. So, if you're looking for the Olaf pathings, right, Mazel? How are we wanting to see this lane priority switch out, right? Because if it's the Misfortune or Khan and then a Silas, I'm definitely looking at a lot of bottom lane pressure. Gangplank might be able to give you some against the Lulu, but for most of that, it's going to be pretty neutral. And I
Yeah.
think once you get to level 4, level 5 with this Gangplank, that's where you can say, all right, the Lulu can sort of keep this lane tempered with us, but when it comes to fighting in the river, when it comes to actually trying to challenge things, Gangplank can get there just a hair faster.
Hmm.
Um, though that's still all up in the air because of how unique Lulu is as a champion and how she's just straight up built to deny that engage and to deny that kill threat potential that a Silas and an Olaf are going to have.
And we talked for Ohio State, right? The big focus for them is this mid and ADC positions. But I do want to dive into the bot lane a little bit more here. We do have an MF Rakan against the Amumu and Aphelios composition. And typically with the Amumu, right, you have a lot of early dominance. Those double bandage toss is huge. You can be aggressive. You can set up the lane in how you want. But with the
Mhm.
Aphelios, it's going to be a little bit harder to follow up on. And so I'm very interested at in general, how this early game for both of these bot lane squads are going to work out.
And that goes in the play of a Masters ADC for Ohio State Blue, and then just a Plat 2 for Minnesota. And that just comes down to experience, right? It's just straight up just who understands the lane matchup better and when they need to trade properly,
Mm,
because that can decide the lane and can decide really the first 15 minutes of the game on how effective these players and the champions that they are piloting are, right, inside.
yeah.
Because we know that Misfortune can be pretty oppressive in the lane if you don't respect her double up. If you're just sitting behind minions that she can just execute with it, get that guaranteed critical strike that just smacks you right in the face with like 200, 400 damage in the early laning phase, you're pretty much forfeiting every objective after that, in a sense of, well, I can't push against her because she can like with the Rakan in her back pocket can just jump on me, double up me again, and I'm dead. And then I can't look for the dragon or the Rift Herald because I'm already really, really low, and I'm going to be walking into an Olaf and a Silas who are going to be trying to jump on top of me once
Hmm.
they get eyes on it. So it it's a little bit more of a quote unquote champion favor for Misfortune just in that site, but Aphelios being a very versatile champion and in the hands of Blue as well, I can trust him on at least neutralizing that, or at least saying, all right, I'm going to harass you a little bit, potentially win that, and then go forward into these neutral objectives that we're going to be looking for. Because I think Ohio State for
Yeah.
sure is going for Dragon priority, not really going to be looking for Rift Herald too much, unless Minnesota never really looks at it and just offers it to Ohio for free.
True. Just giving up free dinners, free plates.
Yeah,
The something else that I'm looking at now, looking at our documents and kind of seeing like the comfort that's coming through here. I feel like Ohio State are actually spreading their wings a little bit here, right? A lot of these picks are, traditionally meta or can have been meta here recently, and but not necessarily in their top played or in their most played champions here. So I feel like Ohio State's using this opportunity, this best of three, to really spread their wings a little bit, find a composition that's maybe not exactly comfort for them. I mean, they have the Aphelios, which
true.
is OSU Blues most played champion, but it's along the other lines of that, right? You always keep that same carry, but you try and figure out what other pieces can kind of work alongside that. So I'm
Yeah.
very interested to see how this works it for them, and especially what this does to their shot calling, their decision making around those objectives that you're talking about, but as well as just in general around the games and the fights they decide to go for.
And that will just lead us back to the question we were talking about before the series started, in the sense of what is really better, playing for those comforts or playing more for that competitive meta state, right? And saying, well, we know if Elios is busted, we know Amumu is busted, we know Jarvan is really good right now, and heck, we might as well just throw in everything in the cahoots here for us as well, and just getting that oppressive style, very oppressive style.
Yeah,
Um, so the question is, how difficult is it now to execute too? Because
very true.
at this level, if you have a much easier to execute composition, even if it is statistically or favorably in a sense of seasonal preference, inferior to that of what your opponent is picking, may not even matter because you can just find a lot more opportunities because you can execute on them a lot quicker, a lot faster, and more efficiently. So that's what I'm going to be intrigued to see. And I think with what you said in the sense of going with things that are less comfortable with what Ohio State has and going with that competitive file against Minnesota, which has much more comfortable preferences, it levels the playing field by just that hair, and it continues to go into that whole state of like, what do we really want to control at this moment?
But that's the thing, though. I was doing some research, and I thought going into this, looking at this draft, there was some comfort on the side of Minnesota State.
Sure.
But in the same boat here for them is like not even top champions, not even on their top like 10 list of 2021. Maybe there's some different, maybe like different
You, I'd have to say, because they dropped a ward there in the red buff at the very top of the map in that upper quadrant. And, ooh, guess they're going to stick around. You can throw a ward over this wall, so surprise. Hey,
Aha! You
CS
just
diff
get
in the
15
bottom lane.
gold. Ha ha ha. At least, that's a win-win situation. You get CS lead. It's the mental advantage,
Sure.
Coco.
Sure it is. The only issue is that now look at how late you're starting in the jungle for Miz.
No. You don't need to look at that,
Pretty
all right?
slow, man. Like you're starting
It's
off.
an Olaf, though. Come on, Olaf's clear is pretty dang quick.
It is quick, yes, but the one thing that I would have said could have been a little punishing is if both Blue and Phlox decided to just pressure bot side instead and just like hard rush for level 2, and they would have that CS prio, they'd have that wave prio with the EXP, and then they'd hit level 2, they could try and look for a punish with the Aphelios and a Mumu drop in. But they decided to hold off on that and just wait until both Peekaboo and Cuddly dropped in, and then sort of create that neutral state that is so notorious in the first few moments of the game.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't know.
Unworldly Vortex is feeling the wrath of the Lulu tops that we've all come to know and hate. I'm not going to use the know and love term because that's just not true. I'm not going to lie to a broadcast audience like that. But we do see potentially a little bit of aggression on bot lane. The double bandage toss coming in clutch here. Cuddly Dragon gets back in on the engage, forces the flat, but it will be back in. Cuddly Dragon gets flashed on. Wood auto, he doesn't have vision. Oh no, OSU Blue. That name 10 times fast. He's going to try to get the 1v1 against Peekaboo. The healing is enough, and OSU Blue comes out on top, but he gets trade killed immediately. They're going to gift this one to BioGamer. You got to think the Sadamumu is actually going to pick it up. He does not want to do any crying any longer, and it's 2-1 OSU.
He's just there for the assist gold, cashing that in, and then can go ahead and meander his way on over into the river and grab that Rift Herald for himself. Didn't even need to hit that red buff just yet, because he knew he could get that extra gold in the bottom lane. And that's what I was discussing just a few moments ago. Like, just get that level 2 for Blue and Phlox, and just jump on Cuddling Peekaboo. You get the kill, you have the lockdown already, because they would lose that level 1, level 2 experience gap, and you get to punish them immaculately. But because of that a decision to hold back on that, wait for the bottom lane of Minnesota to come in to the lane, and then they go for that trade. It just makes it a little slower, but Schoonmaxter...
He gets out with a nice flash. It was not too shabby in the mid lane by Schoonmaxter. I'm
just going with Schoon right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Schoon.
Too many vowels. I would like to sell one.
Too big of a name. But we did see some of that aggressive pathing by Miz. He was looking for something early, but couldn't find it. Gonna go be back on that reset now, while BioGamer's still out, still clearing.
And this prio here is exactly what we were talking about also, with Miz getting some aggression in this Olaf jungle. Have that priority in the mid lane to not just look for kills, but also look for some vision that sort of pierces into the jungle defenses of OSU. And though you're sort of playing with fire here right now on this Silas, she is just trying to make sure that you can have that pressure to crash this wave, hit the reset, and then potentially not waste a TP when you come back into the lane, and also to force that recall. So both those are going to be coming in. And even though this hover is going to not really bear any fruit, Miz is now down here at a second where maybe he's a little too late, or maybe he's just at the right time where the bottom lane of OSU doesn't know that jungler's there.
They don't, but they're not going to fall for the aggression yet. We got the resets from Schoon and Chico. Not going to really find anything there in mid lane. The aggression still needing to be the name of the game for Miz, I feel like, but he's still just level 4, needs to get back to farming, needs to get back to that clearing so that this dragon stacking can start. I feel like one of the biggest strengths for Olaf as well is that fast clearing is the early pressure he can put on dragons, and the amount of priority they've had in bot lane should allow that.
And mid lane too. Like, you have both bot and mid and prio, but we're gonna have to hold that point because one lane doesn't have prio.
Oh, the slow. He just gets the smack. Oh no. Otherworldly Vortex is just gonna go down here. And he fails the flash. Oh goodness.
No. Learning lesson for everyone. You see that little angle, that elbow there on the river side of that giant stone? You got to be on the bottom side of that elbow, and then you can flash over. That's where you can have just enough space. But because that
Leniency.
information was given over, yes, leniency, but we are being lenient with also this jungle dragon solo as well, because he knew the information that Biogamer's Jarvan was up on that top side. So it's alright. We get this dragon for free then, we take this Infernal for ourselves, and that's where you say it's a little bit valuable for Unworldly to take that L. Sure, he had to use that flash, or it was expended, and he is also having to walk back to lane.
Look at this.
But he's not losing any wave prio, and I think he's pretty okay with that overall event.
The aggression that's being put on right now for Minnesota State, though, they're moving up. They had 3 members hovering around the enemy red jungle. I love that kind of mentality. It's always looking for those plays, those high risk, high rewards. That meanwhile, you see Biogamer back towards top lane, but mid lane, you get the kind of outplay here into the double Emperor's Divide, but Chico has found the better half of it. It will go up.
That's what we call a pro gamer move back in the days. Completely debate them, just slide in with another Azir Shuffle, and wonderful job there from Chico to just take that W in the mid lane by himself and really even up the scoreboard by just a bit. Sure, there's still about 1,000 gold down, but a lot of that is in that bottom lane with the CS discrepancy and that first blood that they are able to win over with that 2-for-1 trade. And to this end, I'm not too worried about Minnesota right now to convert themselves into a mid-game performance. I think with how this state is right now in this bottom lane, you actually try and create a little bit of a freeze for the next 2-3 minutes. Like, prep that freeze for that time to check in to where Peekaboo can sit down in bottom lane, and then you can roam for this Rift Herald. But we're going to have to hold on that
they're sending 4 members and the Cannon Barrage on top of it. OSU Blue, he might have red, white. It might be time to fight, but he's only got 1. And Fluo is the one that gets that kill. He's going to go down afterwards, and that is huge pickups for Minnesota as we're tied 4-4.
Wonderful roams there from Minnesota, tying that up. And though you have Biogamer down here, can't do anything. And there's no objectives here to try and challenge either. Just going to grab those Krugs for himself and then possibly just check out and prepare for this Rift Herald. Because this is where I think now Minnesota can actually create a nice freeze in the bottom lane, and then force 4 members up to the top side to actually look for this Rift Herald and use that to try and get some gold here onto this Sylas and get this lead in the mid lane that he's been able to accrue for himself by himself to a very impressive advantage.
They're looking for the play set up in mid. They do have the flank wrap around. Miz is on the top side. Chico just got back. The back is being started by Shun. It's a bait. The Emperor's Divide back into the wall. That's going to be 1 kill traded, and the outplay goes right back in Shun Maxter's favor.
Trying to think of where he saw him.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's
no. Oh, no. Stop it. Turn your head away from the screen. Mookub gets a kill. There's a TP on top of it now, as well as Miz has joined, and Mookub will get run down. Cub he is, maybe one day, hopefully.
There's
the axe Undertow will be there, and there's the axe to seal his fate. Mookub may get the outplay in the 1v1, but will die to the team effort of Minnesota.
Yep, and 3 members participated on that kill to Peekaboo, so a pretty economically advantageous kill for themselves in that bottom lane. So with all of that being said and done, this being a team deathmatch of a game in this first best of 3, it's looking pretty nice for OSU. Yeah, it's 7-5, but the goal that they're getting from the kills to what Minnesota is getting is by far superior. It's now a 2,000 gold lead, almost 2.5, and hopefully Sylas here can try and make a comeback and get a kill on the blue.
Blue, he does have a good amount of damage. Oh, it's the connection there, and the bullet time on top of it. There's the Wombo combo already coming to fruition here early on in the game. Minnesota find another kill.
So you've made your win conditions now here for Minnesota. You know you need to play through this Sylas, and you need to know that wherever he is, you can win these fights. So start applying it, and this is where they're going for this turret dive, and they're seeing if they can take as much as they can.
Easy. Chico not even going to take very much damage either. Cuddly Dragon nicely taking up the tower. There'll be some turret plates also to Peekaboo.
Yeah, and then 30 seconds until Dragon now as well. So keep both Silas and Misfortune around. You could argue a reset for Cuddly Dragon on the Rakan just because they're low, and just cash in, maybe grab some extra wards and refill up on that, and then move back down and have that priority for themselves. But I'm looking now, how does Ohio State reply? Well, it's either take this Rift Herald right now because you don't need this second Mountain Dragon. You can just 4-stack the Soul at this point and look into this top side. Look at just bullying Unworldly's Gangplank, because he's getting soloed by a Lulu right now, and if you bring a Nazir and a Jarvan into the equation, there's no other way that he's going to be getting out of that situation alive. But this is where I'm starting to disagree with Minnesota playing this team deathmatch style. They're ignoring the the neutral win conditions that they have available for themselves, and they're prioritizing kills, which is that high risk, high reward factor that I was talking about earlier, but it is high risk.
As high risk, Mukub is going to take that risk. Going to try for the outplay, but will not find it. That's going to be the stolen wild growth that seals the deal.
If that wild growth wasn't there, that might have been a 1-for-1 trade because of BioGamer being on that backside. He could have secured that kill. But there we go. Now with all of that information, knowing that Jarvan's on that top side, with him being spotted in the top river, look for that dragon, and this might be a 2-for-1 trade, or 2-for-1 duel that
too quick
could win.
He gets out. I was gonna say maybe he turns that. It's a little bit iffy there. Does have his teammates coming back up. That flash is gonna be nicely used.
Very nicely used indeed. So scaling is still in Ohio State's favor. They can slow this game down. They're still tactically in the lead in the sense of economy, but they need to cash in on it too. They need to make sure that all of that gold that they have had, that was once a 2,500 gold lead, which has been quickly squashed down by Minnesota Silas and Miz, they can definitely look to try and make that advantage for themselves much, much larger. They just need to push into this mid lane, break it open, and make it to where you have Shun really sitting in the far back. But speaking of advantages being looked for,
is this the dragon play? Oh, he gets the bandage toss onto the back. Can't find Peekaboo. Does not have the follow-up there. Hasn't used the curse just yet. Heal will come out from OSU Blue. They're just using ultimates now. Moonlight Vigil, a lot of damage on the Cuddly Dragon as well. The red and white are back to fight. We'll see the grand entrance used on top of the bullet time again. OSU Blue has to go away. Curse is going to be used. It's not going to find anything. Fluo is just dead here. There's no way he's getting out. Blue is flashed on. Blue is dead by Cuddly Dragon. It is catastrophe right now for OSU, but absolute beautiful play for Minnesota State, as Miz is going to find BioGamer. We'll have to flag and drag over the wall.
And Ohio State is getting hasty. They're looking for those plays that are now a little overambitious. Not high risk. They are very high risk at this moment.
Again,
and they're just,
you see this
time
happening.
And time again.
Yep, this will be the third death for Mukub. Maybe. As long as you got TP coming in mid lane, Mukub might be able to actually get out of this one. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's Lulu for you.
Yeah,
should have died, but not could have died.
Darn enchanters. Always enchanting.
Is that what you say?
Not all the time, but some of the times. Man, Shun's really good at that.
That's a lot of damage. Oh no, one more tick. Oh, he wants it. He's not gonna go for it though.
Bet? No, maybe? Okay.
That early damage Azir is ridiculous. Like, this guy, Azir used to be a late game hyper scaling carry. Like, you never could do early. And then, like, sometime in summer, it just started being this, like, early game menace.
Even though it's like that damage is insane, you're up against that 4-0 Silas, though.
You are.
And he has that Everfrost. He's ready to cause some damage. And he didn't have his hijack when he looked for that engagement. So it's very much like you were playing a uphill battle there for Minnesota State. But once that ult's back up, which it is, he can look for that kill, and I do not doubt he will be able to get that solo kill. And at this point, this bottom lane, I had a little bit of a lengthy discussion. Hold that point, Shun's dead.
Cannon Barrage on top of it. TP is going to be way too late. Pico taking damage from the tower. He took so many shots there. Now Mukub has to use the wild growth, but Chico had it right back. BioGamer is here, going to settle the difference and settle the score. That's a shutdown and a big one to BioGamer.
That was very overzealous of Silas right there, thinking that he could go for that 2-for-1, even with that turret
Just getting
sitting on top of
blasted
him.
in the face by the
Yeah.
tower.
Like, yeah, he killed it once Lulu got there, but he was already at 3rd health at that point. But back to the sort of discussion that I had during sort of the spectator delay. So, please stop fighting. I'm trying to make a point. It's this situation of how did this misfortune in Aphelios ADC laning phase go out, right? In the sense of like Blue having that knowledge to trade against this misfortune properly, and with that power trough that Amumu has, how does Minnesota sort of really punish it against them? And overall, it's been Minnesota that's just been in the driver's seat, and we're back in it again.
Big
though
curse.
It doesn't look nice.
There's TP on the backside. OSU Blue does have a lot of AoE right now, but the Ragnarok is popped. Ragnarok is down. OSU Blue gets flashed on by Otherworldly Vortex. Can't do anything. BioGamer is just reaping the rewards right now. Chico is here, though, and he's that scary Silas you were talking about. Cataclysm comes in, and they're wiping the board with OSU. Chico goes back in and just dies to Mukub. Unfortunate. Oh my God, that one parlay did a lot of damage. Or was that the barrel? But unworldly Vortex will get away. The only member really to be able to make it out alive of that scuffle.
Why would you go back in, Silas? Now I'm confused. But I'm also a little confused on the build path that Unworldly is taking with this Gangplank. Yes, Crit Plank is currently the best, but
he like
I
1/3 at Mukub.
Yeah, but he's also not going. He's not going shield bow. He's just going pure lethality, and I kind of understand because of who he's up against. But that's a tanky front line that BioGamer and Fluxon will have later down the line, and to that intention, I just rather see the Immortal Shield bow, just with the additional sustain instead of the Essence Reaver. But we'll have to see how that goes into fruition and how that follows through, as Peekaboo and Cuddly Dragon are hoping to get themselves the first turf for Minnesota's game and hive up that score, because all this fighting still is just somehow Ohio State is coming out on top with the previous team fights.
And Barrage on top of everything. You've got red and blue, but there's the curse on the backside. Gets one kill, but you've left your ADC all alone. And Flu will go down as well. Unworldly Vortex goes on a killing spree from the top lane. And we get the bottom lane dominance from Minnesota.
And even though it's just a dominance, quote unquote, coming from Minnesota, that's a 2-5 misfortune and a 2-6 Aphelios. This is a pretty even bottom lane, and it's been a lot of the jungle and mid lane influence that has been sort of shifting the ebb and flow with this. But I have to look at this tower dive. I was talking about them doing this earlier. At least they're getting it done now.
Unworldly Vortex just in a world of hurt right now. Chico is here. The wild growth, but Chico saves his life. Oh no. Okay, the shutdown goes to Mukub, but BioGamer will die to Cuddly Dragon, who's picked up 3 kills so far. He's tied for second most kills on his team. Maybe also going down another death here if he gets caught out. Miz is in the Rift Herald pit. Shun will go away, and Flu has to walk away as well.
You get this Herald, you drive it home mid lane, break open that shortest lane, because then you give so much privilege. Cuddly Dragon.
Oh,
okay,
that second bandage toss used a little bit early.
But yes, break open this mid lane here for Minnesota, because once you do, it gives you so much privilege and also access to all of Ohio State's jungle from the inside, and then you can start pincing on these side lanes, right? Like, sure, Shun is over here, but we can see Minnesota can dive no matter what with this Silas and with this Olaf. They can run you down and take you out even if you are hiding behind defensive. So breaking that mid is very important to Minnesota's next few minutes of success, and also you don't want to prioritize any of the side lanes to be broken open, because you want to have a safe place for Unworldly's Gangplank, who has been struggling to continue to hold up. That's a Prowler's Claw.
That is a Prowler's Claw. I was about to say it. If you didn't say anything about it, I was going to point it out, but my goodness.
Is this Ross Boomsocks or something? Like, am I in a YouTube video? Like, what's going on? I hope we get added or something. Like, we got to get some kind
Honestly,
of.
At this point, I'm hoping Minnesota win and we get to talk to him. That'd be great. That would be hilarious.
Well, they've got to win 2 games in a row,
yes,
and
they
I think
do.
2 games. with a lethality Prowler's Claw Gangplank.
Well, knock it till you try it. Cuddly Dragon does
I've
get
tried
out
it
barely.
in Earth, and it's
Oh,
not
no.
great. But
Oh, no.
alrighty. I'm sorry,
Oh.
I can't take this top lane seriously
can't
anymore.
take
It's
it.
a
Why
Lulu,
not?
it's a Lulu and a lethality Prowler's Claw Gangplank. At least we have mid lane, which is really interesting. And speaking of that, we're also
OSU,
starting Baron.
Yeah, they're just starting it. I mean, he has the chakrams. He is able to do a lot of damage, and honestly, Minnesota kind of got duped. It's already gone. Unless you get a flash over the wall by Miz.
Oh.
Yeah, it's way too late. Baron's already gone. That's a 21 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, that's just Chakrams Aphelios, man. It's nuts. Just tear things down really, really quickly, and with the collector and a shield bow, you have the sustain to also get out and continue fighting. And I'm looking at the Rift Herald still in Miz's pockets. Where are you putting it? You have less than a minute, I believe.
Gotta be
Well,
mid lane.
About under 2 minutes.
Well, you got
Forgetting how
Dragon
much
coming up
timer
in
is
49 seconds. Maybe they'll be able to
I guess.
utilize the Rift Herald to get something in mid lane while they try to fight over this Dragon. It would be Soul for them on this one.
Yes,
or they
it
could
would be.
utilize it to get a couple towers. They could
Oh,
no!
no.
Chico! Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Leniency, right? Leniency. Flu?
Nah, man. No leniency here right
No
now. That's a
leniency
Powerless Claw
here.
Gangplank. You're playing with that. No leniency.
No, that wasn't
if you're
even
62.
gameplay. That was
I know.
That was
You're on the
Chico.
same team. It's same team
You're on the
pressure.
same team. You all take the blame.
Nonetheless, okay, no. Memes aside, though, this is actually what you said is extremely important. This is that soul point, and you have inside track here in Baron buff for Ohio State. They've got the power play available. They can turn this game completely around. They need to find the pick.
He's completely separate from his team. Just goes in with the Cataclysm. You got Miz on the other side now. Got Mook Cub coming on the back. Chico has gotten the Emperor's Divide. You just set up here. Can Chico get around the side? They are getting poked down to hell right now, and this Baron buff is helping out with the extra resistances. See if they can find. Actually, the first one I don't believe actually has it. But we'll see. Bullet time come out as well. But the Curse completely turns it around, and that's so unfortunate for Minnesota. They were in prime position. They were set up beautifully. Chico even gets a 4-man Emperor's Divide, but it means nothing. It is for zilch. They will lose their entire team and the Dragon.
And this is going to be a parade with the Baron buff from Ohio State to take this mid lane inhibitor. And Miz is not even going to be able to drop this Herald. It's going to expire in his hands as he is gray screen. And that is one advantage that they could have used to help give them some inside track. But also that team fight was very well executed from Ohio State. They found all of the mistakes that Minnesota dropped with the early bullet time, with the misplaced barrels coming in from Unworldly, with how their team was just divided within the jungle themselves. They find the right entry point. Flux on the Amumu jumps in, and they separate the one win condition of Chico from the rest of Minnesota, and they're able to clean house there. Very well done from Ohio State, now jumping up to a 5,000k gold lead. Let's go ahead and drive this one home then for Ohio. I'd say you can go ahead and look at this top side. You have, let's see, I think, well, yeah, Baron just expired instead of that 3-minute mark, so unfortunately they can't use that power play for any longer. Though what they can do is set up lanes to just quickly take that objective once more once it's on the board. Break down these top 2 turrets on the top side of the map. Azir with no teleport means that he needs to stay in at least the mid lane to answer whatever Minnesota State is going to try and drop. And from there on, keep this top lane pressure focus for that upcoming objective. Also, what are you doing, Gameplay?
Yeah, he's 100% dead. Didn't even use TP.
No.
TP when he comes back up. You have the rest of the members here were running up. They got closed in on. So it looks like Minnesota's going to have to go for a fight. Curse the Sad Bobby comes out. Bullet Time going to miss a lot of the members that they needed to, but they've split the fight enough that maybe this is it. No, it's not. It's OSU. We're just going to lay down the Wombo combo, lay down the hurt to take it to Minnesota. Minnesota were fighting every single inch of this game. They did not give up an inch without some blood on it, but Minnesota just can't find it in the later fights, in the later decision making, and OSU will come up with game number 1.
And with only Peekaboo to defend the base and the Nexus turrets, Respawns are coming up. Unworldly is available, though it may
Oh
not
my
be
God,
enough to
he's
stop
just
the
dead.
onslaught.
He's just dead.
It won't be.
Just one
Ohio.
combo. And that's going to be game number 1 going over. 1-0 up is OSU. And they will find themselves on the precipice of continuing that undefeated Swiss bracket run. And Minnesota 1 away from taking their first series loss of the season.
Yeah, and overall, I think Minnesota State and Mankato was actually very impressive through and through. I think
too.
Chico on the side list was very well done. Peekaboo and Cuddly Dragon did a wonderful job in that bottom lane to sort of make it a blow-for-blow situation, which, like we talked about, is evening up the playing field and making it to where, even though there is that skill discrepancy, they always were able to trade 1-for-1 or even 2-for-1 at the very best. And that is progress that I think is really, really good for Minnesota, because going into this next game, they could say, all right, we're not going to give them these really powerful pickups anymore. We understand that we sort of got the second grade version of a lot of the pickups, like you said, in the sense of going for a comparison of the competitive meta at this time. So with all of that, wipe the slate clean, remember what had happened, but say, let's go with comforts. Because I think Chico Silas, amazing job on it. Keep that thing online. I don't think Mrs. Olaf was even an issue either. I think you still played that wonderfully against Ohio. The only issue for me that is very apparent is just fix the gangplank build, man. I don't think the gangplank was an actual problem in itself. It did its own right in the sense of neutralizing the top side of the map, but the build fumbled everything else. You can't team fight, you can't look for picks, you don't sustain, you can't survive in the front line. So from there, just change that build and you might be able to really take this to a game 3 for this series. But for now, Ohio State was able to find all the punishments and make the most out of them to the best of their advantages.
It was a heck of a game, number 1, and we're going to be getting ready to go into game number 2 here shortly. But before we send to a little break, I do got to give a little shout out to LLS, who have been an absolutely incredible sponsor of the NACE Starleague. The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is the global leader in the fight to end cancer. They are the world's largest non-profit dedicated to fighting blood cancer, which is the leading cause of death in childhood cancer or childhood cancer. CSL has teamed up with LLS to raise awareness and support throughout the season with various initiatives. Stay tuned throughout the season for updates on those initiatives and fundraisers in support of LLS, because beating cancer is in our blood. LLS is at the forefront of the fight for curing cancer. Revolutionary new treatments that were not originally discovered through blood cancer research are now being tested in clinical trials and for other cancers through LLS. Join CSL Esports in its effort to support LLS and learn more at lls.org. We're going to send to a little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split. We're getting right back into the action here, going into Game 2 between Ohio State and Minnesota State here very, very shortly. But first of all, gotta welcome back Mr. Mazzell, meet myself and I, and then I've got Coco the Dragon on next to me. And for the audience, welcome back, everyone. But I've got some important news for you. And that important news is the fact that CSL Esports and Prize Picks are running a $25,000 collegiate tournament later this month. I said that right, $25,000. Registration is open now. Go ahead to cslesports.com for more details. And now, Coco, we got to talk about that game number one because it looked iffy. It looked iffy.
Do we, though?
It looked iffy from Ohio State to start us off. But Minnesota State's decision-making as we got further in the game just wasn't on par with OSU's.
Oh.
And they were able to take the game from a couple of clean team fights and objective takes.
And I think this here is probably the best way to define this game. The actual first blood interactions, because it was something that was very bot lane focused. A lot of action was happening down there, and it was more the fact that a lot of the game was going blow for blow, punch for punch with Ohio State and Minnesota, but it was just Ohio coming out on top just barely, whether it's that extra assist, that extra man that's there to help reap the rewards, cash in, see that there's an objective on, get the pings down, and communicate that they can take as much as they can to help sort of create bigger gaps. And from there, that's when they could create these places where it was just a dominant performance around those final few fights where there's really no chance for Minnesota to get out of them alive, and with all members accounted for. And to that end, this is what we expect out of Ohio State, obviously, with their composition and with the skill level that they have. But the fact that it was so bloody, that it was like a 21 to 17 kill game, or 22, 23. I'm just counting with the scoreboard at this point. It's something that it was sloppy in the beginning and really only came to effect when it was more of Minnesota that was being overzealous and that Ohio could punish, right? And playing a team fight that you're not fighting backwards, but you're fighting forwards because you are tripping them. Kind of like that's no spoilers. There's a little bit of a tug of war in a very popular show right now, and it's all about that strategy. And yeah, that's pretty much how that game went. So.
We're just gonna move away from that one. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next wonderful sponsor that we have here representing NACE, Starleague. It is Metafy for all
Yes.
of your coaching needs. I gotta say, for me, being able to be in multiple events that are sponsored by Metafy, it's been really interesting because I myself feel like I struggle so heavily in my mid to late game shot calling, or at least decision making as an ADC.
Yep.
And with Metafy, you can solve those problems. It's just a click and a setup away. Metafy is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. You can get coaches from League of Legends, from any real esport, anything along the lines that has coaches. You can get CSGO, Overwatch. But League of Legends, we're doing that today, so we got to talk about that in specific and my bad decision making in mid to late game. But it also
Yes.
features a powerful replay review tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches for review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame on those replays. I think that's absolutely huge. And you get to choose, as I was saying, from the top coaches in the entirety of League of Legends as well. So go book your session now. Go check out Metafy. They're absolutely awesome. It's been incredible to see their growth alongside a lot of esports, but as well as just how prevalent they've become, because they
Yeah.
are amazing. You get what you pay for. It's absolutely cool.
100%. And I've had a couple friends that I've recommended Metafy for as well, and they have definitely improved. As a matter of fact, I think we've had some people. We had a tournament yesterday, just a group of friends that we played in. That some of them have very much made some leaps and bounds in their progress. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, aside from really pepping up a
Not me
lot of
though.
the sponsors that I actually really enjoy working with, we have to get into game 2. So I'm
We
sorry.
do.
I'm sorry,
We do.
sponsors. Like, we're here for video game now, so we got to do game time. But
We gotta do. But if you want, if you want to get better at the game, you go for
yeah,
Metafy. It's fine.
exactly.
Minnesota State are going to be on the blue side for this second game. Ohio State on the red. Remember, Minnesota State are one game away from being their first lost series of the season. We'll see if they can bounce back, bring us to 3. Thresh and Hecarim, the Shadow Isles duo, banned away here by Minnesota State. You've got Silas and Zinzao banned by OSU.
Yeah, I completely respect the Silas ban there from Ohio State. That is something that I don't think they want in anyone's hands on Minnesota whatsoever. The only other question is, all right, what do you have now to go into that mid lane for Chico? You have Ryze, you have Yone, you have LeBlanc. That all I think are great options. But this is also something that is a little bit of a interesting factor for me, because Chico is also the most inactive player on Minnesota's composition, because they don't really play much ranked, so we don't have much information about them, and a lot of their actual favorite styles of playing is within the ADC aggressive style of Vaynes, the Samiras, the Kaisas that get in your face, the Akalis that also get in your face. And so you think of what they can really build up. I'm waiting for that third pick counter from Minnesota to try and look for that mid lane prio for Chico. But at this moment in time, that Jarvan was that priority pick that they're
Oh
able to
my
grab up.
God.
Same type of execution in a sense of getting that lockdown. And this is a champion that we have not seen in a very long
There's
time
no
to
way.
sell.
That's gotta be a mess up. It's gotta be, right?
I'm checking the chat now. I'm checking for
I
that
mean,
producer.
we'll see. We'll see. We'll get information on that. But I mean, it was waited until the last night. Usually, it was hovered for a while. Usually, those mess ups are things that get changed to immediately. So it could be the Ivor and the Ohio State is rocking out for that second game. They will get the Kaisa as well, who also has dropped a little bit in priority in the ADC pool with all the other choices available. But Kaisa still can be strong in her own right.
Yeah, because like we have still Misfortune on the board, we have Aphelios on the board, we have Varus on the board, which is one of those more competitive acquired tastes, and all of those being available is rather surprising that you go with the Kaisa, right? But the factor for me is that it plays into blue style. That yes, it may not be that competitive preference, and this is where they learned their lesson of saying, okay, cut the crap, let's go with a little bit something more comfortable for ourselves. And this is where, even though he hasn't played it much this season because it's been very much an Aphelios Ezreal meta for himself, Kaisa is one of their old-fashioned blue pickups. He loves the Kaisa, has a very good KDA on it in last season, so wanting to see this come back into the flow for Ohio State is a great pickup, and there's a lot of supports that can still complement with it. That being all said, Minnesota has replied with that Ezreal and Leona.
Yeah, both Nautilus and Leona were banned in the second phase of the last game on the blue side by Ohio State. This time, both open, both picked in the first phase. So a lot of that engage needed by these teams that were somewhat lacking last time around, except for that Amumu, with the double bandage toss, no
Yes,
big
yes,
deal.
yes.
But
Yeah.
the fact that you get this kind of engage, this kind of standard laning down in the bot lane this time around, I find very interesting. But I still, my big thought process here is how are these individual lanes going to play out? We already are getting
Hmm.
very focused bans. Ohio State take away the Aurelia and the Rise. The Azir banned by Minnesota State will be a takeaway from last game. We'll see what their last ban is as well.
So now we have gotten the green light to discuss this pick. It is an Ivern.
Hey,
So this will have a lot of implication on how Ohio State wants to play in in a feeling of now no longer looking for jungle priority and looking for that lane pressure, looking for straight up just we're going to hard focus on a specific lane. Ivern is going to pretty much make a forest within that lane and then just grow from there. And it's
yeah,
something that's so unique to a champion, right? In a sense of you don't get to see it often because it's one of those very risky kind of situations of like a very slow clear and a very inefficient clear in the beginning parts of the game to where he just becomes this oppressive monster that just is
very
everywhere on
true.
the map in the later stages of the game. Now with all of that, you also have to have how that composition makeup is going to be, and the rest of the team needs to figure out what they need to do and how we show those cards.
So I got a theory here. It's gonna
I
be a
like it.
Yasuo. Oh, but no, it's banned away. I mean, I meant Yone for Ohio State. Sorry, and
Okay.
not Yasuo. I looked at
You
Yasuo as the
same.
last ban,
It's
but then
same guy. Don't matter.
But Minnesota State take it away, and that's
No.
huge because the whole setup here for Ohio State was leaning towards one of those types of carries for the mid lane. But they're
Hmm.
not going to find it, and Minnesota State instead will take very, very heavy damage centered composition going into team fights. That I think is a perfect setup for them right now. The Graves will be locked in for Ohio State, and I do feel like Graves right now is so ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
We'll see how that one works out, but I do preliminarily like Minnesota State's composition.
I enjoy Minnesota State's comp a lot more at this point because it's easier execution, a lot of big red buttons to push that are going to be very satisfying when you get them all off together, and you have also a decent way to just hard crush this game if you get it going. So if we're looking at something that is very similar to the previous game of going blow for blow, trading one kill for another, just tidy it up a bit. Make sure it
Yeah.
is a 1-for-1, not a 2-for-1. And this is where your composition can really take this game by storm because there's not a lot that Ohio State can do when they are individual pieces in a fight, right? Because it's like
Yeah.
Graves, yes, very, very strong, but he needs that additional zone control to make sure that he can isolate those targets. And if Gragas and Nautilus are not there to really assist him in that, then you're not going to have that capability for the Kaisa to come and swoop in and be that execute ADC that can be very, very very, very
Yeah.
pop offy, quote unquote, or very big on those resets. And then the Ivern sort of tops it all off in a sense of everyone is going to have that additional enchanter support to help you out. If Graves gets in a
Yeah.
little bit of into the thick of it, the Ivern can help wiggle him out of that. Same thing for Kaisa. Dives in too far, Ivern can help you push back into a place where you're a little bit more comfortable. But it is very crucial on how you get to those places and how you really execute upon it.
Yeah.
Thankfully for themselves, they do also have some good tools of engagement, but not as reliable as that of Minnesota.
And I just think there's a really high bar of execution for both teams here, but I think they're in different ways, right? You
Yeah.
have the team fight execution needed for Minnesota State as you come into the Dragons, as you come into the Baron Pits or Rift Heralds early, right? You're
Hmm.
looking to have a lot of your pieces together because you need that to function. On the other side for Ohio State, I don't mind the individual plays that can come out of Gragas and Graves early in their solo lanes, right? Especially with the help of an Ivern early. You can find advantages that way, and that changes the play style early on for both teams, but you can especially look for Ohio State to get those early advantages to snowball. And you have a good team fight as it comes to a whole later, but I feel like it's more important for Ohio State to have strong lanes as they go into those objective setups and things
Yeah.
along those lines early on.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can't sit and wait in this game. You need to make some blood really
Where on the other
flow
side, I feel
fast.
like if you get a couple good flanks with the Kennen, like you save up for Ezreal getting good into the late game, and then Kennen comes in with a flank, and it's over with the
Yeah,
Yone on top of it. So like it's a very different approach to a similar, I guess, execution bar
yeah,
needed for both teams.
yeah. There's a little bit more flexibility within Minnesota when they do have poor laning phases. Um, But if you start to fall behind in later stages of the game, where it's something that you've already hit your power spikes and you've botched a couple team fights, or a skirmish went wrong, or you haven't set up your side lanes properly, the Kennen is the only one that I can see that can properly address those side lane or those wave management issues,
Yeah.
because he's the only one that can clear that fast and can take care of those situations. So on the other side of Ohio State, like you've got Gragas, you've got Graves, and those two in themselves can really blow some wave management sides up, but they don't want to be in those waves too long, because like you said, they want to
Mhm.
get those early games going, or that early advantage going, and really make sure that they can just sort of find the shortest lane and then blow it wide open.
Now, I hate to focus more on Ohio State's composition here, but the Ivern itself. Talk to me a little bit about that. Obviously, smooth brain play by play over here, but
Well, we haven't seen it
in
in
what
such a long time,
it
so
that's what I'm saying, and I just want to theory craft here a little bit because of that, and I want to lean more into that conversation I was talking about, where like that early presence in lane can be really important for the Graves and Dragons to get a lead in those fashions. But as a whole, Ivern is a very interesting choice to tie into a composition, and also itself takes a lot of execution to do so.
what are you more worried about, the Gragas or the Ivern?
I mean, if they had a Yasuo, it'd be both. But I feel like I'd be a little bit more worried with Gragas. I mean, we saw it a little bit today at Worlds, as well. But I just feel like AP Gragas right now is so strong.
Because like you're going up against that in the top side, right? And then like Kennen won't be able to fully bully you out. It's sort of that
Yeah,
awkward situation of, yeah, Kennen can throw those shurikens at you and poke you, and then we'll be able to make sure that you're always going to have a hard time going up to melee the wave. But Gragas barrels can just hard close in, sort of create that freeze situation right next to your turret, and then just keep spamming barrels and clear out waves from there. It's not going to be as efficient, of course. Like you are sacrificing a lot of resources
hmm,
to stay safe health wise, but that's where it's that whole sacrifice of saying, let's focus elsewhere on the map. Like we know Kennen is going to be that winning lane. We need to know that their biggest win condition is going to be this Yone on Chico. So let's get this offline. Ivern hard focus it. I'm going to free this lane and make sure that I'm always calling out missing Kennens when they are happening, and then
yeah,
play for objectives and play for those fights, to where, like you said with the AP Gragas, just straight up look for that backline, blow up that Israel as fast as possible, and then from there, the rest of the team's going to be playing a 4v5 advantage and maybe have a really good success. But it's a little bit more difficult to execute. Still, in
yeah,
my opinion, when it comes down to those early skirmishes and so on. But with how Ohio State has been pathing, it kind of neutralizes, because they have had
yeah.
that upper hand of collapsing on those fights and collapsing on those objectives just a hair faster in the mid game comparatively to that of Minnesota.
Well, and that's where I want to tie in the first game, right? We have already seen the first game between these two teams, and Minnesota State actually came out swinging in
Hmm.
that first game, and they were in the driver's seat, at least in tempo, for a lot of that. They had priority in mid and bot lane. They were able to get objectives early. It came to later game decision making, lane assignments, and especially fight calling around those objectives that was their downfall. But if they can continue to have that strong early game against Ohio State and clean up that later game shot calling, that's where Minnesota State thrives. And with this composition, I feel like they're set up for that a little bit more. They just got to thrive through that and survive through that early game.
Very true. Early game is still a very important part of this current season as well. And though I feel like this bottom lane is going to be a very big centerpiece of a lot of non influential factors, it is that one option that is just out there that makes everyone feel a little bit more attracted to it, right? Because it's like Chico, 100% win con for Minnesota on this Yone, but can sort of gain those advantages by himself. So it doesn't
Mhm.
put as much weight on Minnesota to really pressure that mid lane as much, just to be there as more of a guard duty, and that you can counter gank when you need to. And you can focus onto this bottom lane, get those dragons going, get that scaling online. And then from there, make sure that you have that second win condition of this Ezreal to really make sure everything is all oiled up and running. But we're now onto the Rift, and we're running for a potential 5v5 in the bottom lane.
Could be. You got a weird wraparound here by Miz, but it looks like he'll be walking back down. This is actually going to turn into a 5v5. I can't wait. Get ready for the fight. Miz is not here, though. He's going to be here a little bit late, but here comes the 5v5. Already flews down. First blood goes over to Chico. Who's going to flash? Everybody's going to be flashing soon. Here goes Blue. He's going to be in some trouble. Wants to flash over the wall. Does get it, but a double kill goes to Chico. And that's 2. Can they make it 3? The flashes are starting to continue it. Triple kill for Chico. You said he was a win con. Well, here you go. This is the start you need.
Yo, I'll see you in 15 minutes, Menzel. We're going to game 3. I'm just... That's it. That's the tweet, man. Send it. What an insane performance. Getting 3 kills, all onto that. Getting the, of course, like you're sitting in the bush. There's not much that this level 1 could do here for the side of Ohio State. Like, yes, they're running in. Yes, they're trying to do something cheesy. But there's really no point to do it together. And you don't... It's just... I think they were just they're just expecting a one-man defense from Cuddly or Peekaboo to be there, and then they would be just able to burst that person out, dip in, dip out. But that wasn't the case, and Minnesota really gave them a run for their money. And from this stage on, we can have a little bit of a discussion of saying, okay, let us pretend that that didn't happen. That we are just looking for how these two junglers are going to interact with one another, and you're looking still at how this Ivern is going to be pathing around, because he has this awkward situation of having to prime all of the camps, get them all ready, and then cash in on them later. But we're looking at a cash in on bot lane right now too.
They ain't slowing down. I said maybe they'll look to scale, maybe they'll look to get to late game. Nah, that ain't it. It's early game for Minnesota. They go up 4 kills with an early gank from Miz.
I don't even think Miz participated in that kill. He just walked in and said hello.
Just said hi.
Push Nautilus away. Just push Flux off.
They almost were able to get Flux as well.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you know, flashes exist still.
Yeah. So this is also a little sad part of Ivern as well, is that he is slightly slower in the beginning stages because, like I mentioned, you have to prime everything up. And you also need to make sure that you have a smite available for the Rift Scuttle, because you don't want to just let that thing sit there and prime the entire time. You need to just go in.
They're going to fight here, though.
I don't know if I agree with this. You have no Prion. Well, you have Prion with top lane, I suppose, but your Ivern, you don't trade too well. You need that additional someone to be there to give you that damage. There you go. Biogamer's going to go ahead and get that Rift on the top side of the map. And Miz now has to ask himself, do I just run straight down to this Rift Scuttle and make sure he doesn't get that double scuttle? Or do I just do a full clear of my jungle and allow him to potentially prime that camp and take that scuttle away from me as well, to where that gold difference or that gold advantage that Biogamer has on this Ivern is going to be very large in the early stages of the game, and might be enough to really cause some chaos here in this mid-river.
Can I just say that Ivern is so fast, like just walking through the jungle? It's actually kind of crazy to see how quickly he was able to get down here to the scuttle, and as you say, attempts that double scuttle crab.
His base movement speed is rather high. Also, you have Riverwalker and Celerity as well.
Exactly.
So it's just like, what? If Observer could click on Ivern for a minute, I think his move speed is like 365 or something, which is really fast. But
he's gonna die now, maybe though. So maybe they'll be chopping down the tree for the first kill of OSU. But that was a very nice flash over the wall from Biogamer.
That would have not been the first kill for OSU. That would have been the 5th kill
for first death for Biogamer. But Miz actually swoops in to get the Scuttle Crab, so it will not be double scuttle today for Biogamer. But OSU still looking for their first in on the game.
Yeah, maybe that's the handicap we're looking for. Everyone gives a death over, and then it's like, all right, now it's an even game. We can look for something, because that's one of the other big questions, right? Of how much can you gain from these advantages when you do get kills, when you take people off the board. And although, like, all the kills, it's been 5 minutes into the game and there's been 4 kills. You can't do much in 5 minutes. You can't just be like, all right, cool, we killed bot lane, let's go Dragon. Like, Dragon's not up at that moment. Like, Dragon just spawned like a couple seconds ago, so we need to wait out, get our first recalls in, get to a place where it's like, all right, now we have a phage on Peekaboo. Now we have a Noon Quiver and a Vampiric Scepter on Chico. Let's go for this Dragon now. Let's look for this Rift Herald. And so that's where it gives Ohio State some time to see if they can look for a comeback. They're looking for one here in mid.
They're going to get the stun down. The combo is going to come down. The CC is there, and the shutdown's going to go over to Shun. One more shot in the shotgun.
Huge shutdown there, and a great roam from Flux to make sure that they can guarantee that kill.
That was good timing.
And from there, I see that cash-in coming in from Chico. That is a Berserker Grease into double longsword and the ingredients for a Noon Quiver. So a little bit more aggressive, not as sustaining, but I think he's reconsidering his options.
There he goes.
You gotta sell the Berserker Greaves if you want that Noon Quiver and Vampiric Scepter, or the Vampiric Scepter and the recipes. So I would say that I would rather go for the Vampiric Scepter just so you can deal with the ranged harassment, and then it makes you a little bit more dually. But Berserker Greaves helps him roam around a little bit faster, and of course the attack speed cooldown on his Q makes it a much more of a volatile state. So just a Baker's choice at that moment, but also
look how quick he is.
Look
how fast he is. He's just here. He's so fast. It's gonna be Cuddly going down potentially here. The heal does do a lot, but he's already fallen into the trap of the Alco Gamer. Blue taking a lot of damage on the backside of it, though. You got TP coming in. Also, Miz is here. You got TP finally coming in. TP's everywhere, but the Maelstrom's too early and too hot. There's the flag and drag. Bio Gamer will go down as well. Peekaboo securing their second kill of the game. Everybody showing up bot lane except for Mookub, and it is still Minnesota who comes out on top.
Minnesota grabbing those kills for themselves. They had already taken Dragon a couple minutes ago, but that doesn't mean that you can grab nothing else. There is that Gromp that has respawned, but they don't know of that one, so they'll say, let's just grab the Scuttle, go ahead and get some additional wards, see if we can pressure this bottom lane a little bit more, and try and bite off more than we can chew. And that might just be the case, but that was a great ward from Shun to make sure that Chico is in that bush in the river. Now it's a question of how do you get back to your mid lane, and Chico and Miz, they might be staying around a little bit too long. They don't have ultimates anymore to try and challenge this, so you're wasting a little bit of time, but there's not enough members here yet from Ohio State to really throw you off your hill.
Oh, they're going for the fight, though. This is turning into a 4v4, but it's already in Minnesota's favor as they get a double kill off the back of it and onto Miz. Blue trying to do as much damage as he can. Flashes over the wall. Does get out, but Chico's looking for blood. He's level 6. He just wants the slice, and that's it. That's one more down. 9-2 in kills. And Shun, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. He's going to get out as he walks down to his bot tower, but still, Minnesota are putting on dominating performance here in this early game. That's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, and it is all off of the back that they read the level 1 invade from Ohio State. They were able to get those 3 kills. They're able to get this place where these lanes are neutralized, and even with that first recall advantage that they just have the straight up stat check win over OSU, they've been using it to a great effect. Only question now is how does Ohio State feel that they can come back, because they're only 2,000 gold behind, just under that 3,000 gold mark, and Chico, man, he is making sure that he is not in this mid lane whatsoever, and he's looking for
Oh no, that's a bad call for Mookub. He misses the cask as well, and there you go. Your fate has been sealed. Mookub goes down. A little bit of over-aggression from OSU.
the one lane that had still been stable in that top side. So I respect Ohio State for trying to risk something there. Oh, with the Chico roams, it's very difficult to do anything right now. And I think just Chico is popping off left and right in this series so far. His Silas is just dominating in the first game, even though they did take that loss. This Yone gets a 3-kill advantage at the very beginning, and he is using it to the maximum that he possibly can.
Oh, I thought Cuddly Drag was going to fall for it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's close. There's a...
Oh, no, he didn't get the flash. He didn't get the Hex flash off. Oh, no. It's fine. Sorry. I just took away from your entirely big brain point for that.
I was... That point was wrapping up, and it's something that we needed to make sure we had our eyes dropped on this bottom lane because it is still a do-or-die situation. Though... Peekaboo is going for the Divine Sunderer, but we're going to, again, have to hold on. Look back at mid. Chico.
Walking up with the shotgun. There's a lot of damage done, but can BioGamer get the lockdown needed here? Daisy is going to connect, but Miz has gotten the Cataclysm onto Shun. Now the damage onto Miz is a lot. True Shot Barrage snipe from across the map, though. And now BioGamer is all by himself against the Yone. He's got Daisy. Is it going to be enough? No. The flash out, beautifully done. One more auto, but Daisy can't get it. Daisy goes down. Daisy can't get the play, but Moo Cub, can he? Not going to connect yet. And there we go. The burn onto BioGamer. The smite, the heal, the enough damage. An unworldly Vortex gets the kill. Tragedy strikes yet again for Ohio State.
Oh, just all the people are at the right times there for Minnesota State to come in and make sure that that gank onto Chico was into absolute disaster. And it all started with just BioGamer trying to get that kill. Isn't able to get it in time. Chico is able to stay alive long enough for Miz to jump in, isolate Shun away from that Yone. And then Cuddly Dragon roams up for the assistance. And of course, Moo Cup, unfortunately, does do that exploding cast over for Cuddly Dragon to get in range for the Ignite and make that kill possible onto BioGamer. And from here, it's just a run and right. So there's nothing that I think Ohio State can do to bring this game back.
Shoemaker might be. Oh, fail flash from Cuddly Dragon. That's going to be a shotgun shell to the face. The Cuddly Dragon not looking so cuddly anymore. That will just be the 4th kill for OSU while it's 14 strong for Minnesota State. Maybe missing up just a little bit. He's half his health bar taken out, but he'll be okay.
At this point, Ohio State is in a position of just in the passenger seat. They cannot get out of the car unless Minnesota stops it and causes like some mistakes to happen. Because you're too far ahead on this Yone. Like he will 1v1, 2v1 if you want. The Ezreal is being left to his own devices to just power farm. Has a Divine Sunder, will completely dominate in the side lane whenever he so chooses. And Kennen is 2-0. Like Unworldly is having a really great time. Thankfully, it's not a Prowler's Claw Gangplank this time around. It is actually on a champion and a build that is very, very powerful. So I don't know, Mazel. Like this was Ohio State's doing by being a little bit over-aggressive, but Minnesota has read them like a book, and it's just a complete reverse situation of that game 1.
It definitely is. It not reverse so much, but as like a better ending to the first game so
for Minnesota. They got
because they got the early advantage last time too. They just couldn't hold on to it. But this time around, it seems like cresting over the 13-minute mark, they've got a firm hold of the game. Question is, how firm is that hold? You've got so much damage from Peekaboo right now. Coming over the top as well. Mystic Shot connect. Can't get Fluid just yet. He goes forward, tries to get it. One more, that's it. Peekaboo gets his 4th kill of the game.
And he'll drop through just for security there as Ohio State retreats beneath their turret. Minnesota gonna take whatever they want. I'm looking at Shun in that mid lane. He is getting pinged on. He knows he needs to fall back. But at least Ivern was able to grab his blue buff. He could donate it, but I don't think Ohio has the flexibility to look for that.
Fate Sealed. Shun is actually pretty strong there. He did a lot of damage to Miz. Yeah, Chico is ridiculous right now. 7-1 on the Yone.
Fortunately, is he going to get to that blue buff in time? I think he will. Okay, he went ahead and grabbed it on Shun, so he doesn't really need to recall anymore. He's got that lifesteal and Omnivamp from the Eclipse to heal himself back up. Oh, Chico, you're a little greedy, my man.
There we go. He is, but BioGamer almost just dies. There's the depth charge used. Shun is here as well. Shotgun shells do a lot of damage. The shield bow has been popped. How much healing you're going to get? Oh, BioGamer almost died. Getting very, very low from that. But Chico actually gets re-engaged by Fluo, and then Moo Cub comes in. So, honestly, very interesting finish to that play for Chico.
That is one accident in the car right now for me. Yes, Ohio State is still in the
car's still
seat.
driving strong, but there was just one little accident.
That was a big curb check. Like, you're turning the corner, and like you're not used to driving a big like Ram 15 to 3500, and you just like check
just add numbers.
You're like,
it's fine. We got TP flank coming in as well. Soon, just trying to continue to make plays. OSU about to get outplayed though. Peekaboo gets out with a beautiful timed arcane shift, but it doesn't matter as OSU Blue comes in the end with the Gale Force.
All right, second curb check. People are getting a little bit too
This is a bumpy ride. We're bumping all over the place right now. It's just a little bumpy.
Yeah, just a bumpy. Maybe it's the road. I don't know. Hopefully the road works ahead, but nonetheless.
They live in LA. It's definitely the road. Anyways.
The construction on the 10 is so bad right now. It's insane.
We don't need to be talking about construction on the 10. We got a game of League of Legends ahead of us, and OSU have started to claw some resources back for themselves. You've still got to be careful, though. The setup, the team fight for Minnesota is where they are strong. They've been just getting early advantages because they've been giving them as OSU. They've been getting caught in situations and being capitalized on by Minnesota, but they still have this strength, Minnesota does, as the late game team fight can unfold for them.
Of course, right? And this isn't one of those situations of OSU giving a handicap over. This is straight up Minnesota had found those advantages, and now they're getting complacent. They're getting greedy. They're trying to just say, we're in the driver's seat. We're going to continue to just dominate you. It doesn't matter if you have 3, 4, or 5 members. We're going to kill you. And they're not checking their numbers. They're not looking to see really how well Ohio can really deny those kills away from people.
Bringing out Daisy. Really wants the scuttle crab there.
I think that Daisy was more of a counterplay of saying, like, all right, we have this additional tool here to make sure that if Chico tries to jump in on us, it'll be that additional lockdown to deny everything. But they are
They're not
forced
actually
away.
going to fight.
No, like Ohio State should not fight at this moment. They just need to find picks. They need to find disadvantages, and I think this is where Minnesota, those two.
They're not going to do the Rift Herald.
Wait, why are you? Oh, the dragon. Okay, so there's
the dragon.
I don't know if I agree with this with Minnesota, because now they're just being tucked around.
Rift Herald was already half health there as well, but they just feel like the play is important. Daisy goes down, and instead of the Rift Herald,
and then they go for Rift Herald.
Minnesota will get their dragon soul point.
So that was Ohio just tugging Minnesota around, checking what the priorities were. Though you do not have a very tanky dragon at this moment. It gets squished down pretty quick, so maybe Ohio State chose the wrong choice.
I don't know about this. This is going to be a fight. Solar Flare comes out.
I think they can
Rift
get out.
Herald goes down.
They can get out.
Miz is coming around here. Yeah, they'll be able to get away. Unless, you know, the Force comes out as Maelstrom is used. Cataclysm now separating the fight from Miz. Chico goes over the wall to face Seal, but can't get as much damage as you want. Still a lot of damage potential from OSU as they could clean up the fight here, but look at the damage the Mystic Shots do from Peekaboo. You've got so much coming out from them. Peekaboo finds a kill, and this is huge. The turnaround for Minnesota as they overextend for the fight, but somehow still come out on top.
And that's just a straight stat check there, Mr. Mizell. The fact that you are being tugged around by Ohio State, trying to pick and choose which neutral objective you want to prioritize. You choose the dragon. Ohio rushes for the Rift Herald. You try and get that additional fight after they take the objective to continue your lead and continue a snowball. And if this game was dead even, that might have just been an Ohio win because of how that scattered that fight was. But because you have a 5-1 Ezreal and a 7-2 Yone who just have way too much damage at this moment in time for their own right, Ohio loses that. So overall, that was very well played from them. It's just unfortunate that they are just in such a disadvantage at this time. But Minnesota, I'm looking at this right now, 5,000 in the lead. I need to see some turrets gone. I need that bot turret gone. I need this top turret being sort of battered down by Yone right now. You have double TP advantage. I want to see that used, and I want to see that 5k gold lead go to 10.
This point has nothing to do with the game. I'm going to give a huge shout out to OSU Blue throwing up the EDG emote, giving us our best, or his best Viper impression. At least we'll see if he can pull it out here for the team, though, because as the pressure mounts for OSU with this lead that Minnesota has gotten, with these towers falling, with the objectives getting oh so important as the time goes on, you got to be really careful about what fights you take and potential catch-outs early on. You've got the Rift Herald now available for Biogamer, and how do you utilize that without overextending? Maybe Kiko gets caught out, not going to. But you've got to find a way to utilize this, get the most bang for your buck at this point in time to get some of that gold back.
20-minute mark. Baron spawns, so that is another consideration that Ohio will have to take into effect, because Minnesota's team can shred that Baron rather quickly. at 20 minutes. So get that vision control. Look for a place that Minnesota cannot threaten you, and continue to find these picks. Shut down these carries. There's no shutdown gold, but as long as you can get gold into the pockets of your carries, onto Shun and onto Blue,
no.
then you can look for something powerful. This is a greedy
He's
recall.
backing.
This is another great pick from Ohio.
This is a huge pick from Ohio. Pico. Oh, wait. Flu? He's still going to get the
That's
kill.
the advantage.
And the healing is insane. You get the kill back. Flu missed up his flash with the dredge line. Meanwhile, mid lane's going down. Minnesota able to find resources where they can get a trade back for the pick kill.
You know the next item that BioGame is going to get on the Ivern has to be a Chemtech Putrefier. Like, he needs to get that heal cut against an Ezreal and a Yone. That's almost assured that you need to grab that. Yeah, even the Jarvan, like, yeah, he doesn't have much, but just enough to sort of get that heal reduction down, make these picks a lot easier for you to execute on, and then from there, it's like, all right, cool, you're just another enchanter. Putrefier into Redemption, maybe you grab a Knight's Vow just because it'll help you out, but honestly, I'd say at that stage, just continue on that sustained game. Maybe, like, you don't... Thankfully, you don't need to get Staff of Flowing Water, so that's an extra item slot that is left open because all of your threats are really just AD. Yes, the AP Gragas is great, but he doesn't need that extra 20-40 ability power that you're going to be getting from the Staff of Flowing Water to really get any of those picks.
Oh, Blue can't land a dredge line, but they still can't land the cask either.
Oh,
He's got the Everfrost on top of Cuddly Dragon. He is so tanky, but not going to tank up much longer. Shun Maxter gets the kill. OSU on the board before this dragon spawns. 30 seconds, they get it. Blue goes over the wall there as well. He might not have meant to click that. Has to use the Spider-Man dredge line to get away. True Shot Barrage not going to get the kill. But immediately, Minnesota are back to even, back to in front of the dragon, and they're fighting for their soul right now.
I'll have to say that was definitely a slight misclick there from Flux, because you did not want to try and jump in onto that so deep.
That's it. That's the soul. They just can't go for it.
Yep. I guess that cost him the fight. That's unfortunate.
Oh,
where are you
Chico.
going, Chico? Chico, that's a little greedy.
Chico. Oh, Killer Instinct. They're
Blue.
just committing for it. What? They just got the
Wow.
Mountain Soul. They're just fighting. Oh, no. Now they've baited Pile Gamer and Shun right back in. You got Cuddly Dragon coming up behind. They just want to continue to fight this. The next flash comes over the wall. They do connect, but now Cuddly Dragon on the backside has changed things up just a little bit. Shun gets one, but Flukes is just going to be taken out again by this dominant Ezreal for Peekaboo.
And Shun is
Shun
nowhere
is dead,
left to
100%.
run. He is goner. He could maybe... No, he can't make 1-for-1. Man, those Mystic shots hurt. Look at this now. Jeez, you got the Mountain Soul. All right. There's
It was on the
nothing
edge
left on
of
the
this
board.
last game. We thought maybe OSU was just going to throw the game.
No.
Here we are, game number 2. Minnesota got a lead early, have not stopped. Now at 6,000 gold.
They've had the curb checks a couple of times for sure. They've gotten greedy. They've gotten to overstay. But Ohio has punished them enough to continue to relearn their lessons, and then they get back on track, and that's where we just see Minnesota dominating. And it happened at that Dragon Soul. It's going to happen at this Baron again. There's not enough members here from Ohio State to contest, so this is going to be a power play for Minnesota. It might actually be an ace because Ohio, they're going to take the fight to them.
They are 3,000 health on the Baron. BioGamer over the wall. Can he get it? Cass goes over. A lot of damage being done. He goes over the wall. Who's going to get it? BioGamer's already down, so it's got to go over to the team that has dominated the entire game. Minnesota State going to wipe the literal floor with OSU. Ace comes in, and they are smashing game number 2.
And the only member to fall for Minnesota is Chico Zione, who is 11-5 and did a massive setup to get those kills and to guarantee that ace. And the rest of Minnesota deciding to go down this mid lane to break this turret open and potentially inhibitor. But look at the respawn timers here. 10 seconds until blue spawns. So they will be able to look for that inhibitor turret, but they won't have the time to look for that inhibitor entirely. And even this turret will be a little bit risky. Thankfully for themselves, you also have Unworldly, who got up to this top side, is going to get you another turret. So that's 2 turrets for themselves already off of this power play. And that is where we're starting to see that gold gap widen. I wanted that 5K to go to a 10K, and we've gotten just that.
Exactly that. I just love that this is unfolding for our first series, that this insanity is about to take hold. That the fact, like, I'm just gonna call it out right now. Ivor's not the play. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know what happened early on, but OSU were not able to find the same sticking power that they found in game number 1. And Minnesota have just leveled up their decision making from that game number 1. They look a lot better in the decision making as we've gone into this later game.
And I'm not agreeing with the itemization once again, Mazel. He went Ardent Sensor instead of Chemtech Putrefying. Like, whose attack speed are you increasing? Just Kai'Sa's. That's it. Graves doesn't benefit from that. Like, just get the Putrefier, get Heal Cut so you can deal with Chico and Peekaboo easier, and boom. You now have people who you're shielding constantly that have Heal Cut. Congratulations. But now you're just running into a place where no one has Heal Cut on your team against a Yone. Like, what are you doing? This is a place where, at this moment, game is almost forfeit because of the mistakes that have happened, and with how dominant Minnesota has just been pressing on those advantages as well. Yes, they've been greedy. Yes, they've had those mistakes, but of course, leniency. We have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They are the underdog in this story of the series, so overall, Minnesota making a real impressive run so far.
That's what I love about this. That's like, even if, you know, this is a different draft, this is a different approach from OSU, they're flexing things a little bit more. It does not take away from the fact that Minnesota are taking to a team that's so high, that's pretty far above them in the rankings. And the fact that we do get to see them putting this push on in game number 2, yes, we did just see a catch out by Cuddly Dragon and maybe a little bit of an overextension, but this game has been a statement against OSU now as they take all of the inhibs because they can.
5v5, this is the final stand for OSU. Will they make it out, or will this be the end of it for just a little while?
It's gonna be a back out.
Guess no power play anymore for Baron, which just means, yeah, you just wait for the Elder Dragon in 1 minute, and then you can close it out.
Yeah, just a little bit late on the backing and setup for the Elder Dragon, but it's still gonna be timed just right? Like, you would like to get there about a minute ahead, but being there at all ahead before the enemy team is fine, as long as you get that setup, as long as you can control the chokes, because that's where this team has been thriving this game and forcing OSU into making decisions they are not comfortable with.
Right. And even though it does feel late, like, there's not much that they need to take from the jungle, and there's no resources in the lanes that they need to prioritize. This is a very small setup that they need to do. Even they had vision control before, so there you go. Elder Dragon's yours if Ohio State decides to fight for it or not. And I see 2 people topside for Ohio, so this is definitely a
They've got
Minnesota
a double super
Elder
minion wave coming in, so like there's really
yeah.
like Mukub has to respond. Does have TP, but we've talked about it pretty much all game long, how quickly they take these objectives. Now that they've stacked up so much, it's all done. I mean, it's already half health. Nobody can come over here. The Elder Dragon will be secured. Minute and a half to Perrin. Do we see Minnesota push for the end with all the double super minion waves? It does look like that's going to be the case. It's going to be a bumpy ride in the end for OSU here as we finish out game 2.
At this point, yeah, you should just push for the end. I feel like your team can just tear those turrets apart, and with the Baron buff or not, you have double supers. Here we go, Mazel. This is us going to game 3.
Yeah, we're going to... This is the first time we've gone to game 3 in our first series. I'm very excited. We'll see what happens. Cuddly Dragon, maybe the martyr yet again. Yeah, he's dead. Either Cataclysm re-engage from Miz. They're taking up towers like heck, but Chico is back in there. He has the Elder Dragon, and he will be doing damage. As you see Peekaboo backing up the rest of the team. There goes one more flap of the wings. Mook makes it out alive, but for how long? As here comes Chico. He wants one last burn. He can't get it, but here it comes in the end. One more tick to shut down the game, and we're going the distance for game 1. Series 1.
And game 3 we go. And game 2 was very much a massive a massive reading from Minnesota, just seeing that level 1, reading exactly what Ohio State wanted, running right into the trap of Minnesota and giving 3 kills over to their hypercarry of Chico on that Yone. And from there on out, it was very much just Ohio grasping at straws, scrambling for some sense of control in this game. They were never able to find it. And which to me is a lot of Minnesota just punishing time and time again on Ohio's oversteps and having a composition that really worked well in a sense of being that beneficial big hit, big red button, smack that, just go and pick the right target, and boom, game's over. Yes, they got greedy. Yes, they got a little bit hasty at sometimes, but they learned their lessons fairly quickly and they got back on track really fast, where Ohio State never had a massive chance in this game. So well done to them going and taking this to a game 3 as being an underdog.
Very excited to see what unfolds for game number 3. I got to step away, take a little break, but we'll be right back. We'll see the penultimate game of this best of 3 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV action. Got Ohio State and Minnesota State going at it in a lengthy full best of 3 series for the first time of the season. Very excited to be getting into game number 3. But first, we got to talk about game number 2 and Minnesota State's comeback.
Do we really have to talk about game 2, Lennon? Do we really?
I think
so. It was a stomp.
I think so.
It was dominating. No, as much as, here you go. Here's game 2.
You're just gonna leave it there like that? Here's game 2. Show some replay clips.
That was game 2. Like, I don't know. Like, I really, honestly, there's not much else to say because of how Minnesota was just able to take control of that game. Like, Chico on the Sion is absolutely insane, and the fact that you give him 3 kills at the very beginning means that this game is pretty much almost like impossible to come back to, because if you're just using a reference of game 1 as your true neutral, of being like, okay, in true neutral, OSU barely pulls it out, but is able to always find the better advantages against Minnesota. You give Minnesota a 2,000 gold lead within the first 3 minutes of the game, that definitely changes the favor of a hard stomp coming over from Minnesota. And I just think that there is a little bit of a discussion of was there a little bit of composition experimenting going on in OSU's ranks. Potentially, it is a Ivern, which I have not seen in a competitive spotlight for, I'd have to say, 2 years?
Long time.
Very long time. So, to that end, you give a little bit of a safety net to OSU, saying, look, you're playing a riskier composition. Sure, you've got a little bit of comfort picks of saying you've got the Kaisa in Blue's side of the court, and of course you have the Nautilus as well. But the top end is still very flaky, and could pop some questions up here and there. But from there on out, I think it's just go back to that true neutral state. Don't do anything risky on Ohio's side, and just straight up beat them man-to-man. You know that you can beat them man-to-man. You know you can challenge them on. The only big question is, how do we shut down Chico? And that's where it's just a lot of the focus is going to be in those pick and bans. Deny the Yone, deny the Rise, deny the Silas, and from there, everyone else felt almost bite-sized, felt it's like they were able to be taken care of fairly easily, even with the overdrafting domination that had happened for them in game 2. So, heading into game 3, let's see how much they do change up.
We will have to see. Minnesota State will still be on the blue side. Ohio State on the red again. Same bands coming across. We got the Lulu, Hecarim, and the Thresh banned away by Minnesota State. Silas, Jarvan, and Amumu by Ohio State.
And very, very fast first phase of the draft there. They know exactly what they want and what they don't want.
They're just going to run it back, honestly.
Well, the Jarvan was the first pick this in both Game 1 and Game 2, so that's not available. But so Xin Zhao, which was banned in both Game 1 and Game 2, is available, so they'll go ahead and take that. I'm curious to see what that would do for Ohio State, because you're saying, all right, so Xin Zhao's up. You could take Trundle, you could take Olaf, you could take... Heck. You can't take Viego because you'd lose that. Oh, that's a good idea. That's not too bad.
The Nocturne is locked in. Yeah, so
and it's a good flex too.
Not too shabby as their early draft. We'll see what they pick up for number 2, though. I still really like the opening of the Xin Zhao for Minnesota State. I think it leaves open so many doors for you, but going to the Nocturne, a little bit more iffy, especially if it's going to the jungle lane. If it's going to the jungle position, it's a lane in itself. But that's what I find very interesting going into this, as the Tristana is also locked in for Ohio State.
And those are both really good flexes. Technically, Nocturne can go top or mid or jungle. Tristana can go mid or bot, respectively. So you have some places where Minnesota's popping some question marks, saying, okay, where exactly are these pieces going? And this is also, again, into that avenue of approach of saying, we don't play these champions much in a sense of solo queue focus, but we do have some practice on it, and we do expect us to play it because it is a very strong competitive pick. So it's a question of where they're going to drop that, right? Though Yon was not banned, Minnesota's saying, hey, what if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Full send that. Now, is Xin Zhao and Yon very complementary to each other? Yes and no. It makes you lock down. You have a lot of damage as well. But as a 3-pick Kennen, this is where it's just a straight wonderful first part of the draft. You have, sure, the side lanes are quote unquote blind picked because Nocturne and Tristan were flexes, but they have very little counters or like true hard counters to themselves in their lanes. So you get comfortable picks, something that they were successful on in the past game. So they're very warmed up on it. They're very confident, and into this first draft or first part of the draft, I just think Minnesota's winning it out on top. Though Aurelia has now come through.
And I wonder if, like, subconsciously, this draft is leading to maybe a little bit of a difference in play from both these teams going into the game, because this time around we're seeing, at least for Minnesota State, picking up ADC last phase. We're probably going to be getting a support here last phase for Ohio State as well. And I want to see how much difference we see in where the focus is. Obviously, with the Yone, you're going to be focusing that heavily for Minnesota State. But the Nocturne itself is going to be a heavy focus. But you also have a lot of resource-heavy champions already picked up for OSU in Tristana and Aurelia. So as we go into the second phase of bans, you get the Galio banned away by Minnesota State. You get the Ezreal and Leona banned away by OSU. And honestly, at this point, I'm expecting the Nautilus ban, but we'll see what comes up for Minnesota State.
Yeah, and
Oh, it's the Azir.
Okay, so the Azir was pretty hard to deal with in the first game, even though Chico still handled it fairly well with the Stylus. I have to say from here, Ohio State, pick your support and then leave R5 blind for your mid counter just to give you as much thought as possible. Yeah, you already know you're going against the Yone, but you need to figure out what the best choice is. And I think they already knew what they wanted in the bottom lane.
The
Even though this
Blitzcrank.
is a fully blind bottom lane too. Like, it's Tristana Blitz, and they don't know what they're up against at all. So Minnesota has a pick of the litter of exactly what they want to counter with this, and sure, you don't have Ezreal available, but if you're looking at things that can sort of deal with the Tristana in lane and the Blitzcrank, you can just sort of fight fire with fire. You could go potentially a Samira. You could go and run the Kaisa that Ohio played previously. You could run Misfortune, which is still available, though it is rather squishy. Um, there's a lot that Minnesota can really take up here, and I'm curious to see what they would go with. Um,
Well, if they want to go forward composition, this is definitely it.
Yeah, definitely.
That's now, yep. All right. Well, you've got Minnesota State's composition, very, very heavy solo execution, but as well as a nice team fight wrap in the end. On the other side, we got one more pick for Ohio State University. And to wrap up their composition here, it's gonna be really interesting. We will finally solve where the flexes are gonna be going, but you've got to expect this the Tristana Blitzcrank bot lane. So the Shen is actually hovered here and locked in.
Part of me was thinking Galio too, of saying throw Aurelia into the top side.
It was banned away.
True. You could also flex maybe a Twisted Fate. I feel like Twisted Fate might be okay. Though I don't think his dueling is that great against Yone. Maybe he would have gotten bullied there pretty hard. Yeah, I guess Shen is the best option because you want that whole Galio Camille delivery package, right? With like the Nocturne, but it's like Nocturne Shen this time. So instead of a lot of damage and being up front and locking someone down, it's just chasing someone until the ends of the earth and then fighting them at that point, right? So a great option for themselves. And with the Aurelia in the mid lane, you have that additional carry that can duel the Yone fairly effectively. Yone doesn't have that much defenses to deal with the Aurelia, especially since her patch in the past couple of months. So overall, with all the cards left on the table, this is the most iconic final game composition for both these teams that I can think of. Comfort picks for Minnesota State that are very go forward, no reverse on this car, and Ohio State that is going with that individual challenge of challenging the ranks in the roster of Minnesota at the man-to-man level, where it is just down to the skill discrepancy or the skill advantage of these players between each other to really determine the end of this game.
And we've seen Aurelia band away a lot of this series will finally come out for Ohio State. I am also looking heavily at this Nocturne for Ohio State. Seeing the early proactivity of Nocturne is always telling on how the game can go. But on the other side, you've got a lot of the same style of composition we saw last game from Minnesota, where I feel like they're going to feel very comfortable moving forward early on like they did in last game and setting up for those objectives. That was one of the biggest things for me, is like, not only were they finding the skirmishes, the fights, the wins in those fights, but they were also getting the objective in time after that, and finding always something to capitalize on. And that's something we didn't necessarily see as the game went on in game number 1. We definitely saw in game number 2.
100%. The only question for me is also, what is this level 1 going to be again? Because
5v5,
notorious. Yeah, notorious for those level 1s, those cheesy strats, and Nautilus can do the exact same. And we saw how both of these teams sort of attacked each other with that level 1 straight into the bottom lane. And it came out on top for Minnesota because they had the upper hand with the vision. But will they choose a different avenue of approach? Will Minnesota try and level 1 invade on top side or through mid lane? Or will Ohio State go through mid lane this time? There's so many questions in how that level 1 would go, because both of these teams have shown to prefer that more hostile early part of the game, which is great because, you know, it accelerates the game super fast, and we don't have to theorize on when people are going to pop off. We don't have to wait for item timings, because pretty much people are falling down left and right.
The bloodthirsty League of Legends will shine through in collegiate. You always have to expect it, but wouldn't be expecting I'm casting a Blitzcrank here today. I'm very excited for it to see how Ohio State can pair that with this Tristana, and you know how detrimental they can be to Minnesota State's bot lane, because we're also seeing a Sivir for the first time I feel like in a while. There has been those utility builds coming out for Sivir. You also have a little bit of at least better damage I feel like that's coming out of Sivir in terms of like wave clear and things like that to combat the Tristana, and the setup on the hunt for the rest of the team when they're all moving forward. So I think Minnesota have a very clear mindset when they come out with this composition. It's one of those compositions I feel like they've had ready to go, and this is when they whip it out when everything comes to a head.
I think that's the best way to put it, right? Because you don't, like you said with the utility pick, you don't need to build a lot of damage on that individual champion because there's so much work. But again, it's about getting to that stage, right, and getting to a point of power. And I'll be curious to see if this Sivir will play out, because I don't see any Sivir in Peekaboo's pool. I'm sorry, I don't. But
hey,
that's
all
a
about
big question
proving
on why they pull it out.
Yeah, it's all about proving it on the Rift. Well, we got to take away a little, or step away to take a little break. We'll be right back. We'll be getting in game 3 soon. Don't you worry. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. We're going to be getting into game number 3 right now, so buckle up, get ready, because Ohio State University is doing battle against Minnesota State University, and we are going to see who finally comes out on top, who finally finally after this series continues their undefeated streak in this Swiss bracket. Looking like spicy level 5 coming out from Minnesota.
I love the fact that, like, even though the teams have been technically undefeated in series, they have had their losses here and there, especially in this series, where it's like both these games have been very, very much one side or the other in the victory. So they've been learning from one another, they've been developing, and that was one of the big questions for me coming into the season, was like, how quickly will the teams start to get to a point where everyone's power level is to a similar level, and that they can start challenging one another in learning and growing as not just players but also as organizations and as programs throughout the collegiate season. So with all that said, we've got to determine who, like you said, is going to go 3-0 in their series records and is going to be able to take this one home for themselves.
Continuing on into the lengthy season here in NACE Starleague, but hey, keeping the wins for as long as you can is always important, especially when you're trying to contend with the top level teams. And we've already said, you know, the on paper skill discrepancy is there. OSU are labeled to be the higher tier team, but to come out and show us this kind of performance, to show us this kind of honestly devastation for Minnesota State, it's absolutely huge. And I want to see what this third game has for us. Is Miz going to be on this Xin Zhao? Gonna be a little bit different from the setup that he's had previously, a little bit more onus on him for the damage in the setup as well. First hook's going to land on the Cuddly Dragon. See the satchel charge used as well. Not satchel charge. Explosive charge used on the Cuddly Dragon. Another hook again, but this time a little bit more damage done to OSU Blue. Peekaboo the whole time is just the one putting in the hurt right now.
Yeah, and you saw that Dark Harvest prog pop up. Peekaboo is going the more utility lethality focused Sivir. That is very notorious in solo queue and has been doing a lot better in those win rates. And from here, we set our eyes back onto the top side, because that's the other question, right? Of like, how dominant and how much momentum does this Kennen have in Unworldly? Because you didn't have that good of a game 1, but as game 2 on this Kennen, he had a lot of free space. He was able to harass against this melee counter Gragas, and now going into a Shen who can at least close the gap and trade fairly well with the Shroud of Twilight, might be able to really even the playing field a little bit more.
Just might. Chico back on this Yone is very scary, though. I want to keep our eyes on this mid lane, but especially how everything correlates to this mid lane, because last time Shun pretty much stayed in the mid lane. Chico was the one that was roaming in side lanes, getting good roams off and getting kills for the team. This time on the Aurelia with a little bit more pressure in mid lane, I feel like Shun can keep a hold of Chico and make sure that those roams don't really come off. See Miz finding out BioGamer and Mookub as they go for the Scuttle Crab, but good priority in top and mid lead to an early neutral objective for OSU.
That prio for themselves. See on the bot lane as well, that is going to be Cuddly, going to be guaranteeing this Scuttle for Miz as well. Might be able to get Shun as well. Hello.
Going for the stun on the Chico. You got BioGamer here. Shun needs to get away from here, but that's first blood going to Cuddly Dragon. Now double TP. That's a double kill for Minnesota. Maybe make it 3 as all 5 members show up, and that's the team play you're looking for in the collegiate space.
And the collapse from Peekaboo and Cuddly to make sure that they get guaranteed Scuttle effect for Miz turns to be a better transition and a faster group timer into this mid lane than that of Blue and Fluxo. So a massive repercussion and consequence there going in favor of Minnesota and Mangto. But now I'm just curious of why didn't anyone else pinch down? Why was there no pincer? I saw that.
Blue
I'm going to ignore it. I'm going to ignore it.
No, we talk about flashes.
Leniency. No, silly. That's actually huge, because it could very much be a massive punish here later down the line for the next 4 minutes with that flash down. But yeah, I'm still a little confused on why Fluxo or Blue didn't come and try and pincer that scuttle maneuver either. So now sitting at this disadvantage, Ohio, what are you gonna do? What can you move here to try and get yourself back into this game? Sure, it's only 1,000 gold down, and it's kills onto both Miz and Cuddly. Not the most effective immediately in a sense of value or impact, but it could mean that you lose Dragon Prior in the next few minutes. You might lose Rift Herald contention when it spawns. So you need to start making some positions now to try and prepare a lane to get yourself a lead to start playing.
Yeah, it's always about finding those leads and then finding a way to execute on those leads. Meanwhile, BioGamer is going for a level 4 gank on the Underworldly. Get a flash for the fear, and BioGamer picks up the first kill for OSU.
Might just be one of the lanes to deny the Kennen. Make a very, very weak Kennen in the side lane to where Shen can always contest it. And then always be able to have that upper hand on flanks when you do try and use that Nocturne Aurelio combo to just lock down onto Peekaboo or Chico. But again, information is told that Bio's top side, Miz immediately goes onto this dragon with the prio that he has in mid and bot. And I'm just loving that, but oh, hello,
nice
mid.
fade seal, but right into the rocket grab. Has to go away. That tower shot's going to do a decent amount of damage. Going to bring him down to about a quarter HP. As you were highlighting too, the dragon picked up dragon number 1 from Minnesota, starting their stacking spree like they did last game. Miz just kind of trying to keep the tempo up against this Nocturne.
So from here, Minnesota dominating roaming plays from Cuddly Dragon means that they have a lot of pressure to look for this Herald that will be spawning in about 1 minute and 25 seconds. So I'd say with a Sivir, which is not as great as a Varus is in like wave clear this early, but is still very, very good at it, try and maybe look for a potential reset to create that anonymity, that question of where is this bottom lane? Where is Peekaboo and Cuddly when this Rift Herald spawns? And then with the prio that you have in mid lane from Chico, get that vision control around that Herald objective, and then look to try and punish it. But first off, you need to get that bot lane prio to create that question, that anonymity for Ohio's answer. Ohio's fighting first.
BioGamer goes in, but guess who's right there? It's going to be Miz, and the fight is immediately turned around. Minnesota just can't go wrong here. Their decision making has been spot on. Miz with the pathing ends up in a double kill. There was a solo across the map, so at least something goes back to OSU's favor as Unworldly Vortex got killed by Muka.
Yeah, okay, Muka, good job on that one, but what a massive counterplay and counter gank there from the squad of Minnesota University. Able to get this one and also get a couple plates too. I think they're getting right now 1-2 plates. And sure, you might be able to get 1 plate here for Mukub. Shun's just sort of staying by as, I suppose, security. Not going to participate. Oh wait, might just be a dive actually.
Might be. They do get the taunt max range. Shun is here, and Shun gets on the board for OSU. Now Chico's here. Fate Sealed used a lot of damage back in Chico. Shun just leaving his teammate out to dry here. Not going to do any damage to Chico. Just wants to get away. Mukub surviving for such. Shun could have helped him. You're just watching your teammate get murdered. Mukub is just dead. Shoemaker makes it out alive at least, so that's a positive.
Yeah, Shun's not a mama cub or a mama bear. He doesn't protect your cubs.
Like he survived for so long. There's so much damage I feel like the Shun could have done. But it's just the lack of confidence. It's the mental warfare that goes on in best of threes like this and that Minnesota have gotten an advantage with.
Yeah, because it's like if Mukub doesn't survive that long, then it's like, okay, well, I go in and I'm dead because I'm now here and I am in melee range of this 2-0 Yone. But okay, this is again that consequence of getting that Rift Herald.
No, Cuddly.
And now it's going to be a fight. This actually, yeah, this is going to be dominating here for Minnesota.
Oh, Paranoia used. The double knockup is there. Mukub is in the thick of it, but Chico has to get away.
Good
Maelstrom
spread.
is nicely used, as well as the Crescent Guard, but immediately a shutdown goes over to Mukub. Now Mukub gets stunned up, but the rocket grab is there. The shutdowns are piling up, and OSU have even up the kills, have taken the gold lead, and we're just under 10 minutes.
And I had spoken too soon. Ohio was able to get that advantage because of the lack of summoner spells available for the side of Minnesota, Unworldly and both Chico were not with their ultimates and paid the price dearly for trying to overstep their bounds. They had gotten the Rift Herald, they just needed to disengage as fast as possible instead of looking for kills. Now Ohio ties it up 6 kills to 6 and 16,000 gold to 17. They have a gold lead right now, Mazel, just barely, and a lot of that is into the farming department. There's a massive discrepancy in CS right now between the top and the mid laners, and that is a little bit of a question for concern because you can see it's just a Noonquiver to a Gourd Drinker here in the mid lane, and at this point, Shun has no reason to be not confident when you try and challenge with these 1v1s.
Very, very true. As Unworldly Vortex in top lane have a little bit of trouble dealing with this very fed Shen, who unlocks the map play right now for OSU. That's a huge breaking point now with another dragon on the board and bodies coming down the bottom side of the map for OSU. You gotta expect they're gonna contest for the second dragon. That's Rift Herald used in bot lane to get first tower though. Maybe not even needing
Is it? Okay, there it is. He'll use it, I suppose.
Yeah, they need
it. Is
the last brick.
Yeah, just the last brick is all.
Peekaboo, stay!
I don't
Peekaboo,
think Peekaboo... Okay, Peekaboo
okay.
got some. Okay.
530 ain't too shabby.
Back to Dragon, though.
You got Cuddly getting engaged on the hunt is going to be used to try to get him out. That was huge, but Cuddly Dragon goes down. OSU just seemed to have the cleaner decision making right now. The Unworldly Vortex now get answered to by Moo Cub as the dragon goes down. Second dragon of the game, first dragon for OSU.
And from there, a nice DP as well from Moo Cub to deny any additional turret plates coming in. Chico is most likely dead.
Oh my god! Shoot, you're too good! Holy cow.
That's just Gourd Drinker and Noonquiver. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're going to say it's the items and not the player. Okay, Coco.
Yes, yes. The player is still very good. He's a master tier mid laner. However, he has a Gourd Drinker.
That was a nice move to get in front of the face shield, though, and really nice follow-up there. The bleed was already rocking from the Vanguard's edge. And honestly, Chico just was trying to get out some way, somehow, wasn't able to.
Yeah, and here on now, it's Minnesota that's now on damage control duty. Sure, they are still able to keep this 1,000 gold discrepancy in that range because of that first brick that had been given over to them in that bottom lane with the Rift Herald. But it is very close to being a wider gap because of not only the top lane, which is being oppressed by a Moo Cub on that Shen, but also Blue is getting a lot of free time by himself. He's now caught up in that CS department. Sure, he's not matched just yet, but it was a 20 CS difference and is now sitting at only 10. So good catch up there. You take the win there, and you got a Kraken Slayer to a Man Immune. So now I can use that quote again. He has his mythic item diff. So and to this point, I think it's just now Ohio State look at the timers for the next neutral objectives and make a plan for it. And right now, Miz.
Wind becomes lightning is going to connect. TP now being burned out by Shun. Moo Cub wants to go back in. This is a 4v2 that they're walking into. Moo Cub, he tries to get away, made the wrong decision that time, and now he's doomed Shun, who will get under-towered here, trying to pull something back. The splash comes out from Fluo. Now the re-engage from Bio, but he can't get it. Blue is here. Blue is looking for resets, and Blue is going to find him. One. Can he get the two? Keep going, Blue. Keep going. You got him if you keep going. Flash is there, but the shield is there as well, and it's Fluo who gets taken out. Triple kill for OSU Blue, but at what cost?
Amazing triple kill for Blue, and with 14 minutes now on the clock, he will not be able to cash in on those turret plates anymore. But look at where it's happening on bottom side. Chico is just pushing into that bottom lane, seeing how much damage he can get onto those turrets to give the rest of Minnesota, once they respawn, some space to prepare for this dragon coming in 2 minutes. So they can try and punch through, get some vision control online. But I'm thinking Ohio State says, nah, forget the dragon. Let's go for this Rift Herald instead, and let's use this siege composition of a Tristana and a Nocturne to just break this mid lane open a little bit more for ourselves and get some good guaranteed advantages.
Those advantages can be very important. The catch outs are even more important though. Peekaboo is definitely the latter.
Bye.
Down now from a beautiful rocket grab, almost point blank from Blue, but
Very
nicely
beautiful.
done. Anyways, the skill shot connects. You got to give thumbs up there. Mid lane is the priority right now for OSU.
Yep, break it open. That's all you need. You got a Tristana now coming down. It will be late. I don't even think... hold on,
Miz wants it.
You're
He's
a little
going on
hasty
the
here.
edge.
You gotta wait until Unworldly gets there with the cannon. Then you can try and look for a fight. But by that time, Blue on the Tristana's there. And then it's another 4v5 once again. And this is where it's Minnesota.
Oh, no.
There's not enough time. Oh,
Gotta
there you go,
expect
engage.
it. Now BioGamer is in the fight. You've got the flank now being completed by Minnesota, but the fight's already gone, and it's already gone in favor of OSU. You've got such crazy splits right now. BioGamer goes on a killing spree. Somehow, Shun is still alive. And after all of that, it's still the Rift Herald going over to OSU.
And a great engagement there, knowing that they had the man advantage, 5v4. Hit the go button with BioGamer and with Mookub, and that's the Shen Nocturne combo that's so hard to handle. It's not just one member, it's two people that will lock you down for a solid 5 seconds and just beat you up and take you down, and then from there it's just a nightmare for Minnesota to try and get back in. And of course they tried to look for that slight flank onto the backside, but Shun was there. Shun cuts him off with the Aurelia, and this is a massive Aurelia very, very close to the Sterix Gauge. And Minnesota's still in a place of thinking that they're in this game. Yes, it's still only 2,000, but it's a very important 2,000. There's only one Mythic still on the side of Ohio State, and that is a lot of damage that is missing from this team, and Ohio knows it.
No, Cuddly Dragon. Cuddly Dragon is down. BioGamer on a rampage now. Miz going to be stunned up here potentially. Miz going to be taken out. Paranoia is back, and he uses it again. The chaos just continues. Beautiful 4-man knockout from Chico is not going to do enough. Rocket grab comes out. Rocket jump goes forward. Not going to land the explosive charge. All 4 stacks needed to get the reset there, but still OSU do not stop swinging on Minnesota.
There's not much that Peekaboo can do here, except clear the wave, hold this lane, and then pray that no one else is going to be thinking about diving him. Thankfully, BioGamer says, I'd prefer a dragon, thank you very much. We'll take that one for himself. It does have the Rift Herald that he could potentially use down into this bottom side of the map, or could use it in mid lane once more. Still a question of how you want to use this Herald, right? Do you want to use the Herald to start a fight, to start a defense from Minnesota, to put them all in one spot for you to jump on and then just fight from there? Or do you want it to be an ending of a fight where you found the pick, you found the catch, and as a congratulations, you get to use the Herald down the mid lane to break open for this inhibitor? He only has a couple minutes to think about that option, and for that option to really be provided to them in some way during their tempo, they gotta figure that out soon. They've got to know what lane assignments they want to put into place, where they need to drop this objective to get the most out of that power play, and then also, 2 minutes down the line, how do they want to consider Baron being available on the table?
It's all these questions and answers that need to be figured out in the next few moments, next few minutes at least. The side lane is where I'm keeping my eye on right now. When you've got the Aurelia, you've got the Shen in the side lane with the leads that they have, it's a little bit scary to deal with. You've always got to be careful of that pressure valve just being unleashed from those side lanes. You've always got to have somebody catching those. And meanwhile, the pressure is mounting in mid lane as well. As BioGamer going for an invade. We'll get hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning and potentially take this trade though. Miz getting a lot of damage down, but is going to be taken out as well. Beautiful knockback into the Maelstrom though. Maelstrom does a lot, but it's not enough this time. Big turnaround from Minnesota. Can Mookub go down? No, he cannot. He is unkillable yet. But Chico is in. Chico trying to do the damage, and there you go. The shutdowns go over to Peekaboo, and OSU have found themselves on the wrong side of the fight. That's an ace with 3 members still alive for Minnesota State.
But no objectives up at this time for them to try and challenge outside of the turret. So we'll go ahead and take this mid lane and turret as well. Might try and push for more, but the minion wave is just too slow behind. BioGamer is already up. It's only 19 minutes and 30 seconds in, so these respawn timers are still fairly low. So they're going to take what they can, go ahead and fall back, hit the resets, grab all the money that they had just gotten from this wonderful fight that really had just been turned around from an overextension of the members of Ohio State jumping onto Mrs. Zhao. He creates enough time for the rest of the team to follow suit, and then Chico getting onto the backline on this Yone, able to blow up Blue and force Shun to play defense to where they can pick one member at a time to work on, and Minnesota bringing themselves back into this game.
They absolutely do. It's quite impressive at this point in the game to be able to turn around a fight like that, where the fights have been going very one-sided for OSU, in OSU's favor, rather.
Yeah.
So that was just a good decision-making, good peel-off, good split of the fight. And now the comeback needs to continue for Minnesota.
Right now, I'd say the comeback has been achieved. They're only 500 gold down.
Hey, that's still a comeback. All right, it's still a deficit. It's technically a comeback. I'm going to stick to it. Sticking to my guns.
That's what we do, talking to, like, about solo queue. It's just like, man, I had this tough 500 gold comeback.
It was so insane. Close. You wouldn't believe it. Not believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know about this. This is going to be interesting. Oh, BioGamer just walks in. BioGamer taunts them all. Maybe it's too much. Peekaboo is down. BioGamer's still alive from the Stand United. Slicing Maelstrom's in the middle of everybody. It's going to do a lot of damage. Now on the backside, Chico is back in the fight. Nobody can take him out. He's going to clean house here unless you can get some CC down. Look at that healing. He's dead. Shun finds the outplay, and now Blue is still alive, and Blue is going to find Cuddly Dragon.
I would say Baron. Just Baron it now. You've got a healthy Shen. Just take this right now. There's no jungle to smite this one away. And Kennen, if he even looks down this way, Unworldly will be in a unworldly world of hurt. As here on out, this power play, though it is slow to start, this reset will come in, and it's in perfect time for the Dragon. They're going to get that Empowered Recall, head straight down for that Soul Point, grab Soul Point, go down mid lane, and Shun, all the while, will be grabbing what he can in the bottom side of the map. So wonderful set of events here for Ohio State to get this game back under control and in their favor.
I'm just saying, it's now a comeback. From 500 gold deficit
now it would be a comeback,
to almost a 5,000 gold deficit. That's insanity. We're seeing it unfold in front of us right now. OSU have turned on the gas, and they are not letting up. Dragon is next. Soul Point potentially for OSU as they started up.
Go, this could be
Rocket
it. This
grab
could be a fight to end it all.
Cuddly Dragon is in the fight. There's a lot of damage done. It's already picked up by BioGamer. One down from Minnesota. The objective secured by OSU, and the reset's now coming out.
And with that support down, you don't have a lot of prio to really try and challenge any of these vision control games, because this is the next step for Ohio State on their path of domination, is to get some control of some vision in the jungle of Minnesota State. Push forward. Look for which lanes you want to be looking to prioritize. I see Mukub in the bottom lane here. Get some wards in the bottom side of the map. Make sure that there's no one flanking around. And on the other end, it looks like everyone's positioning towards this mid lane. I would prefer them to go top. Like, just get as much space between you and Mukub as possible to where this double TP composition that has no TPs at the moment is really feeling that distance. But I think they are so ready.
You can't get the Crescent Guard off in time. He just dies.
Ouch.
Blue almost dies on top of it, but he's going to have a lot of healing as well. And these are the catch-outs you can't have in crucial moments like this. Shun getting away from the catch-out of his own. Although Paranoia going to be used. It was all a bait. And OSU are pouncing now. Slicing Maelstrom not going to be there because Unworldly was not able to get in. And Chico is just off by himself yet again. He'll go down.
Bye-bye. And from there, there's no wave to actually try and punish this. And 3 members, especially with a Sivir that can actually wave clear fairly well, you won't be able to get too much unless you find a pick. Hello.
He's already dead before he can even pop anything. The Slicing Maelstrom, the Flash, nothing. It's too quick, too much CC, and too much pressure put on by OSU.
Blue's got to be a little bit careful, though, because those boomerangs still deal a lot of damage, but they will get this inhibitor. They'll fall back for now. Baron is only available for them for 20 more seconds, so see what you can get, or just hit those empowered recalls now while you can, so you can get back onto the map quicker.
Oh, Just like ants scurrying around. Oh, there's one. Oh, no, I can't get it. Oh, there's another one. Oh, man.
You're giving me flashbacks of the ant season in California.
Oh, no, don't do that. That's too far.
Oh, no.
Don't bring those memories back, Coco.
No. That's a paranoia all of its own right now. But speaking of this, I'm seeing Dragon in 2 minutes. I honestly think at this point for Ohio, you have... you don't have Shen
500. It went from a 500 gold lead to now almost like we're at like 8,000. Like that's just insane to me how quickly it came up.
It's all about getting those advantages, man. Sometimes the most effective Barons don't end the game. They just give you massive gold leads to where the game is pretty much over, right? Here we go. Bye, Chico.
Oh no, he got silenced. Fate Seal didn't even come out. Although, here's on the hunt. Here's a flash. This Miz goes for it on the Blue.
What?
Blue gets out with the rocket jump there. Nicely done. Fluo is trying to separate some space here. BioGamer in some trouble. Trying to heal up. There's the Stand United. And there's the turnaround from OSU. Slapping him with the wallet.
Slapping the wall indeed. And they're going to go,
oh the flash taunt, of course, because that's always what you're looking for. Blue goes unstoppable. There's only one member left. Unworldly Vortex. But can he have anything to say about the defense of the base? Super minions pouring in mid lane, bot lane inhib tower going down. This could just be the game, Coco.
Yep, they know that the timer of Chico's Yone is up in 1 second. They know that they need to fight now. They need to end this game, but I don't think they'll be able to. Yone's here.
Oh, he almost gets the face seal. Flashes fort, gets the shutdown. One Nexus tower down. Nexus tower number 2 still standing.
2 seconds.
The heals are gonna be there for Chico. He has some damage too, and there's the follow-up. OSU have taken the Nexus towers, but they can't get anything else.
Okay, Aurelia, calm down. God, Aurelia is a champion. That was
impressive.
That was some gamer moment right there. Nonetheless, a huge power play again from Ohio State. Getting both those Nexus turrets, and they're able to get out with 3 lives to boot. Blue's going to be up here and has a Phantom Dancer. Doesn't have Lord Doms just yet, but does have a Last Whisper. You also have a lot of tankiness on this front line. BioGamer's brutal fighter of a Nocturne is going to be very difficult to get off of any of those picks or any of those players that he decides to stick onto. And you're going to have Soul point, like you're going to have Soul too for Cloud Soul. For Ohio, man, like if Minnesota can come back from this, that'd be huge respect. But at this point, this is just a final and a nail in the coffin needs to be driven home here for Ohio, and they can parade straight down mid lane, 5v5 Minnesota immediately, and take out this game, end this series, and continue on their undefeated series streak.
They are so fast right now with this Cloud Soul. A lot of presence from Minnesota towards the top side of the map, but the real focus is bot side, where OSU are looking to take another inhib, potentially push for the game-winning fight. If they can do just that. Soul has been secured. The item spikes are there. The Nexus is bare. There's only one thing standing in their way, and it's just the bodies of Minnesota. Here comes the paranoia. Here comes the fight. They've split it up. The Crescent Guard's huge. Vanguard's Edge actually missed. Slicing Maelstrom will also go wide. Fate Sealed is huge, but Chico's pushed out of the fight, and now he's the focus. Going golden is going to be Blue. Vortex is on the backside fighting everything, but Blue shuts him down, and now Blue has resets. Blue has the game-winning damage, and OSU, after a very interesting game number 2, will come out on top in this series, will stay undefeated in the Midwest.
And with Ohio State taking this W here, it at least seals the fate of both of these teams with their series ties, right? With 3-0 now for Ohio and 2-1 for Minnesota. But what a ride to get there, because it was back and forth between these two teams in this series, with a very, very close game 1 to a dominant performance in game 2 from Minnesota, and now from Ohio, who again brought it to a sense of neutrality, figured out the weaknesses of Minnesota's side lanes, and then were able to exploit them to their maximum. And this is where we expected Ohio to find those points, to find those slight weak states of Minnesota. But overall, I am very well impressed with both of these teams on how well they were able to adapt in this series and how versatile they are compared to really what we knew of them as teams. These teams dropped
Yeah,
so many different compositions that we didn't think they had in their champion pools at any given time. But that shows the
yeah.
flexibility and the real experience that both of these programs in these schools have.
It is, and it's all about that growth. It's all about the journey to the end of the year, where it's a very long journey, but it's going to be a good one. Now,
Yep.
we do have something a little bit newer to give out today. We've got the LLS Hero of the Game, and to celebrate LLS as our sponsor, give a little shout out to them. Since 1949, LLS has invested nearly 1.3 billion in groundbreaking research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, we provide hope, compassion, education, and support. And we are making an impact in the cancer community. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS Hero of the Game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, today's LLS Hero of the Game is Bio Gamer. Bio
It's
Gamer,
wow.
my
Hi
man,
there.
how you feel? I love the whole setup behind you, the
Oh,
Ohio State
Thank
T-Port
you.
room.
That's
Congratulations
pretty.
on the win. Congratulations on continuing your undefeated streak.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you coming to join us. I like the team shuffling in the back, no
Yeah,
big deal. How you feeling after that best of three? It was a long one for you guys. You got taken
yeah,
the distance. That game two was a little bit iffy. Do you have anything to
right.
say about the series as a whole?
Yeah, so I think it's really awesome that there's so much to learn from those games. Definitely a lot of room to improve, especially through our early game and our macro decisions. I mean, these guys just had us beat in that early game decision making. They were everywhere. We didn't think they would be. They were constantly catching us off guard. It was really impressive. I think we could learn a lot from
Mm.
that. Um, I mean, especially that game too. Trying to play Ivern with that 0-3 start was
Yeah.
really rough.
That was
Um,
really. What was the Ivern pick? Was that something you guys have just been practicing? Was that just trying to?
uh,
What we thought going into this was you guys were trying to flex your wings a little bit or spread your wings a little bit, trying to change up your drafting style a tiny bit, at least from what comfort is for you guys. So was that Ivern a little bit of that?
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of experimenting. I think what was the most important thing was that we really wanted to draft the Yasuo with it and have the Yasuo
I
Ivern
knew
Gragas.
it. I like you could
Yeah.
just see it. It looked so good for the setup.
And we were having some arguments whether or not we had to pick it in first rotation. We thought they wouldn't ban it, but ultimately we definitely should have picked it. And it put us in a lot worse of a spot not having it. He didn't really want to play the Graves into that matchup, but we made do with what we had. And honestly, I think it was impressive we lasted as long as we did with how that game was going. So uh, it wasn't too bad overall. In game three, we really pulled it together, even with a couple of early mistakes. It was good.
Yeah. And what's so unique about not just the Iron pickup, but also just every single game in this series had very unique champion drafts from what at least ourselves, with the information that we were able to get from like OPGs and from previous games. You guys have just this versatility in your compositions that is very hard to translate even through both competitive seasons so far. So is it something of a philosophy in your program right now that it's just to build drafts that are unique but aren't very comfortable with the players, or is it more of something that the players yourselves have a lot of comfort in being that flexible and have been practicing these drafts?
Yeah. So what I think is a lot of us we play one champion really well. For me that's Hecarim, and we play that a lot in solo queue.
I
So every
appreciate
single
you. I appreciate you, man. Just saying.
yeah, I love the Hecarim still. I think he's really strong and it's underrated. But uh, of course, being that I play him like all the time and only him, he is banned almost every single game. So for our scrims and stuff, it creates an environment where we're always kind of put out of our comfort zone. Um, whether it be our Thresh, Galio, Hecarim. I mean, that's banned almost every single scrim you've ever played this year. So I mean, we just get to experiment a lot, and it's really helpful. And the Ivern was something I hadn't practiced too much. I was just excited to pick it with the Yasuo.
Yeah.
And that whole thing kind of fell apart, and the early game was bad. With more practice, I think it has some it would be good, but for now. I think maybe I'll put that on the back for a while.
True.
Hey, I liked it. I like seeing a little bit of variance come out in the games as well. I do want to let you step away, go celebrate the win with your team. Do you have anybody you want to call out, shout out, or talk about here before we let you go?
Oh man, I really hope that my brother's watching still. Hope he didn't get bored and left. And hope my
You
good
guys kept
friend
it interesting at least, so there you go.
right, right. And I hope my good friend C2 Tom Mr. Buck is still watching because he's a big fan.
Oh, well, I appreciate it, Bye Gamer. Thank you for the shout outs. Thank you for talking to us, and go celebrate this win. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. I am Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon, and we're going to be getting into the game number 2. I'm pretty excited. It's game number 2 of the day. It's going to be our second best of 3, but we've got another, Midwest bout going on here in the same division, the same, at least, area with Bethany Lutheran College going up against the University of Illinois at Chicago.
Same area. Like you said, they're like pretty much down the
They're literally like 10 to fit. I was talking to Hollywood, the mid laner for the Bethany Lutheran College JV squad, and he was telling me that it was like 10 to 15 minutes away from their college.
I'm gonna fact check them right now. What was it, Manitoba? No, Minnesota. Let's see. Because anyways, back on the task at hand. So very much, this is another game that I think is actually. It could go the distance, but I've heard you've had some insider knowledge that this might be a very, very strong part of the Bethany JV team that could really pop off. Like, you've got Hollywood, who's coming back.
He was literally a top 4 mid laner
back
in NA, in collegiate,
but
at the CLL level.
But what?
It's
what year though?
I believe 2020.
2020, I believe. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because that's the question, right? Because it's like you can always flex that. You could say technically I was the best in 2016. And you're like, yeah, but that's a completely different year, and
I was the best in season 1.
Yeah, right.
But the big thing is for me is it's a squad of members who have seen time on the varsity team and who are taking this very seriously, right? Mm-hmm. And you're seeing the likes of Solura, Bodist, Hollywood, who I believe is actually going to be playing support potentially this time around.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see how that goes though. But on the other side for the University of Illinois at Chicago, you do also have some serious strength. I was going into this one thinking it was a little bit more evenly matched in terms of ranking and skill level. And for me, it's going to be a big test to the Bethany Vikings program here going up against the University of Illinois Chicago.
Yeah, because Bethany has been one of those organizations or the programs that has really flexed their muscles quite a lot. They're very proud of their program. They're very proud of what they do there, and there's really no reason why they shouldn't. It's a good program that they have built up there over at Bethany. The question is now, how well has it now stood up in the levels of League of Legends, right? Because they had a little bit of a shaky 2019 and 2020. Those still dominant. They have been sort of fallen from grace in a little bit of way. For them, this is very much a redemption tour that they're trying to come back into, where you're looking at the other side of Illinois at Chicago that has the capability to provide that upset and has the manpower to also really go all the way in a lot of different ways. I'm looking specifically at this top side of Pagoda, who is their highest tier player. He is that Masters, but everyone else is Diamond 2, Diamond 1 at the very least. So it is a question of, will they be more of a unit, or will it be very much more of a 5v5 solo queue kind of style that Illinois Chicago will take to Bethany?
And we will see Bethany Lutheran College on the blue side for game number 1, University of Illinois Chicago on the red. We see the ban of Fizz Sejuani by Bethany Lutheran, and then the Amumu as well as the Rumble banned away by University of Illinois. The Shed actually joins the ban table by Bethany Lutheran College. Saw that earlier today here in the NACE Star League as well as in competitive play, seemingly getting a little bump up in priority.
Yeah, and definitely taking out a lot of the comfort picks that Illinois Chicago has. The one-trick Sejuani, the one-trick Fizz need to be taken off the board and held accountable for. But Illinois Chicago is doing just that as well by getting rid of this Omumu and Rumble, which are the higher contested picks that Bethany would be going for. But for a first pick, I'd say you can look for a jungler once again. I still think that's probably the best option to do B1, or you go for an ADC. I think Misfortune is still a great option. There's a lot of opportunities, but instead they're going with the Thresh here for Hollywood. So this does drop that challenge down of saying, all right, Chicago, are you going to let us have the Aphelios, or are you going to deny it away? And that was a quick reply from Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, it is also it's comfort for Hollywood, but it's also taking it away from Kankin. On the side of University of Illinois Chicago. So that's a huge pickup in itself. But I do, as you said, that immediate lock-in of the Xin Zhao and the Leona, huge counterplay potential there as well. but just a big setup, at least in terms of early skirmishing and roaming and things along those
Yeah.
lines for University of Illinois. So I actually really like that. And when you're looking at these bans, very targeted bans here in ways that both these teams really like to play. And the Aphelios coming in here for Bethany Lutheran College is very interesting to me, as we've seen Aphelios already today. And I do like it to an extent. It is fourth most played, at least for Bodice, but I think that the combo with the Thresh is what really matters. And you get that Aphelios
Yeah.
Thresh combo that's just so dirty. And then now the Graves coming in on top of it.
Yeah, pretty much Aphelios, he's really the best that he can be when he is paired with either Thresh or Braum. And outside of that, he just becomes another ADC if he doesn't have that, and becomes more of a C tier marksman. So this is where that was that whole challenge of like, are you going to give us this S tier duo in the bottom lane that can team fight and dominate lane, or are you going to think that you can handle it? And Chicago chose that former. Of course, also the other option too is they're taking away the Camille from Salura in the top side of the map. So having that gone, now Bethany is in a place of saying, okay, well, are we putting this Graves mid or are we putting it jungle? Where do we want to drop that? And how do we want to sort of ban around it? The Kiana being taken away means that they're expecting a very, very aggressive AD jungle to try and match. Of course, like you have the Xin Zhao already, but I'm curious on why they would ban the Kiana in the sense of mid lane pressure against the Graves. I feel like
Yeah.
the Graves actually beats that. So maybe we're looking more for a Graves jungle than anything else, and they're looking for something that has a more of a counter pick into that mid lane that Hanjay might prefer. Maybe a Twisted Fate or a Yone are in our
Yeah.
sights for this.
It is one of Swidler's most played is the Graves jungle, so maybe they are just
Okay.
opting into that, leaving their second two picks, or the last two picks rather, for the individual lanes. The TF comes out for University of Illinois. This is something that
Another denial.
Hanjay has. Yeah, I was gonna say Hanjay has been playing a ton of recently for Bethany Lutheran. Will be taken away and instead utilized by University of Illinois Chicago. So I think that's huge in terms of continuing the setup for themselves. This is a beautiful piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and there's not much that can be
Ooh,
taken
that's
around
pretty
it.
good
You
though
have
too.
ooh, very, very nice counter pick there as well, like you were just pointing out with the Silas against the Twisted Fate. Good dueling capability there for Hanjay to challenge and can help match with the roams. Now for me, you have the blind pick. No, you don't even have to pick a blind pick your top lane. It's just, you're going up against Camille. What would you want? You have a good number of options, and they decide to go with the
Oh,
Alawi. There's
Salura whipping out the big guns here.
And this comes into an interesting perspective because Alawi, though dominant, doesn't have a lot of tools for people to stay within her range. She has a little bit of a tough time when people can sort of dip in and dip out. But when you have someone like Camille who wants to be on top of you and will jump on top of you, then it is just exactly the way Alawi wants to try and play. So the only concern for me is outside of the lane. How does the rest of Bethany and Salura specifically sort of appropriate this Alawi into their composition, into their overarching plan to challenge objectives, to look for sieges, to bait out dragon and jungle control, and so on. While Illinois Chicago has a very much more formulated and very familiar composition that has been cooked up that we've seen time and time again this season.
Yeah, it's all about executing in the right areas, right? It's all you can circle back to it and say it always falls down to execution. Because that's what playing a video game is. But I think to an extent, University of Illinois Chicago are set up for a lot of success when it comes to if they can be decisive in their play calling and together in their play calling. Where on the other side, you do have a lot of sustained strength in each piece on their own, right? You have the Alawi who can maintain themselves in the top lane. Silas is wonderful in the mid lane. Graves is pretty tough on his own right. And then obviously Aphelios Thresh, very, very safe in itself. So that's the only thing that's leaning out the most for me in this matchup is the safety that's coming out from Bethany Lutheran College can be hard to crack the University of Illinois Chicago, but if they do find that crack, it'll burst open at the seams.
Definitely. And I honestly don't think there's not going to be much action until like level 3, level 4 for these teams. There might be some level 2 in the bottom lane for Aphelios and Thresh, but aside from that, this is very, very cut and dry. You kind of know when both of the power spikes of these teams are going to be coming into fruition and when they're going to be looking to try and make those plays happen. So predictability is the name of the game for this first game, but it's also a sense of utility to stick to
Yeah.
those timings, to stick to those plays, to make that aggression, and to always be ahead of the game against your opponent because they're almost on the exact same timer. They need to match you for that.
And another thing that's really sticking out to me, at least when I'm looking at the breakdown generally of these teams, right? And especially with the comps that we have, top lane, obviously gonna be pretty volatile. Mid lane, pretty volatile. But for me, the thing that sticks out that I want to look at is this bot lane. And especially when you're looking at, Turtle versus Bottas, and in the way that Aphelios and Varus can each carry their game in their own right. How do they resource cycle down to the bot lane? Do they do that in general? Do we see a very heavy reliance on those early dragons like we have seen today already? And how much does that play into the styles of both these teams? I think that it's very interesting questions that will obviously have to be settled on the Rift, but that bot lane is definitely a spotlight for me.
The only way to figure that out is to get to the Rift, right? To get to that point. And then we're just dealing with the spectator delay right now to get ourselves in there. So I don't know about you, man, but I'm excited for this series because this is going to be one hell of a series. Because man, like Illinois Chicago has a stacked team, and Bethany, with just sort of how their organization is and how their program runs, bring some pretty powerful players to the board. So hopefully these two teams are really gonna provide exactly what I'm expecting out of the series.
And I'm gonna feel like an old grandpa here, but like I still just harken back to like the growth that we've seen in the collegiate scene in general throughout this last year, but as well as now that we're seeing programs kicking back up and seeing the development in collegiate continue, the legacies still being developed by a lot of these programs, and seeing so much good League of Legends coming out of Illinois and the Midwest division. I love it, man. And just to be able to see so many different communities coming together, so much of the competitive nature is so huge to me, and I love to see it for both these teams. I can't wait to see what happens on the Rift here for this game, but we are going to send it to a little break while we do get ready for that game. So don't go anywhere. We got first game of this best of 3, this final best of 3 of the night coming right up. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. We got the University of Illinois Chicago going up against the Bethany Lutheran College Vikings. We're going to be having a good time as we dive into game number 1 and see how these teams show up on the day. Very contested match in the Midwest Division as we hit the Rift.
Just as a reminder for how these compositions are, they're very cut and dry, very much on time, making sure that they're always on their marks when they need to be. So it's into that end. It's like, cool, you give a little bit of a benefit over the doubt of Bethany, saying they're a more fleshed out program. They are more of a team that you would expect to be on those times and on those marks at the proper moments. But I'm not counting Illinois at Chicago just yet, because they are a team that I think is a little bit underrated. Sure, it's a bunch of Diamond 1s and a Masters in top lane with Pagoda, but we just saw an upset last series.
Yeah, very
It was
true.
a platform bot lane that beat out a Masters bot lane. So, like, anything can
throw him
happen.
under the bus again from downtown. We're like long past the game. Just
Anything can happen. Anything
throw him
can
under
happen.
the bus one more time. No big deal. As we are getting to things now, I would like to see where these junglers start, where we're going to be seeing that early pathing, because now Swidler on the Graves is very, at least, resource hungry as the Graves, I feel like. And as you get later on, it gets pretty scary. But that skirmishing can be viable early. I know it's not the same as it used to be, but that early skirmishing has been powerful. The same can be said with the Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao right now, I still feel like is one of the best junglers in terms of being aggressive and having good tempo.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think his early game can be very, very strong, and it's more of a question of when you're going to be able to sort of surprise your opponent with that gank and pincer in on this mid lane. Because I'd say for Xin Zhao, you have a really good option for both Asian Boy and for Fish to jump on this Silas, who wants to be aggressive, who wants to trade this TF to be underneath the turret so he can be the first one to roam. And being in that back pocket, just wind become lightning, smack him right there, jump on top of it, and there's no way that that Silas can escape from you without forcing a summoner or using everything in his tools to disengage from that fight, and that just becomes a victory overall and can be very, very punishing. Though, when you look from outside of the mid-jungle duo, we have that anonymity of this Alawi versus Camille matchup where you see it often in solo queue. It's not a common matchup, but it is a very often situation of a bruiser fighting a fighter and seeing how well they can really take the fight to them and challenge at every doorstep with a very more unique playstyle that Alawi provides.
We'll see a level 3 gank from Filipino Asian Boy. See if he can make it onto them. Nope. The disengage was already there from Hollywood. Onto Ratchet. Now they're still playing aggressive. Gravitum is going to be there as well as the Severum, but not going to continue with that. In top lane, a little damage done to each other. The Test of Spirit's going to be huge, and Pagoda's going to be slowed here. Pagoda going down first blood. Solura with the little Eeyore. It's all right there. We're going to see that first blood go over to Bethany Lutheran College. The Vikings on the board.
And very well done there by Solura to understand that you get that Test of Spirit and you drop the hammer down as fast as possible. Get that maximum punishment to where they are fighting within those tentacles. And Pagoda, without a flash, has no way of escaping without just taking the fight and trying to make it a 1-for-1. But we're back to this bottom lane.
Oh, the Flay comes out on top of the Zenith Blade. Can't connect with the second stun in the chain there. And that Thresh coming out on top so far. You know, Asian Boy is staying down here. He is committing so much time. The Zenith Blade under tower. Tower shots come out. Hollywood takes the win, becomes lightning, gets the hook. As Filipino Asian Boy's under tower. Gravitum, is it going to be there? The stun, the slow, it's not there. Oh my goodness. Hollywood falls. UIC, turn it around. We're tied up 1-1.
Very, very close call there from UIC to try and get that dive. They're able to pull it off, but a lot of resources spent. And I feel like with the amount of time that was also wasted, you mentioned there was just Asian Boy was down there for way too long, and Swidler is able to get a couple camps in this top side of the map. It's actually double that CS of Asian Boy, and giving that additional pressure over to Solura, who was able to get that solo first blood by himself. Overall, I'm not complaining too much if I'm Bethany. But I'm not complaining if I'm UIC either, because now you've got a winning top side, you got a winning bot side for both these teams respectively. Now let's influence the mid lane. I want to see some action going forward, because that is where you hit that level 6 mark and things start to really change.
Level 6 is so key to the composition of UIC, and especially waiting for Pagoda to get later into the game, get the side lane unlocked, and utilize the aggression from the Destiny to make plays happen. Meanwhile, we're going to see yellow card connect from Filipino Fish. Holland J might be able to find it. You have Swiddler on the other side. Filipino Fish is literally walking to his death right now. Does have a blast cone there. Can't get it. Can't auto attack it. Will go over with Hanjay. Hanjay misses, and the shotgun shell from over the wall will get Swiddler the kill.
Not too bad, but they're able to get that kill, and that's what we were talking about, influencing the mid lane. Who's able to get that prio? Asian boy, this is risky. This is very risky if someone spots him out. If Hollywood just hits the scrying orb. Ooh, spicy.
Spicy.
No one expects it.
No one expects it. The early solo dragon will go over to UIC.
Yeah, that was very close to just going off the wire. Because if you hit that Scrying Blossom, you know Xin Zhao's there, you punish him immediately. But fortunately, they didn't know. They did know the notification came up, so they know Xin Zhao's in the area. Why is Hanjay going in?
He wants the fight. He wants the heat. He's level 6. He's got Destiny. Is he going to get out? He does. 3 Talon Strike isn't quick enough.
And that's exactly what we were talking about with how aggressive Sylas can be and having to use all of his tools to disengage when the Xin Zhao gank comes into play. So a little bit of a disrespect on the jungler, in my opinion, with Hanjay, but he's able to come back to lane and be all right. While
you got to try to get the under tower here. Oh, no.
I don't know if this is the play, but there are no sums for Hanjay.
Kingslayer is available. A lot of healing can come out. Beautifully done, and the healing is enough.
Wow.
The turnaround kill. Hanjay gets the outplay.
That was an amazing outplay from Hanjay as well.
And Swiddler's just waiting here.
Oh, dear.
Like a Swiddler on the roof. He's just waiting for the kills.
That what?
I don't know. Just go with
it.
Hey,
you know,
you're supposed to back me up. You're supposed to back me up, Coco.
No one's backing up Asian boy,
I don't feel very supported right now.
Whoa.
Oh, the collateral damage.
Right.
It's the collateral damage, yeah. Right. Hollywood wanted it, though. I like it. I admire the attempt, the flash.
Yep. But with that, with no resources available, that was just an amazing play there from Hanjay Sylas to get that W. Not to mention, top side is still very much in Salura's favor. Has a 20 CS advantage, has that kill, and is just giving Camille a run for her money at this moment. Pagoda, this might just be your death.
So much damage down, and the ticks are not going to be enough on the enemy. You just still got to be careful.
Gotta be very careful for those tentacles. Now, ooh, did get that slap, but thankfully the ultimate did wear off, so the resets of the tentacles are now back to very, very small. Or very low, as it is. And from here, Bethany, at this point, get this Herald. Grab the Herald, break open this... I think break open this mid lane. Keep top lane as isolated as possible, because you don't want Camille getting to a place where she can be more influential in a team fight than the Alawi would. But even then, Alawi, at this moment, still very, very strong. But everyone's going top side right now. What's going on?
Destiny's there, but Hollywood is there to back him up. The Dark Passage gets Salura out. They get the Rift Herald. Beautifully done.
They move forward, and all those resources wasted on the top side are now going to have to scramble going mid, and this is where that Rift Herald is a good punish. You're not going to be able to get the turret, but that's a lot of gold going over to both Swiddler and Hanjay. Just hopefully Hollywood doesn't get any at this moment. Alright, he does not, so they're able to get a good amount of gold onto both of those specific carries. And a 2-0 Graves now sitting with 150 gold bounty means that I think he's ready to cash in on a mythic item if he so chooses. He could go for that Eclipse, he could go for a Duskblade if he so chooses. I think he has the components for those. But at this moment, it's anything for himself. Just needs to be ready for that reset as everyone else is going back to their lanes to get back onto their marks, get back on those timers to address anything that UIC might try and counter them with.
Counter needs to strike hard if it's going to be there, but it's all about early stacking right now for UIC as they've gotten the first dragon of the game. And, you know, stacking those dragons has come up beneficial, at least today so far. But in this series, we'll see if UIC can make that happen.
True.
Me, top lane's a little bit of a worry, but it seems like most of the focus for UIC is going to continue to be around bot lane. As we see, Pagoda, a lot of damage done. The slow's going to be there. Slur flashes over the wall. Pagoda in threat of being 1v1, and there it is. Salura is just dominating.
And by this point, it's only a 1,500 gold lead. It is on the verge of breaking wide open. And oh, it's going to do it right here.
Filipino Fish is about to be fried. See, I was going to say Hollywood gets the kill, but Hanjay is just going to follow that one up, and there it is.
Much better one there with the fried fish. Because, you know, with this point, well, thankfully, Asian Boy is here to try and kind of hold this base. There's Ratchet now too, just to help come in as well for those defenses. But Hollywood gets that hook for some additional free damage. But Swidler, way too far.
The stuns, the tower shots enough. Shutdown, unfortunately, goes into Ratchet's pocket, but it's still a shutdown nonetheless.
Very well done with that reply. It was just a little bit over aggressive for Bethany, but able to get a couple plates nonetheless. Yeah, this is an impressive alloy at the moment, and I
Tentacle's gonna spawn, and yeah, another test of spirits available. You've got tentacles all over the place. Can't get hit by it just yet, but they're gonna continue to spawn, and that oppression is there. Meanwhile, second dragon of the game already going down to UIC.
Yeah, they're at least staying on top of the late game objective that they will be needing to sort of stay valued in this game, even though they are 2,000 gold down. That additional mountain and infernal dragon and what will be an ocean soul will be very helpful in keeping them just up to par with what the itemization cash-ins are being for Bethany. I do see that it was a Yomu's Ghost Blade that was grabbed by Swidler, because instead of going more for a mythic item instantaneously, he's going for something that is keeping him more mobile on the map, something that can get him to and from a lane very, very fast, but still has that punch that, say, an Eclipse or a Duskblade would provide when it does come down to trade.
That itemization is super key, but I love to see this Lethality Varus build coming alive, and especially being able to put down some decent poke onto Bottas already. Trying to keep Hollywood and him under the tower, as they've been the main focal point for UIC. They've gotten all the ganks pretty much from Filipino Asian Boy. Now we'll see if they want to change that up as he's got a path towards top lane, try to get some farming now, maybe help Pagoda under tower so they don't lose first tower of the game. As Hextech Ultimatum comes out on Salura. Salura might just want to take this fight as Test of Spirit comes out. There it is. And so much damage is about to go down on Asian Boy. Crescent Guard comes out and knocks him back, but Salura can't find the re-engage on it. Wind becomes lightning now. This is tricky, but the healing is so heavy from Salura, and that's just got to be another kill. There's absolutely no way Pagoda gets out of this one. Oh my God, he gets away.
Hold on.
I mean, you've got to be. I would expect him to be able to get away from those tentacles, and that's unfortunate for BLC, but UIC are able to at least take a positive away from that. Now, maybe more negative, as that Everfrost seals the fate of Filipino Fish, who will be fried once again. It's not even Friday, Coco.
It's not even Friday. It is only Tuesday, and it's Taco Tuesday.
National Taco Day was yesterday.
Why is National Taco Day
I don't know.
not on
It was
Tuesday?
yesterday. Pagoda wants it on the Salura, though, and Salura taking another fight at like a quarter health is still in the fight. Can't hit an ability, but the healing is too much for Pagoda to deal with. He's got tentacles forming. Asian Boy's coming back. There's no mana.
Oh, he's going to TP.
Oh,
no.
the hook. What's Salura? Salura, the hook shot's right there, bro. Swidler came behind the tower here. There's a big solar flare. The Moonlight Vigil misses, but the chakrams, they don't miss, baby. Not a single one. Bottas is going to help take down this tower. Hollywood was tanking up. We'll go golden. Bethany Lutheran College take what UIC want in bot lane priority, and they run with it.
And instead of being able to cash in on a couple turret plates...
He's got all three towers.
Yes, they did. They were able to get all three towers, and they got a lot of gold on top of that. They weren't able to get the final 3 plates, I believe, from that bottom lane turret, because the 14 minutes had just ticked over, and those turret plates had fallen. But mid lane, top lane, that is all of that gold, that 5,000 gold lead that we're working with right now. A lot of that is in those turret plates that have been able to buff them up. And look at the discrepancy of these items right now. All of these mythic items being cashed in here already. with Bethany Lutheran College dominating. There's only the Gore Drinker on the Xin Zhao for Asian Boy, and he's the only one that actually has more than 2 kills, has more than really any influence in this game. He's participated in 3 out of the 4 so far, so 75% ain't too bad, but he needs to double down, and so does the rest of the team. They need to get on top of these macro plays. They need to get some kind of control into tempo, and the way to do that is to beat Bethany in the lane assignments. Bring Varus and Leona mid. Get TF out into a side lane that's against the Alawi, because Camille cannot handle it. And at this point, it might just be a dire situation and a trip from Bethany that can get UIC back into this game.
Could be. We'll see what that Rift Herald is going to be utilized by Swidler, as the lead across the board is pretty huge in terms of CS, in terms of kills, everything for Bethany Lutheran College right now. It's just about how they decide to move forward in this game. Having the Rift Herald available to them does open up their options. Dragon is coming up here shortly as well. Will be the first Dragon of the Ocean Soul. And now with priority over literally everywhere, they can just stack up four Ocean Dragons to get the Soul if they want to. Asian Boy's going to be caught here between a rock and a hard place, and he's just going to go down himself. Gravitum going to make sure of that bodice gets the kill.
I think he can 3v1 this.
I don't know.
I think
he might not be
well,
able to. There it is. There's the ulti,
back.
but it doesn't matter. The CC's too much.
I was like, 3v1's possible. 4v1, maybe not. But, well, unfortunate Shelly was not able to get over the wall. Does need to do a little bit of a meander on over. Oh, we'll be able to break
nobody
open
needs to
this
see
fountain.
that. Fine. Don't worry about it.
Me walking down to the kitchen at 2 a.m. to get a bag of chips. We do it a lot because of Worlds, so we have to wake up at 4 a.m. now to watch it. So.
I don't know how my body's going to appreciate this next month, but we'll figure it out as the Dragon just goes down to a solo bodice. Because why not? First Dragon of the game for BLC.
It's a red-white Ophelia, so you can sustain against.
Oh, I see. The rest of the saying is red, white, let's fight dragons.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
No,
that's the rest of the saying. I was just missing out on the last word.
And I just know there's 2 fun rhymes with Ophelias. It's red, white, let's fight, and purple, blue, no move for you.
I've never heard of that one before. I like it, actually. That's pretty good. Okay, well, I'll have to keep that one in mind. I like the red, white, let's fight because, you know, fighting.
It's just busted.
Kills.
The purple blue is more of just like a meme. It's just like, I have these guns. They just exist, but they're there.
So now at this point, I want to try to make a rhyme for every single combo. See
That's
what
a lot
happens.
of combos because he has what? He has 5 guns, right?
Yeah.
It's.
I don't want to do math on stream. We're getting back to the game.
All right. Okay.
I feel like that could go really, really badly. BLC are in mid lane now. At least more bodies here by UIC. But with a lull in the action, no objectives on the board. It's more up to BLC where they want to push up, where they want to aggress, because UIC are on the back foot.
And they don't have much room to do anything. Hollywood has been doing very well.
Oh, the hook.
And the hook.
Hollywood! As Pagoda is going to be not taken down as the hook came through, but it's not going to find the damage back. And that's a little bit unfortunate, but the tower falls, and Hanjay gets out of the gank in return from UIC.
There's 2 members, though, of UIC down the bottom lane, which gives so much freedom for the rest of Bethany to go ahead and take this top and mid lane prio. They can flip this mid lane turret with ease now, and Bodas has just healed himself back up with the Immortal Shield build lifesteal on that wave. And from here, now you see Asian Boy just sprinting to this mid lane to see if he can try and
Already dead.
come back for anything, but it's gone. And Baron's not even spawned yet. It won't spawn for another minute and 15 seconds. So there's a lot of time for Bethany to take everything away from the jungles of UIC, get vision control ready, and then see if they can prime Bodas Cephalios guns to be fully prepared for that Baron play and push it to the limit.
And I feel like there's been something that's a little bit missing from UIC, and it's because, you know, Bethany Lutheran were able to get such a lead early and kind of a hold of the game early, so it makes it a lot more difficult. But the Twisted Fate, we haven't really been able to see those Destiny plays come out in a benefit, right? Been more so Hanjay on the other side getting some good Destiny plays, but because they were never set up in that early game, because they never were able to transition anything into the mid game, it gets that much harder to execute that. We were saying, let's look at level 6. Let's look at that proactivity with Asian Boy and what we can get. It just never came around. So it gets that much more difficult to execute, a hard to execute situation as it gets further on.
Well, that was the whole question, right? Is that both of these teams are very reliant on timings of level 6s and ult timers and objectives and so on. So it's really more of the team who has that upper hand and who is faster on the draw. And Bethany has been able to get it multiple times. They're on it again, and they're looking for another kill on Ratchet.
TP, though, we got double TPs coming in. Ratchet's just taken out as 4 members of Bethany. Lutheran will be there. Solar Flare came out. Double Everfrost. The damage is just too much to deal with. And Swidler and Han J are wiping the backline while Pagoda just tries to find something. There's the flash from Han J. Can't find it, but will find some damage on the Asian Boy. He will get out, though. Last member alive for UIC as the Baron is the focus.
They'll go ahead and take this Baron, no problemo.
Is that a missed flash, by the way, by Han J? Did he want to flash over the wall there to follow up?
Yeah, he could have.
He flashed. I just, yeah, you know, sometimes.
It's more of like those, I guess you're so far ahead, you might as well try and see if you can go for more. And there's nothing really that UIC can really do to punish him unless he's just that overextended.
Which that was pretty far. I mean,
it was.
He's got 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, though.
Yeah, he's a pretty big Silas at this moment, and it's 30 seconds until the Dragon. Great timing from Bethany now. Baron power play, reset, straight Jag. Ooh,
as we go into the Dragon here, the setup is needed for UIC. They need to try to get priority over mid, over bot, potentially try to get Pagoda out of this top lane. But with the oppression that Solura has had up there, with the almost, you know, just apps like 1v1 potential that's there for Solura, it's so difficult to leave that. And that just like, opens up the rest of the map.
Yeah, that's like a Lowy's point in this composition, right? It's just to be that split pusher that can somewhat team fight, but doesn't have the avenues of approach. This could be a 3v1.
Could be a lot of healing coming out here, a lot of damage from Solura. The rest of the team is here. They've already found one. Solura is still healing. Solura is still alive. He gets the Hextech Ultimatum used on him, and he's not dying. Oh my God. What? What?
Is there any heal cut? Do you see any heal cut on UIC? I don't see heal cut. I see an ignite that's not up, and that is a goodbye.
That's just game. They have Baron.
I think so.
I mean, they have Baron for another minute and a half. They could just push this. Hook lands because Hollywood just can't miss, and Moonlight Vigil's going to finish it off. There's another kill going down. This is game number 1 with no doubts going over to Bethany Lutheran College. The Vikings are raiding once again, and it's UIC's base that has come under their ire. It's Ratchet down almost. Pressing guard comes out. The focus is on the Nexus. Maybe they get turned around here as another inhib will fall. They do not finish the game. Han J will just die under tower here, give over a big shutdown. You thought Bethany were going to be able to finish it, but they can't.
Yeah, death timers, I guess, were just too low, and they were focusing different objectives and different players. You have, like, no mana, though.
Okay, there we go. Turtle comes in just to make sure Pagoda's okay.
Guaranteed snipe. Now at 3-3-3. There we go. Even KD, so no need to do anything else. You can go ahead and call it a day.
No, they want to fight.
Turtle?
They say, we got red-white. It's our time to fight. We got flash from Bottas over the wall. Dragon is the focus here to try to stack another one up, try to get on soul point for UIC, and it will be given over by Bethany Lutheran.
That's a understandable loss for Bethany, and at least the thing that UIC has still been good at has been getting these dragons. Sure, they've given over 1, but 3 for 4 is still pretty good at this moment, especially with how oppressive the lanes have been for Bethany, that they've been constantly run down, that they've been battered on this top side, bruised in the mid lane, but still able to find those dragons here and there to sort of keep that statistical validity of the stats that the dragon provides. But at this moment, there's no turrets left. It's 11 turrets to 0, and all they need to do is braid down, hit the Nexus, and take us to game 2. Because from here on out, only thing I want from Bethany is cleanliness.
Yep, and they're going to do just that, cleaning up where they left off. 24 minutes and 20 seconds in. They are back on the Nexus. Maybe they overextended, though. Swidler is getting low, but there's the damage you needed. There's the gold lead getting slapped into UIC's face. Can they get out with all their bodies again? Pagoda pushed under his other tower, but the Nexus is still bare. The Nexus is under distress at this point, as it will fall. Bethany Lutheran will take game number 1 in dominant fashion.
And just looking at these teams on paper, it was a pretty close kind of matchup in the sense of how flexible the teams are, their champion pools, where they're at in their current careers, and so on. But it is very much Bethany who has that experience of working together as a team for a lot longer, that I think that they've been able to come out on top. Also, the fact that the program is just insane. The coaching team over there at Bethany is also really, really good. Multiple people that I know that run through there are great. So
at Hugh Fest, Hollywood was coaching the varsity team. Like, that's how the skill
very well
is so spread through the Bethany Lutheran program. It shows through this first game. But my big thing is, I just want a full night of games. Give it to me already in the season. We're already into week 3. I need a full 6 games. Let's go, University of Illinois Chicago. Let's see if we can go the distance. We're going to sit into a little break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 split, the League of Legends JV portion. We've got Mazelcast and Coco the Dragon taking us into our second game of our second best of three. It's University of Illinois Chicago going down 0-1 to Bethany Lutheran College.
Down but not out. It is a best of three series, so Illinois can still have that capability to bring it back. We saw it happening in series number 2,
We did.
as it was
1.
yeah, very, very close. But nonetheless, it does mean that for me, the expectations of both these teams has blown wide open in how dominant Bethany was in that first game. It felt like both of those teams had some really strong win conditions. They had some good setups on both the top side and the bot. And we're looking at like Salura, who got the 1v1 solo kill for First Blood. And then from there, you get some kills happening on the bottom side of the map, but it was this mid lane that was specific. The fact that Hanjay just outplayed the Filipino fish and Asian boy combo to a T. And from there, that is where I think the biggest discrepancy just blew wide open, because then you can't help out top lane because it's getting 1v1 constantly.
Exactly.
He actually 2v1s at this point, and then it opens up where Silas can just steal TF ulti from Filipino Fish. He can roam to bot, he can roam to top to open those up a little bit more. And then it's that pincer maneuver of breaking out the side lanes first and then crushing the mid lane within itself to where there's nowhere for UIC to run. And it's something that they are left to a desperation effect of having to go for these more ambitious plays that become more and more risky and more volatile. And you see the results of how that comes into play. 10,000 gold difference, massive leads for Bethany. All they need to do is just find a target, take the target out, and there's nothing else.
He lives here, by the way.
Yeah, he does.
Oh my god, and it's
Derek's
just
age,
it's just nuts. And I think that like when you're going into game 2, I did like the fact that UIC put a lot of focus on bot. The fact that they sent Asian Boy down there multiple times, trying to get this bot lane head, trying to get the Varus somewhere where it matters in the poke game when you're trying to set up for objectives, was huge. It just, that Thresh, I feel like completely locked all that away. And it was so difficult to get the ganks to stick, to get the timings to stick. And then Hollywood was able to get roams and accomplish a lot on those roams. And I think that's where going into game 2, maybe banning away the Thresh or changing the way you at least approach the bot lane is super important.
Oh, not only that, like I think the bot lane was very important in its own right. Like, yes, you need the Varus to be in a place of threat, but Varus is there to stabilize the lane and to keep it to where you can't punish it with dives. And that's where you need to roam out with the Leona. The Leona should be the one roaming first, then the Thresh, to catch those picks in the mid lane, to help out Asian Boy and Filipino Fish in the mid lane and jungle, to get those leads, to look for those advantages, to get the objective times early so that they can set up, and then Varus can come out of that lane into the objective and start poking you out. So it's like the answer is the bot lane, but the answer is outside of the bot lane. Right, and that's where now going into the second draft for game number 2, Alawi is banned. I don't think that should have been banned, to be honest. I think it was just a good hard counter that they didn't take into account. I would prefer either they take the Camille away or ban it. And from here on out, that's an open ban that is now left up that Bethany could potentially punish with UIC on blue.
Very true. I was going to say UIC is on blue this time. Bethany Lutheran on that red side. We'll see what changes with this first pick here, but very similar bans, at least from BLC's side, as well as some key bans and some new bans coming in for
Mm-hmm.
UIC, where you need that Alawi band away. That top lane was just awful to deal with. And now they're going to take away the Thresh first pick because it was not banned away. Camille, the immediate response with the Rakan for BLC.
Okay. Like, just take the one trick Camille, I guess. Like, there's nothing else that you could do here for Illinois. And that's, like, the exact answer that I was talking about. If you can't deal with the Camille, then ban it. And Alawi doesn't really become that relevant outside of a lot of any other hard counter matchups, in my opinion. So this is where Bethany is really punishing the fear that has been ingrained into Illinois Chicago's ranks. And though the Thresh to a Rakan exchange might be okay, it's a question now of, okay, does Aphelios go through here? Do you select it as your third pick for UIC, as they have selected Fiora? Or are you going to let it go through and Bethany potentially ban it while they take another ADC for themselves?
I'm very interested in this because this is definitely a gauntlet thrown down, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's the Camille v Fiora. Who wins that matchup pretty much decides that entire side of the map. And it's honestly a really difficult task for Pagoda to be able to pull off. It was a very interesting top lane for game number 1. But now we just get the head-to-head here. Viego as well locked in for UIC. So a lot of strength potentially coming out of that jungle.
Yeah, but Xin Zhao's still available. Trundle's still available. Olaf is still available. Graves is still available. All of these champions challenge the Viego very, very well. And Kindred is another one of those options. So
Yes.
far, Bethany on this red side has gotten a good counter for both support and for jungle, and in exchange for a very middle ground 1v1 top lane. Like you said, it's still very influential. Whoever wins that fight wins that top side of the map and will continue to. But in exchange for the counter picks, I'm totally okay with that. I think Bethany is happy where they're at. They ban out the Kiana and the Syndra once more just to make sure that those don't go through in the mid lane, and that John Hay has a good matchup there. But now Illinois is left to say, all right, we have to pick 2 picks immediately after this, and Bethany can say, let's just pick our ADC now, or let's pick our mid lane. I'd prefer they just pick their ADC and then go ahead and counter with the R5 mid.
Very true. Nope. It's gonna be Karthus, baby. They're gonna go ahead and get the Karthus there. Also with the Rakan, if you put this in the ADC position, right, you're just farming up for late game. The Rakan, very, very good on roam timers. See what Hollywood can potentially do with that if this is gonna be that kind of setup. But now you've got some hard choices to make for the University of Illinois Chicago because they have one last counter pick there. You're thinking that this is going to be ADC and support already picked up, so it's got to be a mid lane pick. It's going to be Annie they pick up at least, and potentially Senna to back it up.
I'm going to wait on that Senna pick. Let's talk about Annie, because Annie is pretty old-fashioned, very cut and dry. Is there to challenge, and it's at the same timing of like level 6 you fight. It's like the OG Syndra almost. So like you hit level 6, you charge up your stun, bam Tibbers, bam with the fire blast, and then they're pretty much done. And you're able to get a good kill really quick, and then your heat shield is able to help you move around the map a lot faster. Misfortune is the better option for sure, because even though you don't have a lot of tools to lock people down, the only ones that I'd heavily rely on is just the Thresh box. It's still good to have in a multi-carry composition where they're looking at a Thresh, they're looking at a Viego, or excuse me, not a Thresh, a Fiora, a Viego, and an Annie all together, and then they have to consider a Misfortune in the back end as well, dropping the bullet time. Overall, a great answer there for UIC to go into the second game. But a wind wall, and that could all be thrown away. And this is also another question. Where's the Yasuo and the Karthus going? Because technically they can both go bot and mid.
So Yasuo is Hanjay's most played, at least in history right now, has 135 games played of it. So I would expect it to go into that mid lane, and you'd have Bottas on the Karthus. But you never know in these kinds of situations with these drafts. But the biggest thing for me is I want to like compositionally, right? Because something that's been key has been, timings around objectives, timings around, map development and how you want to play your lanes. And for University of Illinois Chicago, I feel like the bar is set very high for them here with this composition. Yes, you have the Thresh, you have a lot of escapability, you have a lot of peel in that fashion, but you've got to make sure that these lanes are stable as the Viego, and that I feel like that is going to be difficult against this Kindred.
A little bit, I suppose. I don't expect the Kindred to be too oppressive in the bottom side of the map, just because it's like it's Misfortune and Thresh. She naturally has Strut, so harder to get on top of her, but also the Thresh to just sort of lantern her to safety. Definitely a mid-top focus for the Kindred. Like, even if it is a Annie that will try and jump in and has the heat shield to sort of dip in and dip out, it's short-range spells, long-range auto attacks, and
Mm-hmm.
same thing goes for the top side of the map, where it's short-ranged auto attacks and spells for both of them to help sort of get into a fight, but hard to get out of a fight. And that's where Kindred is really good at punishing, um, for both of those lanes. So very interested to see how Bethany is going to go adapting into that and how they'll be able to sort of force it. While UIC, like you said, you're on a little bit of a back foot with the Viego jungle, but if you hit those resets, man, you are going to have quite a wild ride. But you're already
Yeah.
going up against a Kenshin and a Karthus that are meant to delay those
Yeah.
resets.
And I think highlighting the main potential carries and things like that is super important. But I think something else that we saw be pretty important last game, and I think will be hugely crucial in this one, especially for University of Illinois Chicago, are the supports, are the roam timers for these supports getting engaged with their junglers and trying to find these picks or these plays at least early on. Because with both these junglers, you do need to get a little bit of a tempo going. I mean, I know Viego gets stronger, as the game goes on, as is with Kindred, but typically I feel like you are looking for those early advantages, those early plays that you can capitalize on. And the supports in this matchup are going to be absolutely crucial to that.
And the supports with Karthus and Misfortune as your bot lane, it's the same thing, right? Like as you mentioned, they're going to be very crucial because they either get out of the lane very fast and start making plays elsewhere on the map, or they get that level 2, level 3 pick onto the enemy and
True.
get this game going, right? Because it's like Misfortune and Thresh. You get that lockdown, you get that double up, you poke down a very squishy Karthus, boom, game's over. Like you've won that bottom lane and you can start to transition to mid. On the other side of the map, if Rakan and Karthus are able to survive to level 6, you are in a world of hurt. And if this Karthus lands every single one of those Skittles and those late wastes, you don't have a tanky composition to survive. And that is very surprising. But I'm excited to see what that will be, as we're just currently waiting on that spectator delay to get us into the second game.
And for me, it's also looking at that first game, taking some lessons from it for University of Illinois Chicago. Obviously, not knowing like their coaching system and the kind of structure behind it, but being able to take that first game just as a chip in the armor, and being able to continue on to the second game, trying to make it a 3-game best of 3. And I think it's super important where the mentality is at for University of Illinois Chicago. Obviously, close teams. all the games tonight have been very, very close in
Yeah.
regional, at least, but I think that it's really important to be able to bounce back in series like this against Bethany Lutheran, who is this very established program. To have a game like that, it is rough, but the bounce back is what I look at. That mentality is what I look at. That growth that we always talk about in the collegiate scene here for these programs. And I think going into this game too, I already say I'm a little worried about the composition, but I think that if they can bounce back mentally, it sets them on even playing field.
Yeah, that's a great concept to have going into this game of like, where is that mental, where like how do we keep that mental warrior state, because that could do or die UIC very, very fast if it's one of those like hot to cold quick temperature changes of morale, where it's something that's like, all right, we got beat up pretty rough in this second game, but let's just go in with a fiery passion and just like look for level 1s. Like, we have the Thresh, let's go in for a level 1 cheese, let's punish this Karthus who's immobile, let's try and force some summoners, let's get this game going before the minions even spawn. That might be that hot to cold temperature that could really throw up either Bethany for a loop, or if Bethany reads it like Minnesota did in the previous series, then it's like, uh-oh, we just went hot to cold really fast and the metal just snapped. And that's where it's like the mental breaks and you're like, all right, we tried to do something ambitious, they read us like a book, it's over. And it could be almost an immediate forfeit from that. But that's all in a sense of theory, if you even go for it. Because it could just be another neutral start of saying, all right, let's play our game, let's play it slow and safe it out.
So I'm not gonna lie. I hope that at some point in the future I can collect all of these, ideas that you have and the imagery that you put in my head every time when you make these kinds of references, like with the metal snapping and everything like that. Because I think during the season this is gonna be great. I know this is a completely separate point from your analytical aspect of it, but I still think it'll be fun to do. I'm gonna make a mental note of that. This is me making that mental note. But I think
Okay.
going into this one for Bethany Lutheran College, looking at the other side of it, we already said, what's that mental bounce back for University of Illinois Chicago? But on Bethany Lutheran, it's finding more cleanliness. It's finding a game like you did last time, but maybe crossing that T a little bit more, dotting that I a little bit better, making a little bit more circle, and trying to find where you can find experience and growth in this series.
I'd say, yeah, like it's kind of a yes and no for me, because just the composition that they drafted, it's a little bit more mild mannered, I'd have to say. So with
Mild
the
mannered,
Karthus,
you say?
yeah, Karthus and a Yasuo, it's like that's like you're a little daring. Like, all right, you're being a little rude right now, going with this kind of composition, but you're testing the waters, I suppose. But
Calling Bethany rude.
hey, man,
I hope they watch this back and deem you a rude boy.
I'm fine if they call me a rude boy. I understand that. However, I will give them the pat on the back. At least they didn't do Sorakateric bot lane. Because that stuff's
just casual shout out there. But we will be on to the Rift here for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. University of Illinois Chicago need to bounce back. Try to find a grasp in this best of 3. Bethany Lutheran want to just finish it off for the night.
That was that level 1 cheese I was thinking about. Saying, hey, let's go in. We got the Thresh. We could punish here. But the rest of the team staying on that neutral state. They did get that ward out anyways. And what that ward does say, let's see where this Kindred's going to start. And let's keep track of this Kindred, right? Because of how important and how influential it can be on that more volatile top side of the map with Solura and Pagoda, or into this mid lane with Anjay and Filipino Fish. If either of these lanes get out of control in Bethany's favor, it could just be the death bell tolling for UIC.
Another thing for me is seeing where Ratchet can improve on the play of Thresh so far, right? Hollywood did pretty good. He had a lot of influence last game around, but I feel like Thresh is so pivotal in making the compositions work when you're able to pick him. It makes it a little easier because he is Thresh, right? But it still requires some execution. It still requires some of those timings. And I want to see what Ratchet can do on a hold of the Thresh, as it was taken away from him in game number 1. I know I'm putting a lot of focus on the supports.
Yeah, Thresh is definitely a champion that's like moderate skill floor, high skill ceiling. So if you can play it well, you play it really well, and it's hard to counter it, like Hollywood did in the previous game. But like you said, it's going to be a good homework assignment to see for ourselves how Ratchet will be able to do on this pickup. As I was watching that top lane interaction with Pagoda getting level 2 first.
Got one farm so far.
Yeah, the only thing is I'm looking at Swidler too here on this Kindred. Could be a potential upset there for causing some damage, but the Tri-Bush was dropped there with the ward for Pagoda, so he'll see if Kindred comes out that avenue. While we continue to look at how this oppressive MF Thresh bot lane will be. And like we said, level 2, level 3, you get a good hook, you force some summoners early, you get a good catch onto this more risky lane. Risky!
First blood goes to Bottas. Hollywood getting low with the ignite, but won't die. Actually, might die now. Oh no! The flashes. Turtle doesn't have the distance. Turtle's gonna die here. No way. The mana, not very much for Bottas, but he will find it. And that's 2 kills for Bethany Lutheran College in the top lane. Swidler found the kill. That's an assist on a Solura as well. 3 kills already for Bethany.
Yep, so a quick review of how that happened in the bottom lane. We were talking about how volatile the MF and Thresh can be, and I might have to hold my point here as Filipino might have found
Swidler, he got stunned up. He does need to get out of this situation. Pagoda's on the backside, but not joining the fight. And Asian Boy's already down. Swidler got the kill, flashes the emote. Ratchet's gonna die next. No! Filipino Fish flashes. He will get away. Pagoda on the backside. Now Pagoda's just dead. He's gonna dash away, trying to get to the tower. Gonna get a nice repose, but doesn't have it just yet. Pagoda just dies. And 3 kills for Swidler. I hope he got his marks worth. He got one of them at least.
Yeah, he got one. I think it was. Oh,
I think it was the scuttle. I think it was the scuttle.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It's a blue scuttle.
Okay.
So he got the one onto Pagoda at the very beginning. So the unfortunate timing is can we
Turtle.
No.
We can't talk.
We can't
talk.
You
Turtle's
can't
dead. Swidler now has 4 kills. This Kindred is snowballing out of control.
Because I was talking about how Swidler, the reason why he really only could get 1 stack or 1 mark of Kindred is that the cooldown is, I think, 60 seconds for you to pick a new one. So you can't just like kill somebody, mark a new person, get a double kill like in the same fight kind of thing.
Yeah.
You have to like grab a pick, go back to jungle, wait for it to cool down, and so on. So doesn't get a lot out of it, but still, he's 4-0.
Yeah.
He is.
I mean that'll do more than anything at this point. Yeah. Solura taking the 1v1 into Pagoda. This hasn't been as volatile as potentially we might think, but it's still a 3,000+ gold lead developed by Bethany Lutheran already in the game at 5 minutes.
Well, and we weren't able to touch on that bot lane interaction that much either, because like it was that whole MF Thresh situation of they had the kill potential, but the problem is that when you are running into a Karthus who has that extra isolation damage, Thresh was just taking every single lay waste right to the face, and he does not have many tools to get him out of that, and that's where Hollywood was able to lock him down with the Rakan, and you might be able to do it again. So it's like they disrespected the fact that lay waste does so much isolated damage and are getting punished for it, and now we're back at it again. Swidler 4-0, already has Berserker Greaves and a pickaxe. I think he's confident enough to go ahead and clear this jungle if he could. Unfortunately, there's no camps around.
Dragons.
You can just say, yeah, exactly. Take Dragon. Take Dragon and maybe look for dive mid.
Solura might be getting the bait. Actually doing a lot of damage to Pagoda. Goes in with the hook shots. Filipino Asian Boy's like so far away, he can't do anything about it. Now Solura can't find it, the Rip Jose, but he does find the other side of the queue. Hextech Ultimatum is going to bring Asian Boy under wraps, but it doesn't matter. The kill comes through.
At least they're able to get that 1-for-1 trade on the top side of the map, but that does mean that Dragon is taken without contention on that bottom side. Anjay is a level down, but that doesn't matter much because he did just get that. So it does tell me that Filipino Fish has been hanging out in the lane a little bit more. Yes, the kill does give a lot of gold over, but it doesn't give as much XP as maybe a wave has given to that Filipino Fish and Annie. So that's also a level 6 Swidler Kindred. They could dive this. That wave is huge.
100% dive
and
this.
Yeah, it's
There's
over.
no help. There's no help for
no
Pagoda. He does have the Lambs or Spite if he needs to use it. Won't take the tower too long, but Pagoda doesn't die. The hook shot misses. Pagoda gets out.
By the luck of the cards, Pagoda survives for just a little bit longer. And the reset will come in. Oh, no. No reset will come in from Swidler. Knows that he has top camps, so Swidler will go ahead and take those, no problem. And from there...
I would love to see how much gold he has in his pocket at this point. I don't remember when the last time he went back and spent.
Let's hit that X button. Hit the X button on the scoreboard. Let me see that gold money.
Something that we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about, because there were a couple kills that went over to Bottas, but there hasn't really been any big focus like there was in previous games, is this bot lane. And the Karthus just farming up while Swidler is on a rampage. Hey.
Yeah, well,
okay,
that's the whole intention, right? Is like to have this Karthus left to its own devices to just power farm and get to a place where you can just spam Karthus ulti.
Like my Earth games.
Yes, like your Earth games, but like a lot slower.
Those Lambs are Spite pop, not going to give the heal over to Fish. Swidler, I don't think this Gromp doing a lot of damage to him, though. Just trying to get the camp cleared with the healing coming from it, and there it is. Filipino Asian Boy does respond to mid lane, but that's a Rift Herald play coming out from BLC.
Oh, and we also had Hanjay get that solo kill onto Ratchet, and we just got that kill onto Solura. Pagoda falling.
The solo bolo. Wow, that was a lot of damage.
That was quite a lot of damage. Already with the Sheen and a Phage can get that Divine Sunder in just a couple minutes, as we had just seen from that gold graph a few moments ago. Thank you very much, observers.
The catch out Swidler.
I think that's worth it. That's worth it still.
Shutdown goes to Ratchet. we'll see if Filipino Asian Boy can maybe go claim something for his own. Won't really find it on the Hollywood, so at least they get a pick. But as you said, worth it.
It's worth it because if that shutdown went over to Viego for Asian Boy, then it'd be like, okay, maybe this gives a little bit of ramp-up power for this Viego to get into a dueling state, to try and challenge some side lanes. Because it goes on to the Thresh for Ratchet, shrug it off. Just go bot, go mid, wherever you so choose with this Herald. Break it down, break that map open a little bit for your players. And I think that it might just be a bottom Herald to break open.
Oh no.
Or, no, excuse me. Oh,
no
Swidler.
lambs despite Swidler is getting mighty low. The flash from Hanjay. Filipino Fish does get at least a little bit of help in there, but it is still going to go over, and that's a trade back. Big shutdown as well.
Yeah, and a trade for ultimates as well on this top side. And I'd say, even though that death did come through, Swidler should just be fine to come on back mid lane after you clear a couple camps, get your double buffs, jump into mid lane, break open this turret, create this pressure where the Yasuo can start to side lane and the Karthus can just sit in mid with the power farming duty. And from here on out, that's all Bethany needs to do for the next few minutes.
Oh, the flash Tibbers!
USC.
Hanjay is potentially going to go down the wind wall. Don't save you today. Tibbers and Viego are going to be helping take that one down. Swidler does help back it up, but this Rift Herald's going to be a little bit harder to use without your mid laner.
Yeah, great catch nonetheless, but he can still hold on to it. He's got about 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes until that Herald will disappear, but he decides to use it now because he saw the recall coming from Filipino. That's just that is literally waving a flag saying, come take my turret.
Oh, wait, nice. Solura sees it without even having to see it. Oh, no. Nice little blast code from Asian Boy. We'll get him away, though.
Yep, turret plate's going over. Pagoda might be dead?
Couple more autos. Nope, not going to be gone.
No turret.
We'll be gone by backing, but, you know. Oh, Hollywood! Just got killed in bot lane.
I think he just got hooked, right?
Yeah, he must
have. Into a bullet time and just got absolutely obliterated. Very well done there. That was the lockdown that you need from the Ratchet and Turtle combo.
Oh,
Hanjay,
no,
take a 2v1.
He does. The last breath comes out the last second. There's the Requiem. Modus goes on a killing spree here. It's going to be traded back. Filipino Fish is actually getting pretty big. To go to under tower, trying to save his life. Rip Jose does come out. The outplay. The challenge is not enough. Swidler is taking the kills. He's 6-2, and it won't be responded to by Asian Boy.
I won't be able to give anything about it. He's just going to clear this control ward and might actually get pinched on, but there's no mana on Solura, so you just need to get out, go back, reset, get some extra money and out and spend, and then you can look at this dragon. Because now you have open freedom in this bottom lane. Swidler can literally just roam down, clear all the camps that they want with this Kindred, and then pressure for that dragon when everything is already set up from Hollywood. So next 2 minutes or so, it actually doesn't even take the chicken, excuse me, just says I'm grabbing the red buff and I'm heading straight down to this dragon. Let's take this right now and get it off the board.
The setup is important. Trying to take their second dragon is Bethany. Trying to go up early is huge as well. Fish has the stun available. Does also have Tibbers if they can set up a big team fight for themselves. The dragon's already going to go down. That's 2 stacked up for Bethany. Oh, wait, they went in a mid lane. Last breath came out. Whoa! The Hextech ultimatum. Oh, that's so weird. But Solura does find the kill in the end.
Yeah, interesting interaction when you try and flash out of it. It just drags you straight back to the center.
Nope. Yoink.
And from there, this is an Infernal Soul map now, too. This is going to be very deadly for UIC.
The huge pick, Lambs Spite, has to come out. Swidler, he's going to have to find a way to get out of this one. Is he going to swindle his way out? No. It's going to be a shutdown going over to Asian Boy.
At least they're able to trade that kill. Technical 1-for-1 with the Annie that had died previously, but they also have saved their turret. 40 seconds until those turret plates despawn, which means a lot of that gold is still up for grabs. There's still 3 up for top, 2 for mid, and 4 for bot. And there's only 1 plate taken off of any of the defenses of Bethany, which means a lot of gold is just gone from their grasp to try and challenge. But a lot of that is due to the fact that Swidler has been dominating on this Kindred from the very beginning of this game.
I will say the lead isn't that far out of reach from UIC here, just
Yeah.
over a couple thousand gold. And the biggest thing for me now is how much of a grasp on the map DLC have, and especially the way that they just constantly are looking for these fights as Filipino Fish is probably gonna die under tower here. Oh, the last shot's not enough. He gets out with a scrap of health.
Just barely. No lockdown with the Hextech Ultimatum to secure that kill this time around, but does help open up this middle lane a little bit to see if they can break off this turret and get the first brick of the game in this second game of the series. As Hollywood has been doing okay on this recon. Very much been the Swidler game, and Odas pretty much just reaping the rewards of having a global ultimate, while the rest of the team now, Herald is up in about 30 seconds, actually right now, excuse me, with that just changing from the hourglass to the icon. You got the inside track for UIC. Starting it though is a bit risky because they know you're doing it with that ward right there on that little elbow.
Quickness was popped. The play was almost there for Hollywood, but not going to be there. Now Swidler went in by himself. Requiem is coming down. This is a game-changing fight as well with that Rift Herald play. Solura is on a killing spree now, but that beautiful stun lockup is there. The challenge is also healing, and this is a huge one for UIC as they're getting shutdowns after shutdowns and are taking the fight. They were not able to get the Rift Herald, but Solura, the last one alive here besides Bodice, is going to get out.
And though even the UIC was able to get the win of a team fight, they were not able to secure the Herald. So that is something that BLC can use to sort of recuperate from that team fight loss. But all of those kills, lots of them went on to Asian Boy here on the Viego, who's now on a good bounty spree. Gonna break this turret open as well.
Couldn't give first tower though. First tower went over to Bodice.
Yeah, unfortunate, but they're able to make it 2 for 1. So overall, you could say it's a positive. It shrunk the lead from 2,000 to now 1,000 in total, which for myself, overall, actually, no, it just sprinted right back. How the heck did it do that?
The first tower gold.
Maybe I was, maybe I was blinking a little bit and did a little bit too much counting on stream, but
You know we try to stay away from that.
we
Come
try
on
and
now.
stay away from counting. But
Counting is the enemy on broadcast. We do have Rift Herald spawned up in mid lane by Bethany Lutheran. If they can get this tier 2 tower, the split push is there by Solura. Has TP if he needs to. First charge will go off and it'll be left by Beth.
just to break it down to 2/3, that's all they needed it to do. As they prepare for the dragon in a minute. Got a potential duel on the top side. Pagoda is very much dead, I'd have to say.
One more Q is it. Oh,
Yeah.
it's the tower. It's the tower. Oh, Solura wanted to go for the kill pop, the ignite, but couldn't get the targeting.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But does get the challenge off. So the challenge is no longer available for Pagoda, which means you can go ahead, recall, teleport for this dragon, and that's a crucial ultimate that you'll have over them with the Hextech Ultimatum to challenge this objective and go for the soul point, while everyone else has ultis ready. Just be very careful around these flanks. The only difficulty for BLC right now is that their composition is very difficult to execute in a front-to-back fight. They need to find these pincers, and you can see Hollywood on a back flank. Looking for this engagement, they might find it.
Pagoda just TP bot lane. They have no support here. This is a 4v5, and it's looking to go the way of UIC with the bullet time on top of the damage from the Annie. That's a big pick-off, and Han Jae is no longer in the fight. Now Pagoda is here, and now it's an uneven fight, but in favor of UIC.
Yeah, but they do have very low health bars, and it just looks like BLC will decide to go ahead and disengage from this fight. They're saying, we don't need to try and challenge this dragon at the moment. Let's see if we can get some mid lane pressure, possibly take this turret. Swidler is being fairly greedy for this objective, but the rest of Bethany is roaming up to the top side of the map, seeing if they can get that third turret for themselves, that final outer tier turret in the top side. But even then, at this point, I'm trying to think of the next item power spikes and how Bethany gets a sense of control back into this game. Because right now, yes, they're 2k in the lead. Yes, they're a little bit faster on the draw and they still have that tempo control. But when it's fighting around objectives, they're stuck. And here now, Swidler might just be dead once again.
Unless he can get away with a couple quick dashes, the blast cone is there, but he has no help, and Swidler is just gonna fall down.
Yeah.
Asian Boy gets the kill, is now unstoppable at 5-1 on the Viego.
And with being 5-1, that is a very deadly Viego. Who can not only duel, but can team fight, can reset, can look for continuous kills, and all of those players, all those champions that the team of Bethany has are all very appetizing for a Viego to abduct and take over.
They are indeed. And when we're setting up for these next objectives in 3.5 minutes, or the Baron here in 35 seconds, you're seeing BLC put down a lot of vision around the Baron buff. They want to probably focus down towards this bot lane as they're trying to get the bot lane pushing with Solura. But I'm really waiting for the kick in of these insane Requiems, right? We're on a 2-item spike here for Bottas. We're trying to get, at least for BLC, right? We're trying to get this Karthus ahead, while on the other hand, Filipino Fish is doing huge in these fights to set up for Filipino Asian Boy to get the kills, to get the sustained damage, to get the sustained fight. And it's a really big head-to-head that's happening right now. I'm talking about Tibbers, and there it is. It's the game changer right there. That's a killing spree. That's a shutdown. And already back to it is going to be UIC. They get 3 kills, losing none except for Pagoda in the side lane to Solura. But now they're on the Baron.
Oh, he's TPing in for this?
TPing, wow.
Interesting.
To go for the fight. Hollywood is like booking it over here. They don't have the health bars right
already
now.
down
Baron
5K.
already down 5,000. Solura is going to reveal them. Might be looking for the kills. But Filipino Fish has a stun. Stuns him immediately.
What?
They all target him. He's dead.
I'm at a loss for words on that play. I think you just take bot turret, get what you can off of the board, and then leave and reset, and then wait to defend for the Baron power play. But now it's UIC in the driver's seat from a lot of mistakes coming in from Bethany that they have been able to address and take care of. And from here on out, it's the fact that, like you said, Filipino Fish on this Annie is really sending this game for a ride and bringing us to a 21-minute banger with 32 kills on the board. The only issue for me is they need to really break the defenses of Bethany here with this power play. Like, if they are able to get a couple turrets, get an inhibitor, great.
This scaling is gonna start getting scary from
Exactly.
Bethany Lutheran. Like there is a timer in this game. Another dragon is about a minute and a half. It will be soul point for Bethany Lutheran if they can get a hold of it. But really, the timer is the key here for both teams, but in different ways.
Yep. Because once you get a Karthus that can do massive damage to the Requiem, once you have the Camille that is pretty much unkillable and untouchable in the side lane, which pretty much is at right now. Like, I think Solura, you just bait out those, but oh, here comes Ratchet and Turtle, and
this is the thing though. Solura just can't get a hold of it. Hook shot over the side. The stun is there. The damage. Tibbers to follow it up, and Pagoda gets their first kill of the game. While towers are falling in top side to Bethany Lutheran.
Yeah, Bethany, I think, is using the best to their advantage in the sense of the side lane control and always maneuvering around the map as best as possible. Sure, now it's still even, but the fact that you lost a turret and you went 1-for-1 with those turrets during a Baron power play is not a good sign. And Bethany is able to at least hold on and try and keep a sense of control in this game for just a little longer, while Filipino Fish and Asian Boy are trying to run them down and take back this game.
Top lane pings coming out from Bethany. They want to try to get that inhib unlocked so they can start using that pressure around the map. Now is the waiting game for Dragon to spawn. Looks like Bethany's going to give it up. They're going to go for the top lane play with a couple backs actually coming through here. Maybe they'll try and get a little focus on it, but that will be second Dragon for UIC. As members of Bethany Lutheran are staying top lane.
I think this is it would have been a respectable idea, but no one is able to actually defend or like attack that top turret. So you are forfeiting this dragon over for some spatial awareness, I suppose, and some spatial pressure. Just continuing on the top side of the map and then power farming until your next huge spike, right? Like you get the collector, boom. You're looking for that Lord Dominic's next for Swidler. You're looking for a third item, potentially a Sterix Gauge for Solura. Infinity Edge we want to be finishing on Hanjay, but he hasn't even finished his second item yet. He's very far behind on this Yasuo, being 2 and 5. But then also Bodas. Bodas already has that the components for a Void Staff to get that Magic Pen. But once you get the completed Magic Pen, Void Staff, that's going to be a world of hurt that I don't think UIC is really ready for.
The item spikes are crucial here as we're counting down the minutes for that Requiem to be game changing in it and of its health at least. But the Guardian Angel is completed. 3 item spike. Filipino Asian boy. That's huge.
Pressure forward. Really no issues here for either of these teams. Slow and steady, because I think UIC doesn't feel like they're in the lead in a dominant fashion, so they're still playing it safe. Where Bethany has that confidence still with the tempo and with how they perform early on. You know they can walk forward, but go Filipino, they're
Over the
saying.
wall here. He's invisible. Will get the stun on the Solura. Using the hook shot, he will get away. It gets stunned up though. Goda's on the backside. Quickness maybe going to be used by Hollywood here to try to get the peel. There's Solura trying to get away. Hollywood able to dash his way out. Swidler has to flash. That was almost a big pickup by UIC, but they are on the aggression now, as you see Hanjay in the side lane.
Very close to being able to run down the members of Bethany, but might be able to run down Hanjay. Part of the team might not going to be able to get anybody. Pagoda, I believe, reposted that. So no big deal on that side, but is able to catch this top wave and potentially reset. And this lull, this slow moment of this game is just waiting for these teams to, one, outscale on Bethany and wait for the objectives, and for UIC to get to this Baron fight. They need to make sure that Bethany gets to a place where they cannot continue to fall back and retreat from this constant aggression that they're going to try and catch them with, and then be able to get those resets into Diego. But it's all in a matter of time, and I just saw that Void Staff is bought by Bodas. That is a huge upgrade, but I don't think his ultimate of Requiem is going to be available in time for this Baron.
It's going to be tricky on that timing. I just got to say, for me, what's standing out here is UIC's bounce back. I highlighted it when we were getting out of the draft. Like, I wanted to see that mental bounce back from UIC. Yeah. They have absolutely done everything I was looking for here. It is tied neck and neck at 26 minutes in. Dragons are even. Kills are actually in UIC's favor. It is absolutely wonderful to see the mentality from these players, the bounce back potential in these series as we go into these very game-deciding fights coming up.
Just got to be very careful where you step.
They're landmines. Go. They're landmines.
Oh, they got vision. They got vision. They're going to start it. Bethany doesn't know. They're all just cycling out to catch waves right now. Hollywood's going to look if he can snip it out.
They've got to realize there's something going on. Nice hook. Ratchet does stop the look at least into the Baron pit. Now Baron at 5,000 health. Swidler's trying to get over there. Quickness is popped. TP's coming down. Pagoda goes over to stop Swidler.
Pagoda.
Baron is not the focus anymore. Swidler is trying to get the kill, but has to pop Lamb's Respite. The Baron is retargeted. Swidler gets the kill, but the Baron goes over to UIC. Now Solura's in there. Requiem finally comes back up. Eternal is down. BLC find the fight after the objective.
And with that, only 2 members are able to retreat with the Baron power play available, and Dragon is in 45 seconds. Bethany, they decided to play for the fight and not for the objective, and that was the right choice for them. Though Solura chasing far, that wasn't it, Chief. I'm sorry, you're not that guy.
Those are 2 characters that are 7-1. Probably shouldn't do that, but the mid lane inhib is going to go down, so sacrifice is made, maybe a martyr in some cases. BLC will back out of the fight afterwards.
It gives a good argument for a martyrdom, but at this moment, it's 10 seconds and you're not going to be available for this Dragon, and everyone on UIC is going to, and this is going to be contention for some point.
No.
Asian boy, oh dude.
No, he's going to walk right into it. Last breath. He's going to go golden, though. He's got backup. This is huge. Can he buy enough time? He does. Now the re-engage is there by Pagoda. Big repose, but they can't find the follow-up damage. Pagoda has to dash away. Filipino with that damage! Oh my god! That wombo combo rings true, and that is sole point for UIC.
What a brutal amount of damage Tibbers does when he just pops out of nothing and just deals a truckload of damage right to the back line and into the backs of Hanjay and Swidler. They drop it to, it's now 3 Infernal Souls. That is 12%
That's
bonus
huge.
damage. It is massive, but it's not something that I think Bethany is able to scoff at just yet. It is very dangerous in treading those waters because of how powerful Filipino Fish is going to be on this Annie. Same thing with Asian Boy on this Viego. But they're having to deal with a Baron buff that is going to be falling away in 1 minute, so they're not sweating about that. They have an inhibitor that has been crashed into the mid lane that will be bleeding minions through there. Where will Bethany go? Where will they look? You're looking at a potential top side of the map, maybe bottom side of the map, pressure point, and using what is very much little of your resources available, because all you have is your summoners. You don't have many, or your ultimates. You don't have many summoners left at this moment. They are still on cooldown for a couple minutes, and they might be able to find Pagoda at the very least to help stall this game out a little longer.
They will find Pagoda. Quickness was popped just in case, not going to be used. Swidler gets the kill. Will have his 8th kill of the game. They're going to keep pushing up bot lane as well. Ratchet is here if they want to do anything. Filipino Fish and Filipino Asian Boy are the ones you got to look out for. Look, you walk into it again, it's going to happen. You can't think twice in those situations, and that is another huge pickup for UIC as Filipino Asian Boy will hunt down Swidler. This is going to hell in a handbasket for BLC. They do have a little bit of pressure in top side of the map by Hanjay, but these fights are going sideways.
I don't know, the fights are going sideways, but it's, again, like you said, there's stuff happening on the top end. Bodast is out farming the top side jungle. You have Hanjay pushing, so it's technically a 3v4, and a lot of it has just been Bethany throwing their heads into the powerhouse that is Filipino Fish's Annie, who's been dominating on this pick so far, and is, like I said, it's just like the Syndra of just like you build up the stun, you have your ultimate ready, you just drop it and you one-shot whatever you want in the back line, as long as you're able to just point and click. That's it.
And something for me that is huge is always the timing of the misfortune to follow up on the CC. That's something that we saw not executed well at the World Championship today. And to see it so well done by Turtle, he's always there to follow up on Filipino Fish's Tiber's ultimate when the big stun comes through. I mean, that's huge. That is communication that's on the next level, and I love to see this composition coming out from UNC being able to bounce back, like I said, from that game number 1 and literally just take bloody fights against Bethany Lutheran and come out on top.
Continue to have these bloody bouts, continue to have these spread out skirmishes, as a matter of fact, because it's never really been a full 5v5 for a little while. As it is going to be Filipino Fish on the top side to address Hanjay, which means that there is pressure for Bethany to take this turret in the bottom side of the map until Filipino Fish gets there, but already sprinting straight down the middle lane to make sure that he has access to multiple avenues of approach that Bethany is going to be jumping. And we can continue to pepper and praise as much as you want for UIC to come back in this game, but they're still on the back foot. They're still mentally on the defensive.
Yeah, they definitely are, and I would like to see Hanjay getting involved with the team here. He's been playing a lot of split pushing side lane, but we do see when it comes together, they're able to find those picks or at least find a lot of damage. But now in a minute, like, you have to set up for the soul. If they get a 4-stack Infernal Soul, you thought the Wombo combo was deadly before Coco.
Yeah.
It's going to be otherworldly here.
Even if it's just like, if you get the Infernal Soul, that just hurts so hard, right? Like, empowered AoE burst, additional 300 damage or so, depending on how Annie's scaling is at this moment in time. But they don't have the inside track to Baron. They're looking for the soul, so it's going to be a contest of how quickly Bethany can burn down this Baron without taunting UIC to challenge, and vice versa.
Yeah, Solar's trying to get priority in mid lane. You have Hanjay back on the side lane if they're trying to respond to the push from Pagoda. They're just going to start up the Baron, pulling everybody back down. They're going to turtle this fight, try to take down the Baron as quickly as possible. They need to back away, though, as that's a huge charm onto Pagoda. They are pulling away from this fight. Requiem's comes out, but Hollywood's already dead. That's a big pick to start off, and after that, Bethany can't do the Baron.
Nope, can't. They continue to fight. They continue to skirmish. They need to keep
Because they
the
can't
side
back
of UIC
off.
distracted. They have to keep UIC distracted from the objectives and always contest a deadly bout between them all. And there you go. Pagoda's
They
going to try
have
and
an
do
even
solo.
fight right now if they took it. They don't have the vision though. They don't know that Pagoda is split onto the dragon here, and that's just Infernal Soul going over as Solura almost gets caught. They're keeping the pressure up, and Bethany are positioning around Baron.
There's Infernal Soul marked there, thanks to Pagoda, who was able to get that by himself.
Oh, they went for the flash, the catch out, the damage. Lamb's Respite's already there, but it's all over for Bethany. Bullet time just to put the cherry on top. Bodice is dead as well. Heartbreakers are for sure for Bethany Lutheran as Hanjay again just in the side lane. You got Solura in the side lane. Nobody's there to help the fights. And now the Baron will go over unless Solura can do something here. TP's coming in from Pagoda to join the fight. Baron down to 5,000 health. Quickness comes in. Hollywood double golden, and this is the turnaround for UIC. They can immediately get their focus onto Solura. He's dead. Grand challenge is there. You're trying to put the damage down. The last breath is there, but you're shut down. And Hanjay is dead. The Baron back into focus here for UIC.
Okay,
Hollywood!
Oh, we're able to get that kill at least as a repercussion, but now Baron power play on the 3 members, 3 very potent members of UIC. And you've got all of the recipe for success. You got Infernal Soul, you got Baron power play online. Sure, you'd prefer Elder at this point, of course, but you gotta wait 4 minutes until that one spawns, and that will be an interesting timer for that to all happen. And your 5,000 gold lead, yes, but this is at the point where everyone is like 60,000 gold team gold. Everyone's pretty much done. You're waiting for the Rabadon's death cap coming in from Bodast. He's fairly close to finishing that one up. You just got Wit's End here, and you're going to be looking for a potential Bloodthirster for Hanjay. On the other side of the board, you're looking to finish that Void Staff finally for Filipino Fish, who will be absolutely shredding people to pretty much paper-mache pieces. And the only unfinished thing on Turtle is Boots, which Miss Fortune doesn't really need because she has Strut, so bonus movement speed there. But
They're going to catch out Pagoda. They knew he was coming up there. He's going to go golden, but nobody's really there. Redemption comes out. Pagoda almost finds enough damage on the Hollywood, but can't do it. The pickoff is there, but mid lane, Baron up minions are pushing the inhib.
Who can stall this out? You have Karthus, who has some decent wave clear, but he doesn't have good dueling potential. As long as he's able to get that, he's able to stall for a little longer. That is okay. It's the shielding that is able to keep him alive for a little longer, but that is a brutal amount of damage coming in from Bodast's Karthus, which doesn't have that Rabadon's death cap just yet.
They're circling.
They're keeping UIC out of these contested areas.
It was a grand scheme, and Ratchet is unfortunately the victim. Swidler gets the kill.
Man, we are gaming tonight, aren't we?
We are gaming. We are gaming gamers. We have Baron up minions though here in the base wall.
Yeah, but you have
trying to get the
35 seconds back until Ratchet's up. We go to just spawn, so at least you got that going for you, which is nice.
Oh, Swidler had the flash. He didn't have the Q up.
Oops. Just keep picking them off. That's what Bethany needs to do. But UIC, just group up, just be a big fist and just punch him right in the jaw, right there, straight through the mid lane. That's all I need to do. But it's so difficult.
All you have to do for the side of UIC is land the wombo combos that you've been able to succeed on.
There you go.
Oh no, he didn't expect them to stay. He thought they were going to reset. He's invisible here, and he's quick in the mist. The rest of the team is coming up behind him here as well. If he can buy enough time, this Tibbers ulti with Turtle coming off the back of it can be gigantic. They're not going to go for the angle here. Maybe Bethany will be able to find it. Okay, they're going to be able to pull off here. Resets will come out from Bethany. And the map pressure is already on from UIC across the board.
Hey, UIC was able to disengage properly for Bethany for that fallback. Here we go. All right, cash-ins are now online for Bethany. That's a lot of damage coming in for themselves, but Man, oh man, it is an uphill battle that Bethany is challenging against this dominant
Oh
UIC
my
composition. And Hollywood and Solera look like they're caught out and they're going to be absolutely blown up here.
Solera, yeah, he's trying to find a way out of this. Hextech Ultimatum, he's just burned down. Turtle is dominating now. And the tower, what? It just explodes. That was two attacks. It just brought it to 0. You'll see the push continuing. No more Baron buff, but they still have the pressure.
This might just be game here. We might be going to a game 3. There's 4v5.
Do we get the dream?
I think we're
Do we get the dream? Oh, the Tibbers ulti, the bullet time. The dream is real finally in our season of the NACE Star League. We will get 6 full games on a night. We're going the distance. UIC bounce back after a devastating game number 1. And we're going to game 3.
That was quite the comeback there. Very well done on punishing a lot of Bethany's overextensions and overstays from UIC, and specifically Filipino Fish on this Annie, the one that got the crucial picks when it counted around those objective fights, dropping the Tibbers onto the backline, stalling the engagements, and though it was more difficult and a more scrappy style that Bethany was playing, they played it very, very well. So it's something that this is where that mild-mannered composition of Bethany did make it a little bit more difficult for them to close the game out, but UIC keeping it strong, keeping that great mental, and also just pick after pick after pick, picking the right fights with both Filipino, Asian Boy, and Fish. It's a series, Lennon, and
it's a series. We got ourselves a series tonight. It's gonna be a fun one. We gotta take a little break here while we get ready for the final game of the night. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. I'm Mazel, joined again by Coco the Dragon for the 6th game of the night for the first time of the season. And it's the University of Illinois Chicago taking Bethany Lutheran College the distance.
An absolute distance, and it was a banger of a distance for sure in that second game. What was looking like another dominant sweep from Bethany, starting off the game. I think it was 7-0 within the first 9 minutes of the game, and some hiccups from the side of UIC. You thought this game was over. You're like, okay, Karthus Rakan just beat Thresh Misfortune. Kindred is 4-0. You have a 0-4 Fiora on Pagoda. How do you come back in this game? Well, I'll tell you. Anti-tippers.
Oh my god. And perfect timing. So, I mean, you're such a masterclass. I love it because those wombo combos, you just feel how successful that feels when they get off. And it happens so many times.
And honestly, I think they, like, low-key, I feel like Firecracker Annie is probably like the best Annie skin because the fire effects, like, they're like Disney Mulan, like the animated Disney. Yeah. It's just like, boom, like, oh, so satisfying. But besides the point, also great job from Turtle as well, who was always right behind Filipino Fish, getting those bullet times time and time again. People who tried to come back in to try and recuperate from the losses from the Tibbers, summon Tibbers, were just immediately met with a bunch of bullets in their faces. And that wasn't it. Yes, that was probably the reason why they did so much damage, but it was also the constant harassment that Ratchet and Filipino Asian Baben were able to do on their own rights. Like with Thresh being able to slow down the advances of a lot of the members of Bethany, with the same with Viego being able to get those resets and change those very powerful carries that used to be on Bethany into their own devices and to be able to create those leads. We're allowing them to win a lot of those team fights. Bethany slowed the game down a lot because they punished the very sloppy UIC side lane management. So that is where I put my little inkling of concern as we get into game 3. I feel like Bethany was having fun that game. They were trying something a little bit spicy, kind of like how Ohio was with the Ivan pickup, something that's like, it's unique. We're going to do something that we kind of have done in skirmishes and with practice lobbies, but we're going to try it here and now while we're early on in the season. So going into the second final BO3 of the night, I'm looking at Bethany to take it serious. Don't ruin your record. Get this game done and dusted so you can take a power nap before Worlds. And UIC, your homework / assignment is to make sure that this game goes as long as possible so I have a really bad sleep before Worlds. And then you win at the end.
I'm just hoping for a banger. Going into this, our first game, it was a sweep by Bethany Lutheran College. They were able to take it to University of Illinois Chicago, but they weathered the storm. They weathered the surge of the Vikings, and now we get ourselves a game 3 where literally anything can happen at this point. Like, we're already neck deep into the picks and bans. We have the Alawi, the Kled, and the Rumble banned away again by the University of Illinois Chicago on the blue side yet again. That's an important note. The Fizz, Shen, and Sejuani will be banned away by Bethany Lutheran College. First pick is the Thresh, the second game, or I guess third game in a row, technically.
Yeah, technically. Third game in a row. Thresh is pick B1, and it threatens the Aphelios combination. They didn't do it last time. Karma is going to be the reply this time around. I would still argue that is a technical flex against a top lane or mid lane situation to help neutralize any of those carry threats, but I feel like it's just not in any of Bethany's like solo laners preferences. I think it's 100% going to be going into Hollywood's pockets, even with that capability. So to that end, Graves, though, is something that I would agree more of as a flex than anything else.
Well, it will be picked up. See if it does get some flex potential. BLC. But now the next two picks for University of Illinois Chicago are going to be huge because typically we've seen the way they want to set up their strategy, at least within those first 3 picks. And now we see the Jarvan locked in.
Yeah, We were looking for a jungler and potentially either an ADC or a top laner here for Illinois Chicago, because after that you're going to be banning out a lot of those top laners or mid laners for themselves, and you'd be saying, all right, we're just going to be completely botching the Camille, even though it was very dominant in its own right in the second game and is a very contested pick. They're going with the same shock and awe trusted family firearms company with Misfortune. And to this point, you're leaving the Aphelios open, which is like, okay, cool. Karma is already on the board, so Aphelios is a bad option here for Bethany. Though Varus, Ezreal, and heck, I'd even say Ziggs are all good options here. But instead, Bethany Lutheran will be going for the Ashe, something that can help lock down in this level 6 and has some really good hyperscaling potential.
And the engage is huge as well. That Enchanted Crystal being on such a low cooldown into the likes of Misfortune with the bullet time that's easy to snipe out as well in those fights, or even just using it as an engage tool, right? To get the Graves, get the Karma up into the fight. It can be used in a multitude of ways. I do really like the Thresh Misfortune combo. We've seen how strong Misfortune is, how prevalent she is in the meta right now. So going into the second phase, at least for both these teams, you've got to look at these solo lanes and how is that going to influence the game outside of this bot lane? Because we're seeing a lot of solo lane focus in these last bans. It is the Orianna banned away by Bethany Lutheran College, as well as that Annie. So joining the table, we'll get a catch up on what that missed ban is by University of Illinois Chicago, and we're waiting on their last ban.
I don't think we have any ban from there. Could just be a loss. It was a
a
Twisted Fate,
TF,
actually.
yes.
Twisted Fate ban for the side of UIC, and then the Yasuo will be following short suit there. Like you said with the Annie ban, 100% respect that one nonetheless. Though now we're looking into mid and top for both of these teams, and that I feel like it's more of a Bethany favor, because you can say let's just take either the Camille right now, which didn't really have a tough time against the Fiora, I'd have to say, even though it was a pretty risque kind of matchup, like you mentioned, with it being do or die either way. But mid lane, I feel is going to be more the counter pick focus for Bethany. Just get that 100% priority. And as a matter of fact, it's Bethany that says, I think the Fiora was a little better in that matchup, so we're going to deny the Camille that is still available, and we'll challenge you with the Grand Duelist herself, which I think is still a great option. And it puts UIC in a place of saying, all right, we need someone that can really hyperscale and can team fight and can split push just as well as a Fiora can, but can't be Camille, because Camille is going to lose this matchup.
I really was thinking about that Jax hover. It could be an interesting one in Fiora, but it is the Syndra that gets locked in instead. So a little bit of sustain, at least in the mid lane, a little bit of security in the mid lane for the late game. And talking about late game security, I would think that, you know, if they're going to opt into this wombo combo kind of composition, I would expect more pieces to that puzzle for University of Illinois Chicago. On the other side, a lot of individual play already coming out for Bethany Lutheran. A lot of execution in that fashion as Gangplank, the last pick.
Still a rather squishy team. Yeah, sure, you have a Jarvan, but you're looking across the street and you're like, wow, that's not a lot of resistances, Captain. Like, they get blown up really quickly, and that's what I love about the Syndra pickup and the Gangplank as well. Like you said, lock in, try and wombo combo everything. It's not going to be as guaranteed as like an Annie would have been with everything, but I think a Jarvan Cataclysm with the blocks is going to do justice. Though Silas is left open once more. It was not Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate was the one banned, so even though it's not Twisted Fate he's going to be going up against, he'll be going up against a Syndra, which maybe might pack a bit more of a punch than he's used to. I feel like we're going to be pretty confident with Janhei in this mid lane.
And I just think the setup is really good right now for University of Illinois Chicago. The biggest pieces I look at are those wombo combos, are the setups around the objectives that we want to see from them. They were able to get 4 Infernal Dragons back to back last time around. I think that's huge. But you've got to weather the storm of Bethany Lutheran College. They are going at you guns blazing right now, even though you have the 2 captains on the other side. I think it's super interesting how University of Illinois is going to keep calm from that game 2. The euphoria of being able to take that kind of game into game 3, where Bethany are dead set on taking this game home. They wanted a 2-0. That was the mindset. It was going to be a quick night for them.
Yeah.
And it's definitely not turning into that.
So that's exactly the point of saying, like, end this game fast for Bethany to drive your point home of being like, we were messing around, we were having fun, we thought we could have made it to 2-0 no matter the consequences, but we're here, we're going to be serious and take this one for good. But yeah, on the side of Illinois, I think just drag it out as much as possible. Not only do you have a good hyperscaling composition with the Gangplank, but you also have that capability that I think you are the better team when it comes down to those late game decisions. And even though Bethany could make a good run for your money, UIC has proven time and time again that they will be able to come out on top in these fights.
Absolutely. Well, we got to take our last little break before we get into the game. Game number 3, our 6th game of the evening, coming up right after this. Welcome back as we get ready to rumble in our final game of the day. University of Illinois Chicago taking on Bethany Lutheran College.
Yep, and it is going to be the third game of this best of three that we're going to be closing in on. And just as a reminder for these two teams, that it is pretty much Bethany who came in with confidence, saying this was going to be a 2-0 sweep, and University of Illinois Chicago, who were able to bring that out to, I think it was a 38 minute banger, and bring us to where we are now. We're wanting some closeouts here for Bethany. We want them to show that they are confident with that pressure of being able to dominate their opponents and have a clean and professional match. Where UIC, you got a late game scaling composition, you got a Thresh, Misfortune, and a Gangplank that I'm all waiting to see pop off. You just got to get to the point where you can force these team fights, force Bethany to come to you, and you can have Turtles, Misfortune, and shred them to pieces.
Indeed, that wombo combo was huge last game. Now we'll see. Oh no, Turtle. Okay.
30 seconds until minions
You know, he got me. I thought he was going to take that one extra step forward. That was really scary. But there's the 5-man stack for UIC. Not going to pull any shenanigans.
What are you talking about?
No, I meant not stack. Sorry, line of scrimmage. I'm seeing the stack on my screen. I was talking about UIC. The stack
We're
is there
tired.
from BLC.
It's 9 o'clock here on the Pacific. But
Worlds is an incredible beast. But the fact that we do see, you know, a potential level 1 coming out from Bethany, this is something they can utilize to really get a hold of the game early.
Yeah, they gotta just break this open. But I feel like Turtle smells this out a bit. Like he's saying, once he hits like 120, he should leave. Yeah. Okay.
Are they gonna go?
And then
they're gonna go for it.
And then they're gonna fight, and they're gonna look at Ratchet first, or they're gonna look at.
But
Turtle
the Filipino
first?
Fish is in mid lane.
Here we go.
Corner. There they are. The stun is there. Ratchet forced the flash. Flashes abound. First blood goes to Swidler on the graves, and the red will be stolen away.
With that, Hanjay going to be going back to his lane, and with the first blood onto the jungler, Swidler, as you had mentioned, means that the immediate reply will not be felt until, well, maybe just now, because I think Swidler's going straight mid.
He's going for a mid gank because Filipino Fish was extended a little bit. Won't find it this time, but gets a little bit of damage off onto Filipino Fish.
Yeah, and just sprints right across the wall and into the river. He's pulling the Shaco strat of,
He's just
from one buff
constantly,
to the next. Constant
constantly.
oppression. Who needs farm when I have shotgun?
True.
Speaking
He's
of
gonna try
NACE.
to get this level 3 off the Gromp, get the healing there as well. Filipino Asian boy. He's gonna find it out though.
he's
You
gonna
have
risk it.
priority in top lane for Pagoda. Not gonna be getting down here anytime soon though, as you do get the pings coming out. Here comes the 1v1. It's smited away. He gets out over the wall, but Pagoda is here. You have already Hanjay moving up as well from mid lane. He will be there first. Now Swidler's going for the fight. Hanjay going for the 1v1. Multiple split fights here. Swidler can't get out alive.
And Sulura is nowhere to be found. He's freezing top side of the map, and Hanjay's now
Oh,
gonna
Hanjay's
get hit by
dead.
Filipino. Bethany is falling apart at the seams, it looks like. And from here on out, now we have to divert our eyes to the bottom lane to see what conditions maybe the bottom side of Bodas and Hollywood can do to come back from what was a risky beginning of the game for Bethany. And looks like they're going to try and see if they can get the scuttle denial here, as Swidler is already back on the map. We'll push him away, but he hasn't even gotten his own buffs yet. He hasn't even touched his jungle camps.
Just constantly keeping the aggression up. And honestly, that's what I wanted to see from them, because when Bethany had control of the map, they did not relent.
Now, the next question is, will
He's
Asian
still
Boy
not
decide...
going to go for them.
Well,
He's
yeah,
just going to keep going for the engages. Oh, the slow is there. The smoke screen, the
TP from
TP.
Gangplank.
It's going to be big. The movement speed is going to be huge. Pagoda can catch up here. Nobody's there to help out Bethany. Anjay, a couple more auto attacks going to do it. He's just left out by his lonesome as well. Filipino Fish, the Kingslayer's not enough. And now Swidler is caught by Filipino Asian Boy. If he can take him down. Shotgun shells do a lot of damage. The red buff is ticking though. The flag and drag is there, and Fish takes the kill.
Before all of that happened, when you had the
All
scuttle
of his
taken from
buffs
Swidler,
are still. His whole jungle
yeah,
is
his
still
jungle's
up.
still up. It's all level 1 jungle. I am confused on the second mid game, that one that we had just seen, because at that point it's like, all right, you made a fumble, you look for something ambitious, that's okay, get back to power farming. Graves will win the power farming game.
Oh my God, Ratchet.
Bodas, that actually was kind of troll.
Ratchet.
That was kind of
Ratchet.
troll, not gonna lie.
Oh, but he gets the hook. Hollywood's gonna die here. Oh man, Turtle gets the kill, a kill of his own. You've got 3 kills in the mid lane for Filipino
So
Fish.
lost.
You get 1 for Asian Boy, and it's just huge for UIC in this early game.
Yeah, 5-2, 1,000, 1 point, yeah, just 1,000 gold in the lead. A lot of it is dumped onto the mid lane of Filipino Fish on the Syndra, but you're Graves, you can power farm. Like, yes, it's cool that you're getting these ganks and that you were able to get that level 1 kill into a red buff, but just take his jungle. Because it doesn't look like if Asian Boy is confident at all to actually go into your jungle and counter jungle you, Graves, who can play a lot faster. So it's this whole sense of like, you're trying all these risky positions and these maneuvers for little repercussion. Like, yeah, you've given over 5 kills, but that's just been because you've been very risky and in very questionable places. But now we have to sort of get back into the current time, as Sulura is just sort of having to freeze lane against Pagoda, who's doing really well in this gangplank, 32 CS to each of them. But that corrupting potion is going to keep him in this lane for quite a good long time.
Will do. The dragon is going over to Swidler as we speak. So Bethany Lutheran able to get up in the dragon scorch. Grand challenge is going to be used. Solura, he can't get the distance on the wall there. Can't get the third pop. He can't get any of them. They gets 2 at least. But now the flag and drag is there. Asian Boy doesn't have level 6 yet. Does have the flash. One more poke, one more prod. He could do it, but he can't. He doesn't have the damage just yet.
Able to get away. Does force 2 flashes, though, out of both Pagoda and Asian Boy, respectively. So overall, I could say that it is a slight victory for Sulura, because now he can TP back to lane immediately if so chooses. Doesn't really miss out on any waves. And Swidler is still power farming here, looking for this
They
mid lane
just
pressure.
want this mid lane
They
so
want this
bad. They are going to get it. Shutdown goes into Swidler's pocket.
Was the whole concept just to like give them kills and try and relieve the tension as much
Oh,
as
the
possible?
intense crystal arrow. We don't have the follow-up there.
Oh,
Oh, the
nice
hook lands as well into Hollywood. Hollywood is dead. Ratchet finds the kill. Now you got the Dark Passage, the flash. The damage bonus has to flash as well. But you got the follow-up from Turtle, and they get the trade. No, Turtle doesn't die this time around. Not just yet. As you have Swidler coming down. He does not, or actually he does, yeah, he's not level 6 yet, so he doesn't have collateral damage. He's just going to the tower. He might die. Smoke screen shot, but the tower is going to be there.
Oh, no,
Hanjay is now just tanking the tower. Will not find Turtle. That's 4 kills given to the meat grinder. That is Turtle's misfortune.
Now it's 4-0. What the heck, man? And it wasn't even an organized dive. It was like individual concepts of like, I'm going to go for this kill, you go for that kill, and we're just going to pray that we get both of them and are able to get the shutdowns. But they don't. Now Salura back on this top end with Salura. Okay, Mizel. Here's the thing.
Yes.
All of these kills have been happening, and it's still a 1k difference. Just barely over a 1k difference for UIC. This game is still anyone's game. And this Rift Herald, which is being taken by Filipino Fish and Asian Boy, will help break this game open, yes, but they don't have a good lane to put it in. Yes, I think like the best lane is probably bottom, of saying, let's just get the lane assignment rotation going early. But if you put it bottom, then Sidra has to go to the side lane, or you have to put a 4-1, which puts like experience damp in, because she still can't 1v1 the Silas at the moment. He's still doing very well at whatever he's doing with the Anjay. And if you force a 1-3-1 lane assignment at this early stage, you might as well lose out a lot more. So they're going to look to this top side instead and see if they can create an even weaker side for Salura to try and farm on. I think that's like the best option they can get while cashing up on turret plates while they're still available for the next 5 minutes.
We do have Rift Herald available for Filipino Asian Boy as well. Not going to utilize it top. Thought maybe they were going for a gank. Didn't really know where anybody else was, so it's a bit sketchy to do so. You gotta expect it's gonna be dropped in this mid or top lane. I would expect the mid lane, as a lot of resources from both teams have been going this way.
Looks like a dive on a Hanjay. This doesn't look like a good time for anything of Bethany Esports in particular. They might try and hold it here.
Bullet time comes out there from Hanjay. He has stolen it away from Turtle. Try to get some wave clear down, make sure they can't get any more of those plates as one does fall.
Go ahead, that's totally fine. Get that blue buff back into your pockets, continue to power farm. Still about 15 CS down on his Graves, but he's 3 kills and 3 deaths with the Yomu's Ghostblade. And might be looking for blood here once again with Filipino Fish. Just extending past those initial stone defenses is enough for Bethany to hit the go
the
buff,
knockback, but you have collateral damage. He flashes, but still takes the damage. The red buff, but a power unleashed at the last moment is going to get the trade.
And still trade, 10 kills to 5, 0 and 4 on this Silas Ranjay. I remember I was talking about how this was something I would not be worrying about, but I am a little worried now for the Silas, even though he's been still dominating in this mid lane. Now we have to sort of avert our eyes back into the bottom lane and say, okay, this is the one late game condition that Bethany has for their comp of Ashe and Karma. Something that's going to be very hard to get in touch on when it comes down to those team fights. It can start team fights when it wants, can hover around, keep track of those flanks, keep track of the jungle pathing. And so far, they haven't been doing too bad. Yes, it's 1 and 3 in total, but it's Ashe themselves, Bodast himself, which is doing fine. And now that is where we can, again, look to top for another dive.
He's got cannon, or barrels literally everywhere. Does also have the cannon barrage available. TP's coming out. Can they get the turnaround? Grand challenge will not be proc. Swidler's very low. No mana for Salura. Has to flash. Going for it. Can't find the damage on Swidler. Flash burned by the gangplank. Filipino Fish is following up. Has scatter of the week if he can land it. But not going to.
And with that information given, Version Dragon will be taken, and some camps and potential dive might be adjusted here. And
Hollywood doesn't have level 6. They do get the poke on the Filipino Asian Boy, pushing him off of that gank, but still the tower pressure is what really mattered. The Rift Herald play is what really mattered. And this tower will look very worse for wear if not go down.
I think it'll just go down. All of Bethany decide to forfeit this turret.
It's a lot of gold in Turtle's pocket.
Yeah. I think you go back, get... I don't know if Duskblade is the real option, but it's like, you're not... Eclipse feels a little bit inefficient. So yeah, Duskblade I suppose, and then go forward. But Filipino Fish, again,
slowed
slightly
down,
extended.
Power Unleashed already used. He might get out. No, he's not.
Wow.
Swidler gets the kill with the burst damage. Now the re-engage Cataclysm from Filipino Asian Boy. He's not going to connect. Swidler in some trouble, but he's still got a shotgun and he's still firing shots. He's still surviving. He dies to the death sentence, but the follow-up is there, and Hanjay with the Kingslayer gets half his health bar back.
And he comes back, and they're able to make that a 3-4-1 trade in favor of Bethany. Very well done there in this mid lane, but they have to hold on tight for just a little bit longer. We also have Salura on the top side, getting some additional plates in for themselves. So this gold still dead even, still anyone's game. And this is where you have a little bit of concern. Yes, we want Bethany to end this fast, but at least though it's sloppy, they're still keeping it competitive, and UIC making the right plays. And I was talking about this earlier about how Rift Herald, the best option was probably through bot to switch those lane assignments, but now we have Syndra in the bottom lane, and it can cause this issue that I feel is still worse for wear for the Syndra, being in a very isolated position where she can get constantly harassed on those side lanes.
Very true, and as turret plates are falling here, a lot of gold going over to UIC in those turret plates. That's huge, especially in the pockets of Turtle. Wombo combo is what we have to watch out for now that we are looking at the stacking of Dragon and that Infernal Soul that's on the board.
Look at where that Infernal Soul will be spawning in about 2.5 minutes, so no worries just yet, but I'm looking now top. Pagoda, that's what I'm worrying about. Hollywood might be able to lock him down for a little longer.
Ooh, nicely done. That's a lot of damage back from the barrels, but the repose is not enough. Salura has to get out. Hollywood in some trouble. The turnaround is there, and Filipino Asian Boy gets the return kill into Hollywood. Now Salura is in a 1v4 and he dies. You get the side lane split push win, but it's a trade where Hanjay died and Swidler was able to help get the kill.
Yeah, but let's also see where these turrets fall. We have this bottom turret falling by the hands of Swidler with that 2v1 that had happened in the bottom side of the map with, you know, once again dying, as I had mentioned. But also, the turret in the mid lane took a little bit of damage from Bodast on that Ashe before he decided to retreat away from Turtle and Ratchet. And this turret will fall. So 1-for-1 on the turrets, but they still have that favor of that bottom lane Rift Herald smash for the first brick. Actually, doesn't decide to stay around for the turret and decides to flee from Salura, who's going to chase him down. And kills just popping all over the place.
Turtle found Hollywood in the mid lane. Huge bullet time.
Catch.
Here's the kill. Bot is trying to get some poke down, trying to get the wave cleared a little bit here. It's not looking bright for Bethany Lutheran. They do have the safety in knowing their late game, their team fight is good. But it's getting scarier and scarier because on the other side you have a lot of the same.
Yeah, and it looked like Turtle decided to go for the Eclipse anyways. It's still a very old, reliable one, even though there's not a lot of true defenses out of it. It's still 4% armor penetration per item. It's pretty darn nice. Salura,
Oh no, Salura
thinks he's got this, but that
he just
cannon
can't get an
kills,
auto
so-
attack off.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Filipino Asian Boy just comes in for the free kill.
Barrel slows, man. They're ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous that those barrels slow you down for a 65%, and then you just cannot catch up to this gangplank while he
Pagoda
dances
with
around
the
this
use
turret.
of the tower, though. That was huge.
Yeah, it's insane. And
Oh no.
Swidler.
He's found Jaws. Nice flash. Gets him out, though. Hollywood can't really follow it up. Scout of the Week goes a little bit wide. Power Unleash is there. Now you get the Cataclysm. And guess who's dead? It's not Filipino Fish. It's Swidler. UIC have just completely manhandled Bethany Lutheran in this early game.
It's been a ride, Bizelle. Absolute ride. Bethany has been the one driving the car, but they're not in the seat. They're like passenger pulling the wheel a little bit, like let's go this way. But UIC is still able to hold on tight, keeping a good
They
grip on the path.
smashed game number 1. It was a 25-minute game.
It's insane. I'm a little bit at a
Oh my
loss for words
God.
on the adjustments, but
Oh, the
Bodas,
Cannon
you are
Barrage
good
is
as
there.
done.
He's going to heal a lot from
Oh,
the
he's kiting.
shield
He's
bow.
kiting.
Got a lot of healing there as well.
Slippery.
Swidler wants it. I know he does. He's been going aggressive all game long. There's no way he doesn't want to just dive in there, but this time will abide the rules of League of Legends and not just engaging every time you see anybody.
He'll fall back. They'll forfeit this turret, make it 2 for 2,
Oh,
respectively.
okay, I lied. He wants
Okay,
it.
we're
He's
lying.
going in. Swidler is just in there like swimwear. You got Hanjay going in with his own Cataclysm. The health bars from Bethany Lutheran are very bad right now. And it's going to be UIC who want to capitalize on that. They want to find a way, and Hanjay gets caught. There is no way for Hanjay. Turtle is going to go dominant. Bodas used his last man on that volley. See if he can get away from Turtle. He's just grouping up here right now, trying to get the distance closed.
Oh, no,
and that's
there's no
dead.
turret.
Yep, that's Scout of the Week. Dead on to Bodas. Turnaround here. Swidler trying to make something happen. Collateral damage isn't enough. Solera was just backing in the bush, trying to at least, but won't do it. And that's almost an ace. The only one alive is Hollywood.
This is night and day from game 1 of the series. It is wild how well this has gone. And I was talking about how, like, Bethany was keeping this game close, 1,000 gold difference for, honestly, I think it was 10, 12 minutes. Past 6 minutes? No, blown wide open. 6k gold difference almost here for UIC. Dominating performance from Filipino Fish, who's been getting pretty much oppressed, left left on his own, being beaten up by both Hanjay and Swidler every single chance they get. He's been going 1-for-1 every single time. And then on the side of Turtle, he's just reaping the rewards. No one's focusing this misfortune. No one's getting onto this back line and trying to take him down. And it's just been easy pickings for him. So far, parade it down, break this mid lane open, get this Baron, which will be spawning fairly shortly. You have a team that can... It's a rather slow Baron take, I'd have to say, at this moment in time. So that is like the one current backside, or like I guess issue that they have that to accelerate this game. They can't go through neutral objectives. They have to continually team fight to really close this game up for themselves.
A lot of pings by UIC going bot lane to try and catch Hanjay. Well, a dive is on the table here for Bethany Lutheran on the top side of the map, but definitely Hanjay getting caught here. Everfrost comes out, does still have the Absconder Duck, just gets slayed back. That's another death. The mid lane, Bethany Lutheran. Meanwhile, we have the dive top that I was talking about, does get pulled off. The Grand Challenge used, heals everybody up a little bit, tower taken, and there's the response for Bethany Lutheran.
And this is the Hail Mary play that I think Bethany's going to go for. They're actually going to be the ones that go for the Baron instead. And now all the members of UIC are going to be sprinting up to this top side of the map.
They do not take it very fast.
No.
It's only at 8,000. They are booking it right now. You've already got Filipino Asian boy coming on the flank. They could capitalize on this overextension here.
They could, but Solera looks like he wants to find Syndra instead. Ooh, they split them up. They're coming back for a regroup.
They are. Filipino Fish is in front of everybody. Filipino Asian boy is trying to get to the tower. They want to take this tier 2, but they're getting flanked on the side. You have Hanjay rejoining the fight. TP back in. They're committing here. They're drawing a line in the sand. Can Bethany do anything about it? Bullet time is going to be huge on the back of it. And Pagoda finishes them off. They are wiping the floor with Bethany Lutheran College. The only one left yet again, what feels like forever, is Bodas.
He has no mana to try and hold. He has no resources to defend. But this is not in the sights of UIC at this moment. They will be going for this Baron. Yes, it is slow, but it doesn't matter when everyone is in gray screen mode for Bethany Lutheran. No way to challenge this one whatsoever. They will take it by themselves. This will be the Baron power play for UIC and bump this up to a potentially 10,000 gold lead from a dominating performance here.
I just can't believe where we've come from in this series, and I love it. That's exactly what Collegiate League of Legends is all about. We've always talked about growth of programs, momentum, moving forward with these teams, and this is how you do it. You go up against established programs and you make a name for yourself.
Exactly. And what a way to do it against Bethany Lutheran.
Shielding
far,
there.
they're winning this.
Hanjay
Ooh,
doesn't
be
get
careful.
the connection there. Big flag and drag on the backside for Major Boy, but he gets out. Now Salura's on the side. He's got the grand challenge pop, but Swindler needs to be careful. Salura almost getting low. Hanjay has the Cataclysm, but he can't get the engage. There it is. He goes in all by his lonesome. Everybody else is pulling away. Bethany, you've been routed. Swindler was doing the scuttle crab, and that's it. They've got 5 members. Cataclysm, the real one, comes down. Bullet time gets legendary for Turtle. And Bodice and Hollywood have a mountain to climb here if they want to turn this around. The health bars are a little bit low, but Bodice is dead. Now Hollywood next to fall. That's an ace for UIC and the 3rd dragon for themselves as well.
And they can use this bottom lane wave to go ahead and crash into this turret, take that tier 2 turret, and then go ahead and take everything in the jungle as well that they can find. And from here, it is all but time for UIC that they need to spend to reset, grab their items, go forward into the base of Bethany, and look to grab this win and take it away in a rather big upset from us here on the desk.
A day of upsets here as we're looking at it. 32-11, as you were saying.
Yeah.
10,000 gold in the lead. 4 minutes until an Infernal Soul for UIC, but they might not even need it. They've still got a full minute on the Baron buff. They want to take some inhibs here. Hollywood able to dodge out of Death Sentence. Push is still in the mid lane.
We had the almost upset of Minnesota over Ohio, but Ohio was able to take it back in Game 3. But this time, Bethany was not able to find their footing once again in this 3rd game, and they are on the back
game?
foot. And this might just be game end, Mizzell.
Salura
They have
is
Baron,
still
they
out.
have all 5 members. No one's looking to answer. This is do or die here for Bethany.
Collateral damage comes out, gets a lot of damage. They've got them surrounded. Can they take the fight now? Big damage on the Swindler, but you've already got the bullet time taken by Hanjay. Can't land it very well, but Bodice does get some damage down on the backside. It's a completely split fight from UIC, and they get split apart. Oh, the double kill for Filipino Fish. Bodice doesn't want to get one shot here, just wants to try and get the poke. There's the volley. And it was an overextended fight for UIC that ends in their demise.
Not really overextended, but it was more of the fact that there were TPs coming from all angles within Bethany's defenses, and not much else but confidence from UIC saying we can end this here and now. But unfortunately for them, the positioning from Hanjay and Swidler were at least on point this time and able to turn this game, at least turn that fight for themselves back into a place of neutrality. Though they are far from it. They're still almost 10,000 gold behind. They're still needing to get to their 2nd and 3rd items at this point, where UIC is very confidently working on their 3rd and potentially 4th for some of their players. And you have 2 minutes, almost exact same timer for Dragon and Baron to be spawning. And I think that will be a interesting path on how these 2 teams are going to take it, right? Will UIC decide to say, you know what, let's botch the Dragon for the Baron and then parade it down mid and win the game here? Or are we going to play for the Dragon, take that objective fairly quickly while BLC is looking to hard rush this Baron?
Filipino
But
Fish.
we're going to wait for this pick now.
Pick is there. Bethany finding the comeback here. Bodice finding the rampage as well for himself. Oh no, Swidler just died in a 1v1.
Wait, why is he so low?
It's the back.
Swidler
Yeah,
died, okay.
Swidler went down in a 1v1 against him, but the punishment was there from Hanjay.
Able to punish that TP, though. Multiple TPs being used. TPs all down here for the side of Bethany, but multiple TPs up. Could stall out this game, but this is currently a future cast as we're looking now at this siege into the bottom lane from Bethany. See that flank from Asian Boy? He could possibly set up a good flank, but you have 2 members down. You don't really want to itch for any fights at the moment for UIC.
3v4, definitely don't want to go into those kinds of odds, even if you are at a huge gigantic lead.
Oh,
the
that was
bullet time
risque.
came out. Okay, but there's only 2 of them here. You've got Bodice on the back. He's might need to stop his back
He's
here.
gonna
Does Cataclysm on the
TPs.
Hollywood TPs coming in? They do not want to let this go. enchant crystal arrow goes wide to get the speed up from Hollywood. Here we go. See if the flying drag connects. Hollywood's just dead. That's a big pick out. One key member for BLC is down.
Yes, but also look at how those timers are once again. 40 seconds until that dragon, and it's 30 seconds until Hollywood spawns. You can take all the jungle once again here for UIC, and you don't have the comfort to recall and get a good preparation for this dragon. So now Bethany once again on the back foot, having to walk into the vision of UIC to challenge for this this objective and for this very important objective. They're actually in mid lane, might have to use some tools to get away from the engagements from Illinois at Chicago, but for now, might be a little bit of a pincer as I saw Salura dealing some damage there onto Asian.
Swidler goes for it, misses the collateral damage. You got a 1v1 on the side for Hanjay. Can't find it.
Oh.
It's catastrophe. Swidler goes down. Hanjay has to back away, and now the dragon is on the board for UIC. That's another Infernal Dragon Soul.
And that was a 1-for-1 trade, but at the cost of the Infernal Soul, as you mentioned, does mean a rough room for wear here in this final game. 28 minutes on the board, and it is still very much UIC's game to lose here. We're going to be going towards this Baron. It's again, this is a slow Baron. It's a little bit faster with like more items, obviously, but it's enough time to try and grant.
You don't have Swidler, so
behind.
there's no smite.
True, but it's playing for the fight, not playing for the objective here for Bethany. They can look for an engagement here. All they need to do is hit the go button. There's the Ash Arrow with the stun.
No follow up into the pit. It's a little bit late.
Go in.
Is there. It's taken
Oh,
by Filipino Asian boy. Bullet time on top of it. Secure it. Hanjay is down.
Yeah, Hanjay dashes straight into a bullet time and gets just absolutely obliterated. No other way around it. That is a Sterilus Gragiomu's and Eclipse on that misfortune. You do not have any armor. She deals true damage at this point, as they will now
They're going
with
for the
this
end
Baron
here
buff.
potentially.
Yeah, this should be end here, to be honest. Like, if
Could
not,
get
then
caught. CP now comes in. There's the catch out
Okay.
potentially in the Filipino Asian boy getting very, very low. Look how much damage is returned on a Hollywood just off the back of that huge level discrepancy here between the supports. The last
there's
tower
that back end.
at the Nexus here. That's going down. This is just game. Bethany thought it was going to be an easy day. They thought that they would not have trouble taking down UIC, but that bit them. And now UIC will remain undefeated in their season.
And what a series for UIC to come back after a very dominating performance from Bethany in Game 1 and then turning the tables in Game 2 from a 7-0 lead that Bethany was able to accrue to this game where Bethany felt like their backs were against the wall. They continued to try very aggressive and ambitious plays early in the game, and UIC punished them time and time again. I know I've said that a lot tonight, but you know,
gotta get there one more time in there. No big deal,
I gotta
right?
get it in there, right? Because I think it's the quote of the day, to be honest. Like today was very much like
Our producer
right,
is gonna be
the
very
Redditors-
happy right now.
yeah. Hopefully they're making some money off of it, but at least we're all having a lot of fun tonight. But it was dominating from UIC, and I think I'm rather impressed with Illinois, Chicago, and I think one of the big questions for me is how their current program is going in their school and how they're feeling that their progress is going forward. That definitely is going to be the question for myself for whichever player we're going to be grabbing tonight, because they're exhausted, and I feel like they're ready to hit the hay as soon as anyone is at this moment for themselves. They deserved it.
No context, 10 times, Coco, 10 times.
11 times, actually.
11 times, make it count. Anyways, we're getting set up for the interview here shortly, but I just got to talk about this day. It's the first day we've gone all 6 games. We get these banger series coming back to back, right? OSU almost falling in an upset bid, and Bethany Lutheran going down to the University of Illinois, Chicago. The Midwest is insane right now.
Yep.
These matchups are insane, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah, Midwest is looking like quite a powerhouse of competition across all levels at the moment, and we're just scratching the surface. Like, we're just getting on to that horizon of getting to the point where we're getting to a lot of the Swiss bracket, formatting the proper teams into competitive matches and bouts, and showing how well you can sort of develop. But unfortunately for ourselves, I said it that the UIC members do deserve some rest, and it seems that's exactly what we're going to give them. We're not going to
Nice transition.
spare any time for the interview. Unfortunate for us, because I was really interested to see how their program's going to go, but hopefully we get to see them again so we can truly ask that question. But yeah, I guess that wraps us up for tonight, Mazel.
It will. That was a fun night of games. I'm really looking forward to next Tuesday. Every week the competition ramps up here at NACE Starleague, and it's going to be a heck of a fall split. That's going to be it, as Coco said, from us tonight. Thank you all for tuning in for this long day of games. I hope you enjoyed it just as much as we did. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.
You all right.